government they did put out their final report. And I want to put November 5. So we can keep that from the no, the report that just came out. Like 6-8 weeks ago. Yeah. Just get grab the HIPSI report.
so. Good morning. The committees on the Judiciary and Oversight and Government Reform will come to order, and without objection, the chair is authorized to declare recesses of the committee at any time. We welcome everyone to this morning's hearing on oversight of FBI and DOJ actions surrounding the 2016 election. Before we begin, without objection, the MOU that Mr. Gowdy and I entered into will govern these proceedings. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, the ranking member of the Judiciary Committee.
Mr. Chairman, I want to express my appreciation to the staff for preparing all sorts of parliamentary objections, which we will not use. But I appreciate the chairman consulting with us on the MOU, and pursuant to our conversation, I do not object.
Chair thanks the gentleman. And chair recognizes himself for the purpose of an opening statement. I wish this hearing were not necessary. Many children grow up wanting to become FBI agents, to catch bad guys and protect the American people. I have little doubt that our witness today has done that very thing during his many years serving as an FBI special agent. A special agent's mission is a vitally important business to which we dedicate some of our best and brightest. However, this is precisely why our joint investigation is such an anomaly. We want the FBI and the Department of Justice to be off the front pages and to return to doing what they are best at, battling crime, terrorism, and espionage, and protecting all of us from harm. We don't want to read text message after text message dripping with bias against one of the two presidential candidates. We don't enjoy finding compelling evidence that the FBI director had predetermined the outcome of the case months in advance. But that is, thus far, what we have found, and these are only small pieces of the larger puzzle. The more information we acquire, the more interviews we conduct, and the more sources we contact, the more we learn. It has unfortunately taken a great deal of effort to get our executive branch agencies to cooperate with our legitimate congressional oversight. But we have made substantial progress, and it is a credit to our investigative task force members and staff. For all those in this room who continue to disparage our investigation as mere conspiracy theory, and for all those who have chosen to ignore serious irregularities and potential crimes that we have uncovered, I say this: imagine if you were under investigation and the investigator hated you, disparaged you in all manner of ways, and fraternized with another employee working on your case who also hated you, denigrated your supporters, and made crucial investigative decisions on how your case should be treated and eventually adjudicated. Would anyone sitting here today believe that this was an acceptable state of affairs, particularly at an agency whose motto is fidelity, bravery, and integrity? I think not. To my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, please replace President Trump's name with your own name in a small sample of things Mr. Strzok has said. Envision how you would feel if you found out that the chief agent investigating you as a member of Congress was making these statements: F Trump, Trump is a disaster, just went to a Southern Virginia Walmart, I could smell the Trump support. Or perhaps most alarmingly and revealingly, we'll stop it, referring directly to Mr. Trump's candidacy for president. In fact, for those who think we are wasting time in this committee, suppose all of this had been said about candidate Obama before he was elected, or even more topical about Hillary Clinton while she was running in the same election. Would we be where we are today? The only honest answer is an absolute affirmative yes. Of course we would be here, because every single Democrat would be protesting bias and discrimination against their preferred candidates by an out-of-control FBI and DOJ. So please stop saying this doesn't matter and is only the product of conspiracy theory. Instead, the American people hope you will understand that this investigation goes to the very heart of our system of justice, one that is supposed to be fair and treat everyone equally under the law. Mr. Strzok and others inside the FBI and DOJ turned our system of justice on its head, and that's why we're here and why this matters. Yesterday, Chairman Gowdy and I received a letter from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, raising numerous objections about the nature of our investigation. These claims are largely spurious, and I have responded publicly to them before. However, these claims are also revealing. The final line of that letter states that our Democratic colleagues will, quote, undertake efforts to protect their rights, end quote. I implore my friends not to continue their efforts to undermine this investigation. And as for their rights, I submit that the rights that should concern us are the rights of the American people, namely to know the facts, to trust that their law enforcement agencies are operating fairly and justly, and to feel secure in the knowledge that no one is above the law. I now recognize the ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I must say before I begin my formal statement that this country has a number of emergencies right now under the jurisdiction of this committee, which we're not spending any time or any attention to. The leading one, obviously, being the fact that 3,000 children were improperly taken away from their families, and the administration seems either unwilling or, out of total incompetence, unable to return the kids to their families, even under court order. We ought to be holding hearings about the intentions or the competence of the Department of Homeland Service, of the Department of Homeland Security on this question. Mr. Chairman, it's of more immediate concern than this hearing, certainly. At the outset of this Congress, when my Democratic colleagues and I asked you to hold hearings about the Russian government's campaign to undermine our last election, you said no, and you offered a variety of excuses. We could not look into President Trump's overt attempts to obstruct the early stages of the Russian investigation because, you said, quote, there are other committees that have jurisdiction over part of this, unquote. You were also reluctant to interfere with the special counsel, quote, until Mr. Mueller's investigation is complete, it is redundant for the House of Representatives to engage in fact-gathering on many of the same issues. You also insisted that the House Judiciary Committee would never intrude on an active criminal investigation, claiming, perhaps erroneously, that the majority never questioned the FBI about the Clinton investigation while that investigation was still ongoing. Mr. Chairman, this joint investigation is now so far afield from the original statements that it can be difficult to discern what we are investigating at all. You initially described this inquiry as, quote, an investigation regarding charging decisions in the investigation surrounding Secretary Clinton's email server in 2016, close quote. Just a few days ago, over the course of an 11-hour interview, Republicans asked Mr. Strzok more than 200 questions about the special counsel's investigation, more than 30 questions about Mr. Strzok's personal interactions with the special counsel, and 25 questions about the FBI's use of confidential human sources to determine who at the Trump campaign might have been compromised by a foreign government. Are we no longer going to wait until Special Counsel Mueller concludes his work, Mr. Chairman? Or perhaps the rules of this joint investigation, such as they are, operate differently now that we are approaching the midterm elections and Special Counsel Mueller is closing in on the President's close associates. In the majority's view, it seems, our job is to ask questions about the internal workings of the Special Counsel's investigation and to demand documents that lay out his strategy, but not to make any attempt to understand how the Russian government influenced our last election or any effort to protect our next election from an attack by the Russian government, a key foreign adversary. In the majority's view, it is more important to quiz Mr. Strzok about the FBI's use of confidential human sources in some wild attempt to prove President Trump's baseless claim that a, quote, spy, unquote, was planted inside his campaign, than it is to learn about the impact of exposing the identity of these sources while they are still working undercover. My Republican colleagues appear to have revealed the identity of at least one such source already. In the majority's view, the text messages exchanged between Mr. Strzok and Lisa Page are a higher priority for us than President Trump's request that James Comey end the investigation into Michael Flynn, or his decision to fire Director Comey, quote, because of that Russia thing with Trump and Russia, unquote, that's a quote from the President, or his repeated attempts to fire Special Counsel Mueller directly. In the majority's view, we do not have time to conduct oversight on almost any national security issue, but we have hours on end to discuss Mr. Strzok's affair. Which brings me to my next point. I have come to expect that President Trump will tweet abhorrent things about decent people, but I hope I can expect better behavior from my colleagues. Mr. Strzok volunteered to be here today, just as he volunteered to appear 2 weeks ago for what turned out to be an 11-hour interview. You don't have to like him, but you have to treat him and any witness before this committee with respect. Questions like, do you love Lisa Page? And who did you vote for in the last election? Questions that presidents posed in his interview are not relevant to any aspect of our official business. I would say the same of the majority's treatment of Deputy Attorney General Rosenstein on June 29th, which was at best uncivil, and of the committee's treatment of Lisa Page, which has been unfair to say the least. Mr. Chairman, I agree with you that Ms. Page must eventually comply with a duly issued subpoena, but it is beneath your office to suggest, as you did this week, that her decision not to appear for deposition means, quote, she has something to hide. It is beneath our committee to call her pathetic, as Mr. DeSantis did. It has nothing to do with the swamp, as Mr. Jordan suggested. Can we not be decent to our witnesses, Mr. Chairman? Must Republicans descend to the President's level, even in his defense? I know that the majority wants a public fight with Mr. Strzok today. I expect that they will ask him questions about the special counsel's investigation that you know the FBI will not permit him to answer, as you did more than 200 times in our last meeting with Mr. Strzok, so that his decision not to answer in instructions by the FBI not to answer can be played out on cable news again and again. And I expect that Mr. Strzok walked into this room knowing that Republicans may soon call for him to be held in contempt for following the long-standing policy of the Department of Justice. FBI agents like Mr. Strzok should not comment on or even acknowledge the existence of an ongoing criminal investigation. A single decision to deviate from that protocol can cause lasting damage to our republic, as anyone who has read the Inspector General's report and his conclusions about Mr. Comey's deviations from that protocol must acknowledge. When we reach that impasse, Mr. Chairman, I hope you will think back to the statements you made about interference with the special counsel earlier this Congress and consider the consequences of our words and actions here today. The majority keeps telling us over and over again that there was bias in the Clinton investigation, bias in the Russian investigation, and that bias must never again affect an investigation at the Department of Justice. The rules that prevent Mr. Strzok from answering some of the questions today are designed to accomplish precisely that, to prevent Congress and the public from injecting bias in counsel, to prevent Congress and the public from injecting bias and politics into the special counsel's investigation or into any other investigation. When the special counsel's job is done, I'd invite all of us to join in examining his findings. Until then, Mr. Chairman, I hope we can treat our guests with common courtesy and leave the special counsel alone to do his job. I yield back.
The Chair thanks the gentleman, and it's now my pleasure to recognize the Chairman of the Oversight and Government Reform Committee, the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Gowdy, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In our justice system, we give law enforcement officers incredible powers. The power to investigate, to search, to seize, to stop, the power to allege and accuse, the power to eavesdrop and intercept private communications, the power to look through bank records, the power to look through phone records, the power to even check what books you checked out of the library. These are awesome powers that must be used responsibly because those powers affect reputations and freedom. These awesome powers are given a correspondingly high expectation that these powers will be used fairly, lawfully, professionally, and in a manner worthy of our respect. About 2 weeks ago, FBI agent Peter Strzok was interviewed for more than 10 hours. We learned that Agent Strzok has a most unusual and largely self-serving definition of bias. Agent Strzok, despite the plain language of his texts and emails, despite the Inspector General's report, and despite common sense, doesn't think he was biased. He thinks calling someone destabilizing for the country isn't bias. He thinks promising to protect the country from someone he hasn't even begun to investigate isn't bias. He thinks promising to stop someone he is supposed to be fairly investigating from ever becoming president isn't bias. He thinks talking about an insurance policy to keep someone from becoming president isn't bias. That's for one of the folks he was investigating. He has a different set of rules for others that he's investigating. Agent Strzok thinks saying someone he is allegedly investigating should be elected president 100 million to 0 before he ever interviews her. He doesn't think that's bias. Agent Strzok thinks pronouncing someone innocent before bothering to interview more than 30 different witnesses isn't bias. He thinks claiming you can smell the Trump supporters isn't bias, but he doesn't say a single solitary word about being able to smell the support of any other candidate. To him, that isn't bias. The moment Special Counsel Bob Mueller found out about Peter Strzok's text and emails, he kicked him off of the investigation. But that was 1.5 years too late. The text and the emails may have been discovered in May of 2017, but the bias existed and was manifest 1.5 years before that, all the way back to late 2015 and early 2016. So it wasn't the discovery of texts that got him fired. It was the bias manifest in those texts that made him unfit to objectively and dispassionately investigate. So if the bias existed in late 2015 and early 2016, and it did, his unfitness to investigate existed then as well. Agent Strzok struggled to define bias for the better part of 10 hours. For the rest of us, bias is the prejudging of a person, a group, or a thing. It usually has a negative connotation, but it is a preconceived position or a prejudgment. It is the making up of your mind ahead of time based on anything other than the facts, and that is exactly what he did. Bias is saying Hillary Clinton should win the presidency 100 million to 0 when she was still under investigation, wasn't even the nominee, hadn't been interviewed, and 30 other witnesses had also not been interviewed. In March of 2016, Agent Strzok had Clinton winning 100 million to 0, even though the investigation was far from being over. That is the prejudging of someone's innocence before all the evidence is in. On the other hand, he said Trump would be destabilizing, called him an idiot, abysmal, bigoted nonsense, called him a disaster, said he should F himself. Strzok promised to stop Trump from becoming president before the investigation even began. He talked longingly of Trump resigning 2 months after he was inaugurated and well before the special counsel investigation even began. Strzok even talked about impeachment the day special counsel was appointed. That is prejudging guilt, it is prejudging punishment, and it is textbook bias. We live in a 50-50 country, and we accept that. But we're a 100% country when it comes to having law enforcement that doesn't prejudge innocence before investigations are over and doesn't prejudge guilt and punishment before an investigation even begins. Agent Strzok had Hillary Clinton winning the White House before he finished investigating her. Agent Strzok had Donald Trump impeached before he even started investigating him. That is bias. Agent Strzok may not see it, but the rest of the country does, and it's not what we want, expect, or deserve from any law enforcement officer, much less the FBI. A fair, bias-free investigation is not a Republican or Democrat issue. It's an American issue, or at least it used to be.
Chair thanks the gentleman and recognizes the ranking member of the Oversight and Government Reform Committee, the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Cummings, for his opening statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. When Chairman Goodlatte and Chairman Gowdy launched their joint investigation into Hillary Clinton's emails, they promised not to interfere with the ongoing criminal investigation being conducted by Special Counsel Mueller. They were crystal clear. Let me read some of their statements. On December the 6th, Chairman Gowdy said, and I quote, "I specifically communicated to Special Counsel Robert Mueller I would not wittingly or unwittingly interfere with an ongoing criminal probe," end of quote. On March 18th, Chairman Gowdy said, and I quote, "I've been really very clear. Leave him alone. Let him do his job," end of quote. Chairman Gowdy went on to offer advice directly to the president. And this is what he said, and I quote, "My advice to the president is the same thing I just told his lawyer. Give Bob Mueller the time, the independence, and the resources to do the job." He went on to say that when you are innocent, if the allegations of collusion with the Russians, and there's no evidence of that, and you are innocent of that, act like it, end of quote. This was the advice that Chairman Gowdy gave to the President of the United States of America. And let me be very clear, I have a tremendous amount of respect for the Chairman of the Oversight Committee. Chairman Goodlatte echoed those comments, declaring that he and Chairman Gowdy had, and I quote, "no intentions of interfering with the substantive investigation of Mr. Mueller," end of quote. But now they are doing the opposite. Behind closed doors, they're asking individuals involved in the Russia investigation hundreds of questions about confidential human sources, FISA applications, and potential witnesses in the special counsel's criminal probe. In public, they're holding emergency hearings, issuing unilateral subpoenas, and threatening contempt and impeachment. They even demanded that the top Justice Department law enforcement officer in charge of this investigation, and I quote, "finish it the hell up," end of quote. So what has changed? What has changed? Why did our chairman promise not to interfere wittingly or unwittingly, but then suddenly launch this aggressive attack against our special counsel? There has been one obvious development. The special counsel has now obtained 5 guilty pleas and indicted 18 others, including some of President Trump's closest advisors. Here are the individuals who are already admitted their guilt. Michael Flynn, President Trump's national security advisor. He pleaded guilty to lying about his secret communications with the Russians, making false statements to the FBI, and impeding the investigation while he worked at the White House last year. Let me underscore, these are not allegations. These are admissions. President Trump's national security advisor admitted that he committed these crimes, and he is now cooperating with the special counsel. Rick Gaetz, President Trump's deputy campaign chairman, he pleaded.
The chair would instruct the individuals who are holding signs up, but that is an inappropriate thing to do during this hearing.
Is there a rule for that, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Chairman, is there,
Are there any rules
point of order,
against what
Mr.
they are
Chairman.
doing? Cite the rule. Cite the rule if there's a rule against what they are doing. Cite the rule.
Names, faces, titles, and the rule, and the word guilty.
The gentleman may proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me underscore, these are not allegations. These are admissions. President Trump's top national security advisor admitted and he committed these crimes, and he is now cooperating with the special counsel. Rick Gaetz, President Trump's deputy campaign chairman, he pleaded guilty to, quote, conspiracy against the United States of America, end of quote, to intentionally engaging in a variety of criminal schemes and to lying to the special counsel and the FBI last year and even this year. He admitted to committing those crimes. He is also cooperating with the special counsel. George Papadopoulos, President Trump's foreign policy advisor. He pleaded guilty to making false statements to the FBI in 2017 about when he first learned that the Russians had dirt on Hillary Clinton. Also now cooperating with the special counsel. Richard Pinedo, digital marketing strategist, pleaded guilty to identity fraud and trafficking in hundreds of stolen bank account numbers over the internet, which were bought by Russians to interfere with the 2016 election. And Alex van der Zwaan, the son-in-law of a Russian oligarch, pleaded guilty to lying to special counsel and the FBI in November about his work with President Trump's campaign chairman, Paul Manafort, for foreign nationals aligned with Russia. Of course, this does not include Mr. Manafort himself, who is scheduled to begin his criminal trial later this summer. He is sitting in solitary confinement after allegedly engaging in witness tampering. This also does not include Michael Cohen, the president's longtime lawyer. At this moment, he may be considering whether to cooperate with special counsel. At the last Judiciary Committee hearing, Chairman Gowdy said that if the special counsel has evidence of a crime, he should submit it to the grand jury. As Chairman Gowdy himself said, if you are innocent, act like it. Today, I urge our chairman to change course and to keep their promises to protect the integrity of the special counsel's ongoing investigation and instead of asking hundreds of questions that undermine it, to work with him. And with that, Chairman, I yield back.
We welcome our witness. And Mr. Strzok, if you would please rise, I'll begin by swearing you in. Do you swear that the testimony that you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Let the record show that the witness answered in the affirmative. Mr. Peter Strzok is a Deputy Assistant Director of the Human Resources Division of the FBI. Mr. Strzok has worked at the FBI for approximately 22 years. Prior to his current assignment, he was a Deputy Assistant Director in the Counterintelligence Division. It was his assignment in that division that brings him before the committees today as we continue our investigation. Your written statement will be entered into the record in its entirety, and we ask that you summarize your testimony in 5 minutes. To help you stay within that time, there's a timing light on your table. When the light switches from green to yellow, you have 1 minute to conclude your testimony. When the light turns red, it signals your 5 minutes have expired. Mr. Strzok, you may begin.
Chairman Goodlatte and Gowdy, Ranking Members Nadler and Cummings, thank you for the opportunity to testify before your committees again, this time in an open hearing. I testify today with significant regret, recognizing that my texts have created confusion and caused pain for people I love. Certain private messages of mine have provided ammunition for misguided attacks against the FBI, an institution that I love deeply and have served proudly for over 20 years. I'm eager to answer your questions, but let me first address those much discussed texts. Like many people, I had and expressed personal political opinions during an extraordinary presidential election. Many contained expressions of concern for the security of our country, opinions that were not always expressed in terms I'm proud of. But having worked in national security for 2 decades and proudly served in the U.S. Army, those opinions were expressed out of deep patriotism and an unyielding belief in our great American democracy. At times, my criticism was blunt, but despite how it's been characterized, it was not limited to one person or to one party. I criticized various countries and politicians, including Secretary Clinton, Senator Sanders, then candidate Trump, and others. But let me be clear, unequivocally and under oath, not once in my 26 years of defending our nation did my personal opinions impact any official action I took. This is true for the Clinton email investigation, for the investigation into Russian interference, and for every other investigation I've worked on. It is not who I am, and it is not something I would ever do, period. I understand that my sworn testimony will not be enough for some people. After all, Americans are skeptical of anything coming out of Washington. But the fact is, after months of investigations, there's simply no evidence of bias in my professional actions. There is, however, one extraordinarily important piece of evidence supporting my integrity, the integrity of the FBI, and our lack of bias. In the summer of 2016, I was one of a handful of people who knew the details of Russian election interference and its possible connections with members of the Trump campaign. This information had the potential to derail and quite possibly defeat Mr. Trump, but the thought of expressing that or exposing that information never crossed my mind. That's what FBI agents do every single day, and that's why I'm so proud of the Bureau. And I'm particularly proud of the work that I and many others did on the Clinton email investigation. Our charge was to investigate it competently, honestly, and independently, and that's exactly what happened. I'm also proud of our work on the Russian interference investigation. This is an investigation into a direct attack by a foreign adversary, and it is no less so simply because it was launched against our democratic process rather than against a military base. This is something that all Americans of all political persuasions should be alarmed by. In the summer of 2016, we had an urgent need to protect the integrity of an American presidential election
from a hostile foreign power determined to weaken and divide the United States of America. This investigation is not politically motivated. It is not a witch hunt. It is not a hoax. I expect that during this hearing, I'll be asked about that ongoing investigation. Where the FBI has directed me not to answer, I will abide by the FBI's instructions. But let me be clear. This is not because I don't want to answer your questions. If I were permitted to answer, I would. And the answers would doubtless be disappointing to the questioners and undermine the conspiracy narrative being told about the Russia investigation. I understand we're living in a political era in which insults and insinuation often drown out honesty and integrity. But the honest truth is that Russian interference in our elections constitutes a grave attack on our democracy. Most disturbingly, it has been wildly successful, sowing discord in our nation and shaking faith in our institutions. I have the utmost respect for Congress's oversight role, but I strongly believe today's hearing is just another victory notch in Putin's belt and another milestone in our enemy's campaign to tear America apart. As someone who loves this country and cherishes its ideals, it is profoundly painful to watch and even worse to play a part in. Mr. Chairman, I welcome your questions.
We will now proceed under the 5-minute rule with questions. I'll begin by recognizing the Chairman of the Oversight and Government Reform Committee, Mr. Gowdy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Agent Strzok, the FBI investigation into potential Russia collusion with the Trump campaign began on July 31st, 2016. You drafted the originating document. You approved the originating document. You were the point of contact on the originating document, and the FBI has represented to Congress that nothing from an investigative standpoint with respect to Russian collusion and the Trump campaign began before July 31st, 2016. But 10 days before the investigation even began, 10 days before you drafted the originating document, approved the originating document, was the point of contact on the originating document, 10 days before the investigation began, which the department you work for says nothing was done before July 31st. You said Trump is a disaster. I have no idea how destabilizing his presidency would be. And because you struggled a couple of weeks ago with a word that I thought had a commonly accepted definition, I'm going to go ahead and give you the definition of destabilizing. The first one kind of is obvious. It's to make unstable. The second one caught my attention, the second dictionary definition. To cause something such as a government to be incapable of functioning or surviving. That's a pretty significant allegation to make 10 days before you even began to investigate someone. So that was before July 31st. I want to ask you in that first week, we'll go ahead and up it to 8 days, between July 31st and August 8th, how many interviews did you conduct related to the alleged collusion between Russia and the Trump campaign?
So, Congressman, as you know, counsel for the FBI, based on the special counsel's equities, has instructed me not to answer questions about the ongoing investigation.
I'm asking for a
into
number.
Russian attempts to interfere.
Agent Strzok, I'm asking for a number. I haven't gotten to the names. How many people had you interviewed between the beginning of it on July 31st and August the 8th? It's an 8-day time period. We're a week into an investigation. How many people had you interviewed?
Congressman, I understand your question. I appreciate it, and I would very much like to answer. But as I've stated, as you know, that counsel of the FBI, based on the special counsel's equities, have directed me not to answer any questions about the ongoing investigation into Russian attempts to interfere.
The gentleman will suspend and the clock will suspend. Mr. Strzok, you are under subpoena and are required to answer the question. Are you objecting to the question? If so, please state your objection.
Mr. Chairman, I object.
The gentleman does not have standing to object. There is no
point of order.
No point of order here. The
Point of order, it should be heard.
gentleman will state his point of order.
My point of order is that intentionally or otherwise, this demand puts Mr. Strzok in an impossible position. He is still an employee of the FBI, and FBI counsel has instructed him not to answer the question. If we have a problem with this policy, we should take it up with the FBI, not badger Mr. Strzok.
The gentleman's point of order is not well taken.
It's right on point.
No, it's not. Mr. Strzok, are you objecting to the question? And if so, please state your objection.
Mr. Chairman, two things. One, I do not believe I am here under subpoena. I believe I am here voluntarily. Second, I will not, based on direction of the FBI to me, based on that, I will not answer that question because it goes to matters which are related to the ongoing investigations being undertaken by the Special Counsel's
Mr. Strzok,
Office.
you have not stated a valid legal basis for not responding to a question directed to you by a member of the United States House of Representatives, and you are overruled.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Let me continue. Your testimony is essential to this hearing and to our oversight and information gathering functions with regard to the actions taken and decisions made by the Department of Justice and the Federal Bureau of Investigation in 2016 and 2017. I am specifically directing you to answer the question in response to our subpoena, notwithstanding your objection.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Strzok, please be advised that you can either comply with the committee's directive to answer the question or refuse to do so, the latter of which will place you at risk of a contempt citation and potential criminal liability.
Point of
Do
order.
you understand that?
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
The question is directed to the witness.
And I have a point of order before he answers the question.
The point of order is not well taken until...
You don't know what the point of order is. You can't say it's not well taken.
The point of order, the witness will answer the question.
Mr. Chairman, I raise my point of order, and I insist on it.
What is the point of order?
The United States Attorney's Manual instructs department personnel not to respond to questions about the existence of an ongoing investigation or comment on its nature or progress. In a letter to Congressman John Linder in 2000, referred to as the Linder letter, the department made this policy explicitly applicable to requests from Congress. Quote, although Congress has a clearly legitimate interest in determining how the department enforces statutes, congressional inquiries during the pendency of a matter pose an inherent threat to the integrity of the department's law enforcement and litigation functions, unquote. Therefore, the question being directed at the witness is out of order. The witness's declination to answer it as against the instructions of the FBI pursuant to FBI policy, which is necessary so as not to allow us to subvert an ongoing criminal investigation, he is right. And he should not answer the question.
The gentleman has not stated a valid
I
point
will
of order.
appeal the ruling of the chair in that case.
Nonetheless, the United States Supreme Court has recognized that it is unquestionably the duty of all citizens to cooperate with the Congress in its efforts to obtain the facts needed for intelligent legislative action. It is their unremitting obligation to respect the dignity of the Congress and its committees and to testify fully with respect to matters within the province of proper investigation.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, you know, or we all know, that if we were to ask a question of a witness about a military secret, if we were to ask him, how does the H-bomb work? He could not answer that question. This is the same thing.
That is a classification issue, not an issue of whether or not this is a valid question for which...
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
There,
he has ruled that it's not a point of order.
that is not a ruling. Mr. Strzok?
Mr. Chairman, I insist on my point of order, and I insist on
Mr. Strzok.
appealing the ruling of the chair.
Mr. Strzok, knowing the advice that
Point
I
of order,
have given
Mr.
you-
Chairman. Point of order. I believe there's a point of order that's been raised, and you've ruled we have a right now to answer Mr. Nadler's.
It is not a
appeal.
valid point of order. The
And I
chair
appeal
has
can't
the
just
ruling
already...
of the
repress
chair
it,
on
Mr.
that
Chairman,
question,
'cause you
on
don't-
that question, on that ruling.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Strzok,
Mr. Chairman, I appeal the ruling of the chair that you have just made on that, on whether the...
you have not stated a valid point of
And
order.
that is your ruling, and I appeal it.
That is not an appealable...
Point of order.
I
Yes, it
appeal
is,
the
Mr.
decision
Chairman.
that that's not
Appealing the ruling
appealable.
of the chair is exactly what he's requesting. He's appealing it. That requires a vote to either sustain it or overrule it.
The gentleman from New York has not cited a rule of the House that is being violated. Therefore, it is not a point of order.
That's your
appeal
ruling.
that
He's
ruling of
appealed
the
it.
chair.
Mr. Chairman, is it not appropriate to also interject the attorney-client privilege, which cannot be overridden, and is a rule of the House to the
the
extent that
gentlewoman
witnesses
will
have the right
suspend-
to an attorney-client privilege in this House?
Mr.
And that is what this witness is asserting,
Mr.
attorney-client
Strzok,
privilege, and
Mr.
he has been
Strzok,
advised not
Miss-
to answer the
gentlewoman
question.
will suspend. The gentleman has not raised the attorney-client privilege. He has said that he's been instructed by the FBI not to answer the question. Now,
By lawyers.
he knows the advice I have just given him. If he would like, I'll restate it. But knowing this, will you answer the committee's question as directed, or do you refuse to answer the committee's question?
I
Point of
insist on
parliamentary
appealing
inquiry,
the ruling of
Mr.
the
Chairman.
chair that
Point
my
of parliamentary
order was
inquiry.
not in order.
Point of parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman from South Carolina has the time. A parliamentary inquiry is not in order during the gentleman's time. The chair is instructing the witness to answer the question, and the question to you is,
Mr. Chairman.
will you answer the committee's question as directed, or do you refuse to answer the committee's question?
Mr. Chairman, I move to adjourn.
Second.
You're not recognized for that purpose.
Mr. Chairman, I think you have no choice but to recognize such a motion.
I do not have to.
It's Mr. Gowdy's time. It's not.
Are you just going to make up rules as we go along? Is that,
The motion is not in order during the time controlled by the gentleman from South Carolina.
I appeal that ruling of the chair.
Mr. Strzok, will you
Chairman, I
answer?
appeal your ruling of the chair that my motion to adjourn is not in order.
The gentleman is not in order.
That may be, but I appeal your ruling.
The gentleman is not recognized.
Just take back over your time and just fire away.
Knowing this, will you answer the committee's question as directed, or do you refuse to answer the committee's question?
Mr. Chairman, as you know, counsel for the FBI has directed me not to answer questions about the ongoing investigation. As you also know, counsel for the FBI is sitting here behind me. May I consult with them?
You may consult with your own counsel.
But I may not consult with the FBI's counsel?
Only with your own counsel.
Mr. Chairman, there's no basis for that. He can consult with the FBI counsel. He's an FBI employee.
The gentleman is not recognized.
And the chairman is not being proper.
The chairman is being proper.
the witness can't be directed not to confer with his attorney.
The FBI is not his attorney. His attorney is seated behind him. If he wishes
He's an
to consult with
employee
his
of the
attorney,
FBI,
as he's
Mr.
already done, he may do so.
And his attorney may consult with the FBI attorney?
Isn't the privilege that of the FBI, and shouldn't the FBI counsel be solicited on that point?
You just take back over right now. Just let Trey have it. Let's just get this out. Let's just get this out, and then we'll go back to Mr. Gowdy.
Mr. Chairman, my counsel has reiterated that counsel for the FBI has directed that I may not answer that question.
Mr. Strzok, in a moment we will continue with the hearing, but based on your refusal to answer the question, at the conclusion of the day we will be recessing the hearing, and you will be subject to recall to allow the committee to consider proceeding with a contempt citation.
A point of order, Mr. Chairman. Will the committee also consider contempt for Mr. Bannon, who refused to answer Mr. Gowdy's questions when he was actually under subpoena?
That is not a proper point of order in this hearing.
Parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Gowdy, do you remember
Parliamentary inquiry.
The
you remember
time
that?
is controlled by the gentleman from
Parliamentary inquiry.
A parliamentary inquiry is
Mr.
not
Bannon
in
wouldn't
order
answer your
when the
questions
gentleman
under subpoena,
from
Mr.
South
Gowdy.
Carolina controls the time.
Agent Strzok, just so the record's clear, because it's been a little while, I didn't ask you the content of those interviews. I didn't ask you the names of who you interviewed. I asked you whether or not you interviewed anyone from July the 31st until August the 8th. And I find it interesting that the FBI will tell us no interviews were conducted before July 31st. That apparently doesn't impact an ongoing probe. But between July 31st and August 8th, it does. Here's the good news. I already know the answer to it. I went and looked at the file. The first interview that I can find is on August the 11th of 2016, which is 11 days after it began, which makes me wonder, on August the 6th, so you hadn't interviewed anyone, you're investigating this alleged Russian collusion with the Trump campaign. You're the lead investigator. You originated the investigation. You're the point of contact. You drafted the document. And here you are before you've interviewed a single solitary witness saying F Trump. Then that same day, your colleague, Lisa Page, wrote, maybe you're meant to protect the country from that menace. And you responded, I can protect the country at many levels. We're not even a week into an investigation that you originated, approved, were the contact for. You hadn't interviewed a single solitary soul until August 11th, and you're already promising to protect the country from that menace, Donald Trump. And then on August the 8th, you still hadn't interviewed anyone. You're 8 days into your Russian collusion with the Trump campaign investigation, and you got another text from your colleague, Lisa Page. Trump's not ever going to become president, right? Right? And you replied, no. No, he's not. We'll stop it. By the time you promised to stop him from becoming president on August the 8th, how many interviews had you conducted?
Mr. Gowdy, so two answers to that. One, with regard to how many interviews had or had not been conducted, I've been directed by counsel for the FBI not to answer that question. Second, sir, I think it's important to take those texts in the context of how they were written and what they meant.
And someone may ask you that question, Agent Strzok, but I didn't. I asked you how many people you interviewed before you wrote it. If you want to get into context, let one of my other colleagues do that with you. Here's what I want to know. Who's the he and he's not?
He is then candidate Trump.
So when you said, no, Donald Trump's not, in connection with the question, going to become president, what's the it?
Chairman
We'll
Gowdy.
Stop it.
Chairman Gowdy, that text needs to be taken in the context of
I'm asking, look, if you want to have a debate over a two-letter word, we're going to have to do that some other time. What and who did you mean by it?
Mr. Gowdy, as I've stated, that text was written late at night in shorthand.
I don't care when it was written. I don't care whether it was longhand, cursive. I don't care about any of that. I want to know what it meant, Agent Strzok.
It would be his candidacy for the presidency,
wasn't that tough?
and my sense that the American
it's not that tough.
population would not vote him into office.
Right. Well, we hadn't gotten to the will yet.
Well, I'm trying to cut to the chase and explain the text.
The will is the American people. Is that right? That's your testimony. The will stop it. You were speaking on behalf of the American people. Is that correct?
Mr. Gowdy, what my testimony is and what I said during extensive asking of this question during my prior interview is I don't recall writing that text.
Are you denying writing the text?
What I can tell you is that text in no way suggested that I or the FBI would take any action to influence the candidacy of
Agent
candidate
Strzok,
Trump.
that is a fantastic answer to a question nobody asked.
Yeah, Mr. Gowdy, you asked what I meant.
My question to you is
Chairman,
the
the witness
will.
going to be permitted to answer the
you
question
said,
being posed?
After the conclusion of Mr. Gowdy's questions, if there is a question that he has not had the opportunity to answer, he will be given additional time to do that. The witness will.
We look forward to that.
Mr. Gowdy's now, and he will not be interrupted by others.
So your testimony.
His time has
a couple of
expired,
weeks
Mr.
ago,
Chairman.
Your
By
testimony
2.5
a couple of
minutes.
weeks. It's going to be tough for me to get through it if I keep getting interrupted. Your testimony a couple of weeks ago was the we meant the American people, which I found confusing because on November the 7th, which is the day before the election, you said this. You were concerned that those same American people that you were speaking on behalf of might actually elect Donald Trump president. So you said, OMG, this is effing terrifying. I think we know what effing means. I'm pretty sure we have OMG down too. What was terrifying about those same American people you trusted to stop him in August, not stopping him in November? What was so terrifying about that, Agent Strzok?
Mr. Gowdy, I do not have a copy of the transcript. We have not been provided that transcript.
It's
at
your
all to
text. It's
debate.
not the transcript, it's your text.
Mr. Gowdy, what I would say in that is, one, I was not referring to the American electorate at all. The American electorate, I respect in their decisions, and their right to vote is absolutely a cornerstone of our democracy. So at no time did I insult or call into question the judgment or the power of the American electorate. What I was expressing in that text is my personal belief and my personal sense of how I saw and what I believed in the potential upcoming administration.
And see, that's what I find so confounding, because in August you blamed the we on the American people, that the American people would stop it, because you don't want it to be you and Lisa
Mr.
Page,
Chairman,
and you don't want it to be the FBI.
Are we not given 5 minutes to answer questions? We have indulged this harassment 9 minutes.
The
This
chair,
is the Judiciary and the Oversight Committee. I thought we
the
operated
gentlewoman,
under
the
rule of
gentlewoman will
law.
suspend. The chair, in agreement with the ranking members of both committees, agreed that there would be liberality in the questioning by the chairman and the ranking members of each committee. The gentleman will continue.
What I find
Then,
confounding,
Mr. Chairman,
Agent
we
Strzok,
expect that liberality on every one of our questionings.
what I find confounding, Agent Strzok, is you were counting on the American people. That was the we you referenced in August when you said, we'll stop it. But the American people didn't stop it. He actually won. So then we go to March of 2017, and you're already talking longingly about him resigning. And then we go to the day that Special Counsel Mueller, well, before we go to that, that's March of 2017. March of 2016, you wrote, God, Hillary should win 100 million to 0. And I'm assuming Hillary would be former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton?
That's correct.
All right. In March of 2016, weren't you investigating her for potential mishandling of classified information?
We were.
Had you interviewed her yet?
No.
Had you interviewed more than 30 other witnesses that wound up being interviewed?
I would have to check the case file, but I'll take your representation. That's
Well, if she had said something incriminating in your interview that took place months later of her, would she have won 100 million to 0 then?
likely not, no.
Well, then why wouldn't you wait until the investigation was over before you have her the nominee and winning a general election against an opponent that hadn't even been named yet? 100 million to 0, Agent Strzok? That's how bad she should win?
Mr. Gowdy, those personal expressions of my observing the political process of the presidential primaries had no bearing on my actions of any investigation, to include the investigation of Secretary Clinton.
You couldn't think of
or anybody else. Sir,
You couldn't
if I
think
may,
of a single person that would not vote for Hillary Clinton for president? 100 million to 0,
Sir,
Agent
that was-
Strzok?
Sir, that was clearly hyperbole, which I...
Well, let's
the
say it
text-
was hyperbole. Let's divide it by 10. How about we say it was hyperbolic and divide it by 10? 100 million divided by 10, I'm pretty sure is 10 million. 0 divided by 10 is still 0. You couldn't think of a single solitary person that was going to vote for her for president before you interviewed her and while you were supposed to be investigating her.
Congressman, clearly that's not the truth. Clearly, I could envision millions of Americans who are likely and did vote for then candidate.
Well, you wrote it.
My point, sir.
Did you
my
write
point-
it? Did you write that
I
text?
did write that, sir.
Okay.
in a
Were you under
expression of
duress?
Political expression engaging in hyperbole.
Were you under duress?
Asked and answered over and over again.
The gentlewoman will suspend. The gentleman from South Carolina controls the time.
All right, we're going to go into one other time period. May 17th, 2017, Bob Mueller is appointed. Your friend Jim Comey's been fired. He's already leaked the memos to his law professor friend, and Mueller is special counsel. Do you remember how long it took for you to start talking about impeachment after Bob Mueller was appointed?
I don't, sir.
1 day. 1 day. And you were talking about impeachment. And for anyone who may have missed it the day after his appointment, Agent Strzok, you did it again 5 days later. Now, how many interviews had you done as part of the special counsel team within the first 5 days of his appointment?
Sir, again, same answer as before. I can't get into details.
Right, and the answer is also the same. It's 0. No interviews had been done.
I don't know if that's true or not.
No interviews had been done by August the 8th, when you're talking about stopping him and how terrifying it would be for him to win and how you can protect the country. And no interviews had been done before you're talking about impeachment of the president. But no
Mr.
wonder
Chairman.
Bob Mueller kicked you off of the investigation, Agent Strzok. My question is, if you were kicked off when he read the text, shouldn't you have been kicked off when you wrote them?
Not at all.
Well, it wasn't the discovery of your text, Mr. Strzok. It was the existence of your bias that got you kicked off.
No, Mr. Gowdy, it wasn't. I do not have bias. My personal opinions in no way.
Well, then
have
why did
ever
you get kicked
impacted
off?
Chairman.
Why'd you get kicked off?
Mr. Gowdy, my understanding of why I was kicked off was that based on understanding of those texts and the perception that they might create is
Well,
something
hang
that
on a
Special
second,
Counsel
Agent
Mueller,
Strzok.
who
Hang
is a
on
man
a
of
second.
extraordinary
Perception.
integrity.
You're saying it was the perception. There are 13 Democrats on the special counsel probe, including one who went to what he hoped was a victory party. That's a perception problem, too. They weren't kicked off. You were. Why were you kicked off?
Mr. Gowdy, I cannot speak to Special Counsel Mueller's
How long
staffing
did you talk to
decisions
him?
or
Please
the
let him
reasons why he did or didn't.
How long did you talk to him when he let you go?
Witness answer the question.
Witness will be afforded the opportunity to answer the question if there is a question he wants to answer after Mr. Gowdy's time.
My recollection, it was a short meeting, somewhere between 15 to 30 minutes, probably around 15 minutes.
And your testimony is Bob Mueller did not kick you off because of the content of your text. He kicked you off because of some appearance that he was worried about.
Sure. My testimony, what you asked and what I responded to, was that he kicked me off because of my bias. I'm stating to you it is not my understanding that he kicked me off because of any bias, that it was done based on the appearance. If you want to represent what you said accurately, I'm happy to answer that question, but I don't appreciate what was originally said being changed.
I don't give a damn what you appreciate, Agent Strzok. I don't appreciate having an FBI agent with an unprecedented level of animus working on 2 major investigations during 2016.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Cummings.
Oh, point of order,
Mr.
maybe the
Chairman,
witness
can I
be permitted to
respond to
answer
some of
the
the
questions
comments
that you promised him he would have an opportunity to answer?
Does
We
the
endured
does the
15
gentleman-
minutes of badgering of the witness. Can he be allowed now to answer as you promised, Mr.
The
Chairman?
gentleman will suspend. The witness at any time can ask for additional time to respond to any member's question if the time has been
You
ended.
said you were going to give him that opportunity at the end.
I am giving him that opportunity.
Mr. Chairman, may I respond to?
Yes, you may.
Mr. Gowdy. Sir, I think it's important when you look at those texts that you understand the context in which they were made and the things that were going on across America. In terms of the text that we will stop it, you need to understand that that was written late at night, off the cuff, and it was in response to a series of events that included then candidate Trump insulting the immigrant family of a fallen war hero. And my presumption, based on that horrible, disgusting behavior, that the American population would not elect somebody demonstrating that behavior to be President of the United States. It was in no way, unequivocally, any suggestion that me, the FBI, would take any action whatsoever to improperly impact the electoral process for any candidate. So I take great offense and I take great disagreement to your assertion of what that was or wasn't. As to the 100 million to 1, that was clearly a statement made in jest and using hyperbole. I, of course, recognize that millions of Americans were likely to vote for candidate Trump. I acknowledge that is absolutely their right. That is what makes our democracy such a vibrant process that it is. But to suggest somehow that we can parse down the words of shorthand textual conversations like there's some contract for a car is simply not consistent with my or most people's use of text messaging. I can assure you, Mr. Chairman, at no time in any of these texts did those personal beliefs ever enter into the realm of any action I took. Furthermore, this isn't just me sitting here telling you, you don't have to take my word for it. At every step, at every investigative decision, there are multiple layers of people above me, the assistant director, executive assistant director, deputy director, and director of the FBI, and multiple layers of people below me, section chiefs, supervisors, unit chiefs, case agents, and analysts, all of whom were involved in all of these decisions. They would not tolerate any improper behavior in me any more than I would tolerate it in them. That is who we are as the FBI. And the suggestion that I, in some dark chamber somewhere in the FBI, would somehow cast aside all of these procedures, all of these safeguards, and somehow be able to do this is astounding to me. It simply couldn't happen. And the proposition that that is going on, that it might occur anywhere in the FBI, deeply corrodes what the FBI is in American society, the effectiveness of their mission, and it is deeply destructive.
Mr. Chairman, I have a motion. I have a Rule 11 motion, Mr. Chairman. Clause 2. I move to subpoena Steve Bannon. Mr. Bannon was a witness in the House Intelligence Committee investigation. He was under subpoena. He refused to answer questions by Mr. Gowdy.
The gentleman is not recognized. The chair recognizes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Maryland, Mr.
Chairman,
Cummings,
a motion
for his
is always
question.
in order. A motion is always in order, Mr. Chairman. It's Rule 11, Clause 2.
I will yield to Mr. Swalwell for 1 minute.
Mr. Chairman, I move to subpoena Steve Bannon. In our House Intelligence investigation, he was under subpoena. He refused a number of times to answer questions of Mr. Gowdy. Mr. Gowdy appears to have a sincere interest in getting to the bottom of what happened, and so I move under Rule 11 to bring Mr. Bannon to this committee. Also, Mr. Chairman is in receipt of Devin Nunes's letter to our committee recommending that the Judiciary Committee continue on the House Intelligence Committee's investigation into Russia and recommended witnesses. So I move now for consideration for Mr. Bannon to be subpoenaed. And if he refuses, for contempt proceedings to occur.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman,
Chair recognizes
I
the gentleman
object
from-
to consideration of the motion that is being made.
And I yield back to Mr. Cummings. But the motion has to be heard immediately, Mr. Chairman, under
Mr. Chairman,
Rule 11, Clause 2.
object.
Gentlemen will suspend. The motion is not germane, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Cummings,
I move to
is
table the
recognized.
ruling of the chair. I move to overrule the ruling of the chair.
Mr. Chairman, I move to table the motion.
Motion been made to table the appeal of the ruling of the chair. All those in favor of tabling the appeal, respond by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
In the chair, the ayes have
Mr.
it.
Chairman, I ask for a recorded
Chairman,
vote.
point of
I ask for a
parliamentary inquiry,
recorded
Mr. Chairman.
vote.
Mr. Chairman, point of parliamentary inquiry. Gentleman will state his point of parliamentary inquiry.
On the vote to table, or for that matter, on the vote to appeal the ruling of the chair, do we take separate votes of the two committees, or one vote of everything?
My understanding was that both you and Mr. Cummings were satisfied with one roll call vote. But we'll go through each committee in order, and then we'll take the cumulative vote after the conclusion of both committees.
I just wanted to clarify that point.
Mr. Chairman, I had asked for a recorded vote.
The recorded vote has been requested, and the clerk will call the roll. The question is on the motion to table the appeal of the ruling of the chair. The clerk for the Judiciary Committee will commence.
Mr. Goodlatte?
Aye.
Mr. Goodlatte votes aye. Mr. Sensenbrenner? Mr. Sensenbrenner votes aye. Mr. Smith? Mr. Smith votes aye. Mr. Shabbat? Mr. Shabbat votes aye. Mr. Issa? Mr. King?
Aye.
Mr. King votes aye. Mr. Gohmert? Mr. Gohmert votes aye. Mr. Jordan? Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Poe? Mr. Poe votes yes. Mr. Marino? Mr. Marino votes yes. Mr. Gowdy?
Pass.
Mr. Labrador? Mr. Collins? Mr. Labrador votes aye. Mr. Collins? Mr. Collins votes aye. Mr. DeSantis? Mr. DeSantis votes aye. Mr. Buck? Mr. Ratcliffe? Mr. Ratcliffe votes yes. Ms. Roby? Mr. Gaetz? Mr. Gaetz votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes aye. Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford votes aye. Ms. Handel? Ms. Handel votes yes. Mr. Rothfuss? Mr. Nadler? Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Lofgren votes no. Ms. Jackson Lee?
No.
Ms. Jackson Lee votes no. Mr. Cohen?
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Johnson of Georgia? No. Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Deutsch? Mr. Deutsch votes no. Mr. Gutierrez? Mr. Gutierrez votes no. Ms. Bass? Mr. Richmond? Mr. Richmond votes no. Mr. Jeffries? Mr. Cicilline?
No.
Mr. Cicilline votes no. Mr. Swalwell?
No.
Mr. Swalwell votes no. Mr. Liu?
No.
Mr. Liu votes no. Mr. Raskin? No. Mr. Raskin votes no. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes no. Mr. Schneider? No. Mr. Schneider votes no. Ms. Demings? Ms. Demings votes no.
The clerk of the Oversight and Government Reform Committee will call the roll.
Mr. Gowdy.
Pass.
Mr. Gowdy passes. Mr. Duncan.
Aye.
Mr. Duncan votes aye. Mr. Issa.
I am aye for both committees.
Mr. Issa votes aye. Mr. Jordan.
Yes.
Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Sanford.
Aye.
Mr. Sanford votes aye. Mr. Amash. Mr. Gosar.
Aye.
Mr. Gosar votes aye. Mr. Desjardins. Mr. Desjardins votes aye. Ms. Fox. Mr. Massey. Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Meadows. Mr. Meadows votes aye. Mr. DeSantis. Mr. DeSantis votes aye. Mr. Ross. Mr. Ross votes aye. Mr. Walker. Mr. Walker votes aye. Mr. Blum. Mr. Blum votes aye. Mr. Heiss. Mr. Heiss votes aye. Mr. Russell. Mr. Russell votes aye. Mr. Grothman. Mr. Grothman votes aye. Mr. Hurd. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Comer.
Yes.
Mr. Comer votes yes. Mr. Mitchell. Mr. Gianforte.
Yes.
Mr. Gianforte votes yes. Mr. Cummings. Mr. Cummings. We can't hear you. Mr. Cummings votes no. Ms. Maloney.
No.
Ms. Maloney votes no. Ms. Norton.
No.
Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Clay. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Cooper votes no. Mr. Connolly.
Nay.
Mr. Connolly votes nay. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes nay. Ms. Lawrence. Ms. Lawrence votes nay. Ms. Watson-Coleman. Ms. Watson-Coleman votes no. Mr. Krishnamurthy.
No.
Mr. Krishnamurthy votes no. Mr. Raskin. Mr. Raskin votes no. Mr. Gomez. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch votes no. Mr. Cartwright.
No.
Mr. Cartwright votes no. Mr. Desaulniers. Mr. Desaulniers votes no. Ms. Plaskett. Ms. Plaskett votes no. Mr. Sarbanes. Mr. Sarbanes votes no.
Mr. Chair, how is Mr. Gowdy recorded?
Mr. Gowdy passed.
The clerk will call the
Pass is
roll.
not a
of the-
vote.
The clerk of the Judiciary Committee will call the roll of members who have not yet been recorded.
Mr. Issa? Mr. Issa votes yes. Mr. Gowdy? Mr. Buck? Mr. Buck votes aye. Ms. Roby? Mr. Rothfuss? Mr. Rothfuss votes aye. Ms. Bass? Mr. Jeffries?
I've been asked by the minority and the majority council to advise members that their votes will only be counted once if they're on both committees. And the clerk of the Oversight and Government
Mr. Chairman, point of order. On what basis would that rule be, since each committee is voting separately on that?
Procedurally, we have agreed to one unified vote. The clerk of the Oversight and Government Reform Committee will call the roll of those members who have not voted.
Mr. Gowdy. Mr. Amash. Ms. Fox. Mr. Hurd. Mr. Mitchell. Mr. Clay. Mr. Gomez.
The gentleman from Missouri. Gentleman from Missouri votes no.
Mr. Clay votes no.
The clerk will report.
I mean, Trey's not voting, so that tells you.
The clerk will suspend. The gentleman from Texas is recognized. Mr. Hurd of Texas votes aye.
Mr. Hurd votes aye.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina.
Mrs. Fox votes yes.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, 38 members voted aye, 31 members voted no.
And the motion to table the appeal of the ruling of the chair is upheld. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Cummings, for his questions.
Mr. Strzok, first of all, let me say this, that to the members of the FBI who may be watching this, I want them to be clear that we have the utmost respect for the organization. And I thank them for doing what they do every day and protecting our rights and protecting our people and protecting our way of life. And as I listen to you in answering Chairman Gowdy's questions, particularly at the end, you gave a very impassioned statement, but can you understand why there are members that question whether the thoughts that you may have, that you put in an email or text, might interfere with the investigation? I mean, can you understand at least the questioning of that?
Yes, sir, I do.
And I want to, and I know you're familiar with oaths because I'm sure you've taken them 50 million times, but I remind you that you're under oath, and I'm just going to ask you this. How do you square that? In other words, I understand the piece about there's so many layers that the FBI wouldn't even allow to happen, even if you wanted them to. But how do you take that, compartmentalize, I guess that's the best word I can think of, and then when you walk into that room, be neutral or independent or live up to your oath? Do you understand my question?
I do, sir.
All right, can you answer that? Because I think that would be very helpful to me. And hopefully your answering that question will be helpful to my colleagues. In fairness to all of us. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And I certainly do, sir, appreciate and understand that question and that concern, and why people would lick those texts and want to know why and how they should believe that those personal beliefs played any role in my official acts. What I can tell you, sir, is that first, I, like every FBI agent, like every person in this room, like everybody watching has a political opinion. And each and every one of those people in the FBI, whatever their political beliefs, walks in the door and they leave those behind. The FBI has a culture. It is in our culture, it is in our training, it is in our policy, and everything we do is dedicated to the pursuit of the facts where they lay and applying the law to those facts. There is no room for personal belief. It is something that is anathema to us. It is simply something culturally that doesn't occur, and were it to occur, it would be noted and stopped. And in addition to that culture, we have policies, we have procedures, we have laws, we have guidelines that are designed to provide outside checks and balances, to provide for outside review, to provide for any number of ways that the individual actions of any agent, any analyst, any support personnel are not acting in any way other than official policies and procedures. So when I tell you, again, as I did, personally what I believe and what I did, I understand why people may or may not have doubts or believe that, but then I would turn to you and say, look at the entirety of the rest of the organization, of the men and women who make it up, of all the things that are in place to ensure that our job in the FBI is to competently and independently pursue the facts wherever they are, and I cannot stress to you enough that is exactly what is done day in, day out, and that is exactly what has guided my behavior for over 26 years.
All right, thank you very much. Let me ask you this. In previous testimony to Congress, President Trump's FBI Director, Christopher Wray, explained the critical importance of protecting confidential human sources. And this is what he said, Agent Strzok, and I quote, "The day we can't protect human sources is the day the American people start becoming less safe," end of quote. Do you agree with that?
I do.
The problem is we now have the transcript of your 11-hour closed-door interview with our committees, and it shows that Republican members asked you repeatedly about confidential human sources involved in the Russia investigation. Is that correct?
My recollection is yes, sir.
Do you remember how many questions they asked you about that?
I do not, sir.
Let me read one of their questions from the transcript. One Republican member asked you this question, and I quote, "In the month of July, was there any information from confidential human sources given to you as it relates to the Russia investigation?" End of quote. Do you recall being asked that question?
I do.
That question was specifically about information from confidential human sources in the Russia investigation. Obviously, you could not answer the question, and that is because the Department of Justice has a long-standing policy against revealing information from confidential human sources during an ongoing criminal investigation. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Will the gentleman yield?
I will yield if at the end I want to finish. And that is what Director Wray was talking about when he testified that revealing those sources or their information will make America less safe. Is that right?
I don't know why Director Wray said that, but I agree with his statement.
In your experience, how dangerous could it be to reveal the identity of a confidential human source?
Extraordinarily dangerous.
Will the gentleman yield to his friend?
Of course.
I thank the gentleman. I want to be clear, since the gentleman from Maryland, who is my friend, is going along a line of argument that would suggest a question asked by me. I want to make it perfectly clear. I ask if you talked with confidential human sources. I never asked for a name, nor would I ever ask for a name of a confidential human source. I appreciate it. I'll yield back.
I don't think I said that. But anyway, thank you, gentlemen. Disclosing the identity of a confidential human source could create a risk to that person or our national security. Is that correct?
Yes.
What effect could revealing a confidential human source have on the FBI's ability to recruit or retain human sources in the future?
I think it could and is having an extraordinary impact in that people who come to the FBI with information are putting themselves at risk, anywhere from risk of their job, risk of their life, and they trust and put their literally and sometimes lives in the hands of the FBI. So when they observe if their identity is putting at risk, clearly that's a personal risk to that individual source. But every other potential source out there, every other person in Washington, D.C., or Beijing, or Moscow, wondering about approaching the FBI to give them information, is going to look to how well or how poorly the FBI protects their information and protects their identity as they weigh whether or not to take that extraordinary risk to work with the FBI and to work with the United States of America.
Mr. Strzok, the Inspector General's report criticized your political text messages and raised concern that your political views may have impacted your decision in the summer and fall of 2016 to prioritize the Trump-Russia investigation over the reopening of the Clinton email investigation. I understand from your transcribed interview with the committee that you dispute that finding.
I do.
You told us during your interview that you immediately assigned agents to follow up on the Wiener laptop. And we know that you were a key player in the FBI's actions, such as sending a letter about the reopening of the Clinton investigation shortly before the election that clearly hurt Secretary Clinton's candidacy and benefited candidate Trump. But more importantly, you described during your interview that you believed Russia's attempts to interfere with our election pose a grave threat to our national security. You stated, and I quote, "I could not think of a more grave allegation of the counterintelligence division, or let alone the nation, than that a hostile foreign power was seeking to clandestinely influence our presidential election." You remember saying that?
I do.
Why is the interference by a hostile foreign power in our presidential election such a monumental threat to our nation?
Well, I think when you look at the threat that represents, when you look at the threats facing the United States and what it means to protect the United States, the prospect of voting is the key core of who we are as a democracy. And there is no more important vote that we exercise as a people than the vote for the President of the United States. So when I look at the span of threats that I was responsible for, that the Counterintelligence Division was responsible for, and the FBI, the prospect of a hostile foreign power interfering and influencing the election for the President of the United States of America, I can think of few more severe or consequential threats facing our nation than that one.
And just two more questions. What could be the potential impact of a hostile foreign power successfully interfering with our presidential election?
Well, I think it's multifold. I think there is certainly, from a broad perspective, it draws into question the effectiveness and the credibility of our electoral system. It places into question the motivations and the actions of those people either who were elected or who were brought in as staff to staff that campaign and eventually administration. I think it draws into question whether or not the actions of the elected party and group of governing folks are acting ultimately in the interest of the United States, or whether or not there's the potential that those interests have been compromised in favor of that foreign power.
And finally, how is that threat made worse if the presidential campaign colluded or worked with the hostile foreign power?
I think that would be the worst realization of that potential threat. I think it would indicate the FBI, some of that's a hypothetical. I think the FBI would approach that from the perspective that if there were people within the campaign who are colluding or working with the government of Russia, that there is very little that would be of more importance to the FBI or actually the expectation of the American people that we get to the bottom of it. The American people, I think, expect that. Frankly, any presidential candidate who might have that going on in their campaign, I think, would want to know about that and have the FBI get to the bottom of it. But any actual collusion or cooperation would be amongst the gravest threats to our democracy.
Chairman, I yield back.
Chair thanks, gentleman. Recognize himself. Of the questions Chairman Gowdy asked, your texts and emails make it appear you'd come to a conclusion on the Clinton case long before you had interviewed many witnesses, including Clinton herself. You also appear to have been pining for the impeachment of President Trump at the very beginnings of the Russia case. Does the FBI normally make such decisions on whether to recommend prosecution or exoneration so far ahead of all the facts coming to light?
Typically, sir, DOJ makes prosecution decisions in cases.
Do they normally make such decisions and whether to recommend prosecution far ahead of the facts coming to light?
Sir, I don't think any decision, in my experience, the final decision is never made until the conclusion of the case. I think it is fair to say that in the conduct of investigations, particularly very large investigations with a lot of folks working on it, my experience is there comes a time, if you're worth your salt in the conduct of that investigation, an agent, the attorneys assigned to that will have a very good idea well before the case is concluded that there may or may not be demonstrable crimes, that there may
Let me ask you this then. How many other cases on which you have worked do you recall opining on the disposition of the case months ahead of interviewing multiple witnesses?
I remember quite a few cases where I or agents would discuss the prospects of the outcome of the case with prosecutors as the case was going on. From the beginning of the case, talking about what crimes may or may not be relevant, as the case proceeded to identify which elements may or may not be strong or demonstrable, as well as towards the end when we were trying to shore up evidence that may or may not be there. But
and let me ask you this about that. In regard to those cases, was it normal behavior on your part to chat with colleagues in the manner you did on the Russia case about how much you despise the very person you're investigating, or complimenting the person you're investigating in the Clinton case? Is that typical?
Sir, I would draw a distinction between commenting on case-related matters versus discussion of personal belief. I think those are very different matters than saying this person as a witness was not credible, or this person as a target or a subject did or didn't do something. That is a very different matter.
So you could completely
in my mind.
separate out what your personal opinion is from what you discussed with others in investigations.
I am telling you, sir, I separated out my personal belief from any
But you did not
action
do
I
that with
took.
regard to Attorney Page, who was also involved in these investigations.
Sir, I
correct?
disagree with that. I separated out my personal beliefs from any action I took officially as an FBI agent every day.
Do you recognize how your vitriol against President Trump makes it appear you could never approach the case in a fair-minded manner?
Sir, of course I appreciate that. I understand
So
that
let's
people would
discuss
look at
a text that hits home for me. On August 26, 2016, you texted Ms. Page, quote, just went to a Southern Virginia Walmart. I could smell the Trump support. And smell is in capital letters, all capital letters. What does Trump support smell like, Mr. Strzok?
Sir, that's an expression of speech. I clearly wasn't smelling one thing or the other. What I was commenting on is living in Northern Virginia.
What does that mean?
What I meant by that was living in Northern Virginia, having traveled 100 and 150 miles south within the same state, I was struck by the extraordinary difference in the expression of political opinion and belief amongst the community there.
And
from
you
where I
described
live.
that as smell in capital letters.
Sir, that was a quick choice of words in a text.
All right.
I
So
could
earlier,
seen or heard.
Okay. So earlier, you had texted Ms. Page on that another part of Virginia, Loudoun County, which is, I think, in northern Virginia, is, quote, still ignorant hillbillies, end quote. Is that what you meant?
No, sir, not at all.
That
I
you
think
consider Trump supporters to be ignorant hillbillies?
Not at all.
What did you mean by that?
Well, sir, the first thing I'd tell you is, as a proud Fairfax County resident, there's a healthy sort of competition between Fairfax and Loudoun. Second thing I would tell you is that in no way did I or do I believe any resident of Loudoun County or Southern Virginia or anywhere else in the nation are any of those things. That was a flippant text.
So do you understand the implications of this text when my constituents in Virginia read it?
I do, sir, and I would ask you to tell them that that was a, in some cases, certainly unfortunate use of words, that in no way do I believe that those things are what.
Now, you and Ms. Page used personal phones and accounts to communicate. Have you turned over those communications to the Inspector General?
No, sir.
If not, why not?
Sir, they asked, and working with my attorney, the Inspector General and I arranged an agreement where I would go through my personal accounts and identify any material that was relevant to FBI business and turn it over. It was reviewed, there was none, and my understanding is the Inspector General was satisfied with that action.
We know from text that you and Ms. Page would transition to iMessage and Gmail. Who determined that messages were only personal in nature and not business-related, especially since you've just testified at length that a number of the communications that you have made on government communications devices were personal in nature?
Sir, the broad context of what I used personal email and phones for was personal communication. For those things that were work-related, almost universally that material was translated into FBI systems. Certainly if it was anything that was a record or would constitute needing to be there, it was provided, but I made that decision.
So let me ask you this. When did Attorney General Lynch know that charges would not be brought against former Secretary of State Clinton?
I can't answer that question, sir. That's something you'd have to ask her.
Do you know whether it was prior to Lynch's announcement that she would defer to career prosecutors and Director Comey on whether to prosecute?
Sir, I don't know.
Clinton. Why would Lisa Page text that Lynch's decision was a, quote, real profile in courage since she knows no charges will be brought, end quote?
So that's a question you have to ask her.
So how did you take that statement when she texted it to you?
The way I took that, sir, is that we had for many months working with a team of career attorneys in the Department of Justice, a team of attorneys from the Eastern District of Virginia, a team of agents from the FBI, been working intensively on this case. We had gone through mountains of evidence, tons of interviews, and we were looking at the various statutes that might apply to any sort of criminal conduct. And I think we were, as we surveyed that, as the attorneys looked at it, saw a number of very fatal areas where elements of the crime were lacking, our ability to demonstrate facts to prove those elements of a crime. So I think we had begun to arrive at a sense that it was going to be difficult, if not impossible, to identify any statute where we could satisfy those elements of the crime. My assumption certainly is that from the Department of Justice's perspective, those line attorneys were briefing their supervisors, who were briefing their supervisors, who were ultimately briefing the Deputy Attorney General and the Attorney General, and that she would have that same sense that it was a difficult, if not impossible, proposition to conclude that there were viable charges to be brought against Secretary Clinton.
Mr. Strzok, did you ever believe these texts would become public?
I did not.
Given that, you felt free to express your true feelings, didn't you?
I suppose, yes. That's a difficult question to answer.
Mr. Strzok, former Director Comey played judge, jury, and exonerator in the Hillary Clinton investigation. In your experience at the FBI, have you ever seen the FBI director make the decision on whether to prosecute for the Department of Justice?
Mr. Chairman, I would not agree with that characterization of Director Comey, and in answer to your question, I have not seen it before.
All right. Was that appropriate, what he did, to hold a news conference and publicly announce the decision that was supposed to have been made by the Department of Justice?
Sir, that was his decision.
Was it appropriate, in your opinion?
Sir, I don't think it's for me to say whether or not.
I think it is for you to say. I asked you the question. What's your opinion?
Sir, I understand the variety of factors that went into, well, I understand some of the factors that went into Director Comey's decision to make the announcement. I can tell you that that decision was not made lightly at all. I can tell you my experience in that decision.
But you're not aware of any precedent for that?
I'm not.
Mr. Strzok, in a footnote 197 of the Inspector General's report, it is noted that, quote, supervision of the Russia investigation was briefly transitioned from Strzok to another counterintelligence division, DAD, in early 2017. Why were you transitioned from the Russia investigation in early 2017?
Sir, let me see if I can answer that question without getting into operational detail. The investigation was broad. What Russia was doing against our country encompassed a variety of things. There were actions in the cyber arena. There were actions by their agents and their intelligence services. There were actions by subjects of investigation that are currently ongoing. The prospect of how the FBI would investigate that was a multi-tiered effort. And so some of those efforts that traditionally fell into line with that other DAD and their span and scope of responsibility were moved to their supervision.
So the footnote goes on to state that, quote, however, AD Priestap told us that FBI leadership decided to keep Strzok involved in the Russia investigation, and he was therefore reassigned back to it. Do you know who in, quote, FBI leadership, end quote, decided to keep you involved in the Russia investigation?
I do not.
Could it have been Deputy Director McCabe?
Sir, possibly I do not know.
And when were you assigned back to the Russia investigation? And when you were reassigned back to the Russia investigation, were you still in a supervisory role?
Sir, I would answer that question again. I don't entirely, my recollection does not comport with the statement from AD Priestap. There were elements of the investigation that stayed under subordinate leaders and subordinate section chiefs and unit chiefs on down the line. There were elements of it that were transferred to a different DAD and remained with that DAD. So my recollection is a bit different from AD Priestap's.
Mr. Strzok, did you ever consider recusing yourself since you had such personal disdain for the person you were investigating?
I did not.
Yet others did require that ultimately.
Sir, I would not characterize those decisions as subject to the same set of considerations.
You don't think that it was the bias expressed in your text messages that caused Mr. Mueller to remove you from the investigation?
I do not think that that bias was expressed in those text messages. I cannot speak to why Director Mueller chose to remove me from the investigation, but I can tell you that those text messages are not indicative of bias.
Mr. Mueller never told you why you were being removed?
My recollection of the discussion was he mentioned the existence of the text messages, and that based on that, he needed to ask me to return to the FBI.
Lots of people have text messages, Mr. Strzok.
Yes, sir. And my impression, not stated by him, but my impression was that based on the appearance of those messages, and in part of a desire by him to avoid even the appearance of any potential bias, that he asked me to return. But that's a question for him.
But he kept everyone else.
Sir, I don't know the staffing decisions that were made by Director Mueller after I departed.
Including 13 Democrats.
Sir, I don't know the affiliation of the people on his team.
So, but he was concerned enough about your text to remove you, but you never felt concerned enough to remove yourself.
That's correct.
Mr. Strzok, you're going to get asked other questions here that relate to your transition from the investigation of Ms. Clinton into the beginnings of this investigation into the Trump campaign and the alleged collusion with the Russian government. Now, Mr. Strzok, the FBI is a creation of this body. Congress created the FBI with its constitutional authority. Today, you are here under subpoena. I know you've come voluntarily in your opinion, but you're also under subpoena, also an exercise of Congress's constitutional authority. Which takes precedence, FBI policy or the United States Constitution?
Sir, always the United States Constitution. My understanding is I am not here under subpoena, that I am here voluntarily. I understand a subpoena was issued for my prior closed interview, but not for this session today.
A subpoena was issued and service of which was accepted.
That's not my understanding, sir.
In a Supreme Court case handed down just last year, the court reviewed whether statements made by a juror that indicated racial bias required the piercing of jury deliberations. Justice Kennedy wrote, the opinion of the court holding that racial bias exhibited by a juror provided an exception to the rule that jury deliberations must remain confidential because it is necessary, quote, to ensure that our legal system remains capable of coming ever closer to the promise of equal treatment under the law that is so central to a functioning democracy. On several occasions, you have referenced that all the texts in the questions were simply personal opinions exchanged with a close confidant and in no way reflected your intent to act on your opinions. Yet, if you made these statements while on a jury, it is hard to imagine that you would not be kicked off immediately because of the risk that your bias would undermine a functioning democracy. Do you still hold that personal opinions, even in the face of Supreme Court precedent, should not have tainted your involvement on any investigation relating to Secretary Clinton or President Trump?
Mr. Chairman, I think you're mixing apples and oranges. I'm not an attorney, and I'm not familiar with that Supreme Court ruling, but based on what you said, protected categories, things like race, gender, ethnicity, sexual orientation, religion, are protected matters that we may not, the government and by law, people may not be discriminated against based on their role one way or the other in any one of those categories. That is entirely separate and distinct from political belief or political opinion. That, on the other hand, is encouraged, is protected by the First Amendment. And this body, under the Hatch Act, my understanding is, sat and said and recognized—
No one stopped you from sending the text, Mr. Strzok, but the special counsel, Mr. Mueller, removed you from the investigation when he saw the texts.
That's true, sir, he did. Now, if I may
Thank
go
you.
back to answering your question, if I may. In terms of political speech, that is radically different from any sort of protected category of race, gender, and ethnicity or other categories. Political speech, political thought is protected. The courts have recognized, the Constitution recognizes we all have political belief. And so when it comes to the expression of that political belief, that is something that this body, under the Hatch Act, enumerated kind of the categories of what was prohibited, and then expressly stated that if it is not prohibited, then it is expressly encouraged. So I would tell you that no one in here, it's an impossible definition to say people must not have political opinion. Everyone does. Of course they do. The test is whether or not that is left behind when you're doing your job. To your question of whether or not I would express that in front of a jury, of course I wouldn't. That would be inappropriate. As to your question of whether each and every one of those jurors, when they go home and they're sitting in their backyard with a friend, has a political opinion, my answer would be undoubtedly, almost if not all of those jurors would.
But they're instructed when they leave the jury panel each day to not communicate with anyone regarding the matter that they are considering. So that is a very different thing. You were considering a matter and you were conducting texts of a very biased, salacious manner that was totally inappropriate. And when Mr. Mueller saw that, he removed you.
Sir, I appreciate that concern. But what I'm telling you is there is a vast difference in my mind between an action as a juror being instructed by a judge not to discuss the matters of a trial compared to a citizen of the United States
You don't
of
suppose
America
there's a reason
holding
why
and discussing his personal
You don't suppose there's a
opinion.
reason why that instruction made? So the chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler.
Thank you. Let me begin by congratulating the witness on his completely correct statement of key First Amendment law, that people are entitled to political opinions. Now, you, sir, obviously expressed your political opinions as to Mr. Trump and Hillary Clinton and various others in text messages to Lisa Page.
I did.
And she to you.
Yes.
And these were private political opinions.
Yes.
Which you did not express publicly.
Correct.
And the Inspector General found, with respect to the investigation to Hillary, quote, "We found no evidence that the conclusions by the prosecutors were affected by bias or other improper considerations. Rather, we determined that they were based on the prosecutor's assessment of the facts, the law, and past department practices." That is correct, that is the finding of the IG, no?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And with respect to the Russia investigation, the IG said that that he was disturbed by the appearance that investigative decisions might be impacted by bias, but made no such findings, and in fact hadn't completed his investigation of the Russia investigation. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, when people talk about the appearance, whether people on this panel or the Inspector General, the appearance of bias created by those text messages, those text messages might create the appearance of bias only if they're public. Is that not correct?
That's correct.
Because otherwise there'd be no appearance.
That's correct.
And they were not intended to be public, were they?
Correct.
They were communications between two private individuals,
True.
which are totally permitted.
That's correct.
Now, are FBI agents permitted to have political opinions?
Yes.
And as a 22-year veteran of the FBI, could you tell us, without naming names, were you familiar with the fact with other FBI personnel having political opinions with respect to the presidential campaign?
I was.
And were some of these people anti-Trump?
They were.
And were some of these people pro-Trump?
Yes.
Thank you. And to your knowledge, did any of the pro-Trump bias or the anti-Trump bias in personal opinions affect decisions and investigations by the FBI?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Now, you mentioned the Hatch Act.
Yes.
Under the Hatch Act, the FBI is prohibited, is it not, from inquiring as to the political opinions of people it is hiring?
I don't know the Hatch Act well enough to tell you.
Well, I'll say that that is the case. The government may not, under the Hatch Act, inquire as to the political opinions of people it is hiring for non-exempt positions. And to do so would be improper. And I must say that I think that all of these inquiries about your political opinions as revealed by these text messages are irrelevant and wrong unless it can be shown, as it has not been shown, as was found definitively not to be the case in the Hillary investigation and has not been shown in the Russia investigation, that they affected any decisions in the investigation. Let's leave it at that on that point. Now, Mr. Strzok, what is the FBI's policy? Oh, and let me say one other thing. It is prudent, and I'll observe this because you said you couldn't answer, but it's obviously prudent of Mr. Mueller in finding these texts and hearing about all these text messages to think that they might be subject to incorrect interpretations on publicity, and in order to avoid the kind of attacks on this investigation that we are seeing from Republican members of this committee and from the administration, to ask you to leave that investigation having nothing to do with your competence or fairness in the investigation, but simply to somewhat insulate that investigation from unfair attacks. Would you think that that might be a correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Strzok, what is the FBI's policy with respect to its agents commenting publicly about an ongoing criminal investigation?
We don't do that.
Sorry?
We do not do that.
And why is that policy in place?
Well, I think for a variety of reasons. One, I think it is inherently unfair to the subject of that investigation. It can tend to skew the conduct of that investigation, other witnesses, other future investigative avenues. It can skew potential jurors in the event that a case is taken to prosecution. I can think of any number of reasons why we don't do that.
And are you thank you. Are you familiar with the Inspector General's report on the FBI's handling of the Clinton investigation?
I am.
And that report was highly critical of Director Comey, was it not, for, among other things, departing from protocol and commenting publicly about an ongoing criminal investigation.
It did say that, yes.
It was critical of him.
Yes.
And for doing that. And although some people have said that they don't agree with the decision not to charge Mrs. Clinton, in fact, the departure from protocol was the first departure from protocol, I should say, was Director Comey's commenting on on his opinion about her handling of various emails and so forth, having decided after she wasn't being charged, his departing from protocol was publicly commenting about that. Was that not one of the deviations from protocol cited by the report?
By the report, yes, sir.
Thank you. Has the FBI asked you to adhere to that policy of not commenting on ongoing criminal investigations, namely the Russia investigation, for example, today?
Yes.
How so?
They instructed me. My understanding is that General Counsel for the FBI met with Chairman Goodlatte and his staff and came up with an approved list of topics that I might speak about, and that outside of that list, that I was not to discuss anything having to do with ongoing investigations.
Thank you. And I will simply observe that asking you or anybody else, like Mr. Rosenstein, to comment on ongoing criminal investigations is against policy and is liable to taint those investigations and to damage the reputations of people or to even endanger the safety of informants, as you have said. Mr. Strzok, you're an experienced counterintelligence official. Can you explain why, briefly, because I think you touched on this in Mr. Cummings' questions, why the investigation into the Russian government's attack on our elections and other critical infrastructure is important to our national security?
I think it's extraordinarily important because of what it represents. The selection of our nation's leader, of the chief executive, of the person who is charged with the defense of the United States and national security of the United States, whether that's militarily or economic, there is no greater responsibility in the land. And the way we do that, the underpinning of what we are in America, the election, is the process by which we do that. So the idea that not only a foreign nation, but an advanced, hostile foreign nation would be inserting themselves clandestinely in that process to undermine the will of the United States people is terrible.
Thank you. And is that why you thought it important to prioritize, and I think it was in October of 2016, the Russian investigation, and leave Mr. Wiener's laptop to someone else you asked to look into it?
The first reason I did it is because the director told me to. The director said it was our top priority, which was relayed from him and AD Priestep. And the second thing was, yes, clearly when you look at an allocation of resources based on the threat to national security, the Russian influence investigations were a much greater impact than a mishandling of classified information investigation.
Thank you. But the first reason was the director told you to.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. How frequently does the FBI engage in counterintelligence operations against foreign powers?
Every day.
All the time?
Yes, sir.
And how frequently does the FBI investigate a possible conspiracy between a presidential candidate or campaign and a hostile foreign power?
This is the first one I can remember in my lifetime.
So is it fair to say that we are in unprecedented territory?
Speaking from my experience, that's fair.
Speaking from your experience?
From my experience in the FBI, I can't.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And is it fair to say that our country faced and is possibly still facing a grave threat from a hostile foreign power?
It is.
Thank you. I think that is correct, Mr. Strzok. We know that Russia, after successfully interfering with our last elections, is actively working to disrupt the upcoming elections in 2018. We are told this by all of our intelligence agencies, all of whom still stand by their 2017 assessment that the Russian government waged a complex campaign to influence the 2016 election to the benefit of President Trump. Last week, the Senate Intelligence Committee, on a bipartisan basis, confirmed this assessment. And the Director of National Intelligence testified before the Senate Intelligence Committee about an even more urgent threat. Quote, there should be no doubt that Russia perceived that its past efforts as successful and views the 2018 U.S. midterm elections as a potential target for Russian midterm operations, close quote. And what is the majority's response to this problem? To launch an investigation into Hillary Clinton's emails and to do as much as they can to undermine Special Counsel Robert Mueller, who is running what is perhaps the most consequential national security investigation of this generation. When they aren't bullying you and Ms. Page, Mr. Strzok, the Republicans are usually taking aim at Deputy Attorney General Rod Rosenstein. And just as they insist on asking you questions about an ongoing investigation, questions you cannot answer, the majority insists on demanding some of the most sensitive information in the Deputy Attorney General's possession, documents he cannot provide for the same reason. They want copies, for example, of the scoping documents that lay out the special counsel's exact lines of inquiry. Such a disclosure would be dangerous and unprecedented. Republicans are in effect demanding that DOJ violate the very policies the Inspector General criticized the department for violating in 2016. This is incredibly inappropriate and dangerous, and we are forced to ask ourselves, why? Why have House Republicans been so dismissive of Russia's attacks on the United States? Why are Republicans so intent on destroying public confidence in the Justice Department and in the special counsel's investigation? Why have they abandoned House rules to pick totally unnecessary fights with you, Mr. Strzok, with Lisa Page, and with Deputy Attorney General Rosenstein? The obvious answer is because they are scared. Because President Trump is scared. Because the special counsel's investigation is operating at a breakneck pace and has already produced 5 guilty pleas and criminal charges against 23 individuals and entities. because accountability is coming one way or another, and they are scared and they are trying to undermine the investigation and to distract attention. Now, I must say the basis of many of these questions that we are hearing today of Mr. Strzok by the majority, by the Republicans, is the 11-hour interview with Mr. Strzok. And I now call upon the majority to release that transcript in full today. This will show that this is the entire joint investigation is at best a partisan distraction from more important matters. But the witness before us today, Mr. Strzok, testified not under confidentiality, but not under confidentiality rules, but in private for 11 hours. There is nothing that prevents the majority from releasing that transcript. Selective portions of that transcript have been leaked by members of the majority, misleading portions taken out of context. And I don't know if demand is the right word, but I demand insofar as I can that that transcript be released in full so that people can see it, can see the testimony today, and can make better judgments. And I ask the chairman now to order the release of that transcript. Will the chairman do so?
Not today.
Will the chairman ever do so?
You can direct your questions to the witness. That's your time to do that, not to discuss this.
I will observe that the chairman will not answer the question and that this is part of the continuing evasion and attempt at obfuscation because
Will
we
the gentleman
know,
yield?
No, not at the moment. I will in
Very
a moment
good.
when I finish the sentence. Because we know the pattern. And the pattern is we're not releasing transcripts except parts of them that may convey the impression, false or true, that we want to convey. There is no legal reason why this transcript should not be released. There is only a partisan reason why this transcript should not be released. There is no valid reason why it should not be released. If there was a purpose to our inquiries, to our spending 11 hours, there's no reason they shouldn't be released. I'll yield now.
I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I would just say that it is very customary in investigations to keep transcripts of private interviews until the conclusion of the investigation. This investigation certainly hasn't concluded, and it is very appropriate that the questions that were asked and the answers given are not shared with other potential witnesses.
Reclaiming my time, I will observe that many of the same questions are being asked today, number one. But number two, given the fact that selective portions of the transcript have been leaked, I think that changes that. I'll yield to Mr. Cicilline.
I was just going to inquire. I've sort of been trying to get the answer to this question, but to the extent that this transcript is available to all of us, I intend to release it. I can't find any prohibition that makes us unable to release it in our rules. We now have the same witness after 11 hours here in a public hearing, so the notion that we have to somehow keep this secret while pieces that are being released is doing a real disservice to the American people, and I'm asking the ranking member, is there any reason this afternoon I can't just release it as a member of this committee?
Would the ranking member yield?
Let me, 1 second. I'm not aware of any, but I have to look at the House rules and all. I will yield.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. It is correct that both members on the Republican side and the Democratic side have used quotations from the transcript for the purpose of interviewing a hearing, and that is a legitimate use of the transcript.
And I'm reclaiming my time. Some members have also used it for the purpose of talking to the news media, and that may be or may not be an appropriate use. But be that as it may, the transcript should be released. I'll yield back.
Gentleman yield.
Yes, I'll yield to the gentleman from Maryland.
I'd like to ask the ranking member if it's legitimate within the rules of the committee in the House of Representatives for members to release certain portions of the overall transcript. Is there anything that would prevent us from releasing the entire transcript?
I'm unaware of anything that would, off the top of my head, that would prevent a member from releasing the transcript. But that's off the top of my head. I wouldn't want to say that definitively.
Mr. Chairman, are you aware of anything that would preclude us from doing that?
Yeah, the decision is made by the chairman of the committee.
Before I yield back, let me just say, we
Mr.
don't
Chairman,
we
Could you
don't
clarify
want
that?
portions released.
I'm not in the practice of having the chairman of the committee make decisions for me. So could you explain to me, is
reclaiming-
there a rule that precludes me from this afternoon releasing this transcript? If it's just your preference, I don't, that's not sufficient.
This is a conduct of an investigation. The chair of the two committees are conducting that investigation. We will decide when transcripts of private interviews are going to be released. And no one on this side of the aisle has released it other than to ask a question based upon it in a hearing, which is an appropriate use of it.
Reclaiming my time.
We could release it as part of this hearing.
Reclaiming my time, I will observe that some members have released parts of the transcript by being quoted in the media, not for questions here. Does the gentleman from Rhode Island still want time?
I just have a unanimous consent request. I'd ask unanimous consent that the transcript of this witness be made an official part of this record in its entirety.
I object.
Objection is heard.
Well,
Roll call
I'm not
vote.
the gentleman from.
Roll call vote.
I yield to
I
gentleman
thank the
from Rhode
gentleman for
Island.
yielding. Again, Mr. Chairman, I think this is of tremendous interest to the American people. There's an effort here to sort of characterize this witness's behavior. Much ado has been made of it. We had an 11-hour hearing in which this very same witness testified. He's now testifying consistently before the American people. There seems to me, no good reason, other than a personal preference of some apparently, that this transcript not be released. And I would say to the chairman respectfully, if there is no prohibition, the fact that you would prefer we not is insufficient to persuade me, and I think Mr. Raskin, and we intend to release this transcript unless someone presents us with some rule under our House proceedings or this committee that prevents us from doing it. And we'll give you till 5 o'clock this afternoon to present that. Otherwise, we intend to release the transcript.
Reclaiming my time. I'll simply, I want to associate myself with the remarks of the gentleman from Rhode Island. I would agree with him. I think it would be a public service to release these transcripts. That's why I demanded they be released. There's no good reason not to. And at this point, I think I'll yield back the balance of my time.
The chair wants to respond to the gentleman from Rhode Island. First of
Then
all,
I'll yield back the balance of my time.
First of all, there was an agreement in the interview that it was private, confidential, and that it would not be released. So that is not going to take place under this set of circumstances. Secondly, if the gentleman, we're here investigating irregularities conducted in investigations by the FBI. If the gentleman wants to perpetuate that by creating irregularities here and releasing questions so that other potential future witnesses can read the question before they're asked, that is, in my opinion, exactly what many on the gentleman's side of the aisle have been all about, attempting to disrupt this investigation and this hearing process from start to finish.
Reclaiming my time, Mr. Strzok.
Would the gentleman yield?
Reclaiming my
Mr.
time.
Chairman, I object.
Mr.
He's yielded
Strzok,
his
would
time
you
3
object to the
times.
release of the transcript of that hearing?
No, I would not object.
Thank you. I will observe then that the minority, the chairman says that there was an agreement, not on the conduct of that hearing. The minority was not party to that agreement. There may have been an agreement between Mr. Gowdy and Mr. Goodlatte, but at no point were we asked.
It was stated on the record in the hearing.
It was stated as a decision, as a fact, as a fait accompli. We were not asked. We agreed to nothing because we were not asked. And we think that the transcript ought to be released for the reasons stated. And if the witness doesn't object, I don't know why the majority should object. And I yield to Mr. Meadows.
If the gentleman will yield, in earnest, I will be glad to work with my colleagues on the other side of the aisle about releasing all relevant information. I mean, I think if we're talking about full transparency, let's talk about full transparency in a variety of other things. It's interesting we want to release one thing, but yet we're somehow allowing Peter Strzok to suggest that there's a whole lot of things that are off the record. And so, but I will work in earnest with my colleagues.
I appreciate the gentleman, and let me simply say that we are not disrupting a legitimate investigation into the investigation. The Republican investigation
is a release
is
of
intended
information
to
of a
and is
legitimate
trying to disrupt the investigation into the Russian interference in our election by the special counsel.
Would the gentleman
That's
yield?
what's really at stake.
Would the
I yield
gentleman
back.
The gentleman yields back. All right. So now that the chairman and the ranking member have had ample time to ask questions, and I think that the gentleman from New York has the record, we are going to move, because we have 72 more members who have questions to ask, to strict adherence to the 5-minute rule, and we'll begin by recognizing the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Sensenbrenner, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me observe that, you know, there have been all kinds of complaints about leaking transcripts and things like that. One of the reasons we are here today is because there has been a flood of leaks out of the Justice Department about what is going on. It's barely a day goes by when you can't pick up the newspaper and find out that it's rumored this and rumored that. And then we have a witness from the FBI that comes up here and says, oh, no, we can't talk about that here to the Congress, which has constitutional oversight responsibility because it's against our rules. Well, I hope there'd be a few prosecutions of people out of justice that have been leaking this stuff to the various news media. Now, I want to get to looking at statutes. You know, you look at rules, I've been looking at statutes. And somehow along the line, in the report on the conclusions of the Clinton investigation, the word gross negligence was changed to extremely careless in determining Mrs. Clinton's handling of classified information. Now, gross negligence would mean that it would subject her to criminal liability. Extremely careless would have the opposite effect. It would not. So I'd like to ask you, Mr. Strzok, a couple questions about that. In the original May 2nd draft of the statement that Director Comey was making, he characterized Mrs. Clinton's actions as grossly negligent. Is that correct?
That's my recollection, yes.
Yes. And are you aware that gross negligence was changed to extremely careless in the eventual statement?
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you recall at the June 6, 2016 meeting attended by you and Mr. Ribicki, Ms. Moyer, Mr. Maffa, and Lisa Page to discuss the language of the statute on whether to use grossly negligent or something else in the draft statement? What was discussed at that meeting?
So, sir, I don't remember that specific meeting. There are a variety of meetings with a bunch of people that included discussion of this concern.
Okay. Did the alternative phrase extremely careless come up at the meeting?
It did at some point, sir. I don't know if it was during that meeting or at another one. I don't remember that.
Whenever it happened, who brought it up?
My recollection, sir, is that somebody within our Office of General Counsel did. It was one of the attorneys. I don't remember which one.
You don't remember who did?
No, it was a legal issue that one of the attorneys brought up.
Okay. Now, immediately after that meeting, metadata shows that you modified the draft statement on June 6th. Is this when the phrase grossly negligent was changed to extremely careless?
Sir, again, I don't recall specifically when it happened. I am aware as well of that metadata. My recollection is of working on the draft with a group of us in my office, because it was the largest office, and taking the inputs of probably 5, 10 different people. And it was made there.
Was it your computer that put the change into the statement?
Based on my subsequent review of that metadata, I believe that to be true.
Okay, and who has access to your computer? Anybody beside you?
No, I do. My secretary had access to elements of it, but...
And why was the change made? You know, you were in the meeting where it was agreed that the change would be made. Why was that?
My recollection, sir, again, was this was, and I'm not an attorney, my recollection was that attorneys within the FBI had raised the concern that the use of gross negligence triggered a very specific legal meaning. In a legal context...
Yeah, criminal.
In the legal...
Criminal.
That's exactly right. In a legal context, grossly negligent is used in various statutes to, particularly one of the mishandling statutes in 793, to talk about a criminal element of the criminal offense.
Okay.
And so, sir, if I may quickly, and I promise I'll
Well,
take
so
my time.
let
So
me
one of
say
the-
this change was Hillary's get out of jail free card, right?
Absolutely not, sir.
Well,
Not in any way.
Hillary hasn't been prosecuted, so if she wasn't grossly negligent but was extremely careless, then there's no criminal standard involved. With grossly negligent, there is.
Sir, I think there are a lot of things I would disagree with in that assertion. First is she received no get out of jail free card. We pursued the
Well,
facts.
she did
wherever
get a get out of the White House free card when the voters cast their votes.
Sir, I've heard that said a lot, and I can tell you there's nothing further from the truth.
Oh,
there was an effort
Trump
to...
won. That's the truth.
So, sir, what I would tell you with regard to that decision, there was concern within the perspective of a legal definition of that term that people would draw an inference based on that use that it was necessarily talking about a particular subset of a statute. My understanding
My
is what
time is
the-
just about up. That rates 4 Pinocchios. I yield back.
Sir, Mr. Chairman, may I respond?
Gentleman may respond.
Sir, what I would tell you with regard to that decision is that there was concern about the use of the word grossly negligent, and the question of whether or not Director Comey wanted to convey that in the sense of applying the elements of a crime, and that whether or not his use, when people heard that, particularly when lawyers looked at it, whether or not they would interpret that as his saying that she did or did not commit any particular statute. My recollection is that the lawyers, based on that, looking at the use of the word grossly negligent, looking at the way that's been defined, looking at the statute where it occurs, both realized that that was probably not what he wanted to say, and ultimately he made the decision to change that wording and convey what it was he did want to say, and that all of those discussions were generated based on a legal discussion of the use of that term as a legal definition, not as a indicia of violation of any particular statute at all.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Lofgren, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Strzok. I think it would be easier, going back to the last question, if you were simply able to indicate, to your knowledge, whether the evidence would have supported the use of gross negligence, and apparently the decision made by the lawyers in the FBI was that that was not the case, and therefore that term should not be used. I just want to talk at a more macro level about what's going on here. You know, one of the things I try and do is to imagine how I would feel if various things had been done or said about a member of my own party who was president, and how I would react, because I think it's important to try and understand that. And when you take a look at the text that you sent, I think you've acknowledged that it would make people who were supporters of Trump uneasy about your intentions. And I think that was reflected in the Inspector General's report. And I think, obviously, that brought suspicion of you and the FBI among people who were Trump supporters. The fact that you also had highly critical texts of the Attorney General Eric Holder, of Governor Martin O'Malley, of Senator Bernie Sanders, I mean, isn't really relevant. They were not, to the best of my knowledge, subject to an investigation. And so, you know, it was important that the Inspector General go in and take a look to find out for us, for this committee, and for the American people what really happened. And he did. He went in, he spent a lot of time, he interviewed many people, and here was his conclusion. He did chastise you, and I understand you accept that admonishment, but found that there was no evidence whatsoever of political bias in the decisions made in that investigation. And a direct quote, we did not find documentary or testimonial evidence that improper considerations were made. Now, you know, to listen to some of my friends, you'd think that the FBI, which I had always felt was a rather made up of conservative law enforcement people, had magically been transformed into a left-wing organization. That's not my understanding. And in fact, if you take a look at the people who are in charge, I mean, you've got Mr. Wray, who was appointed by President Trump, who is not a Democrat, Mr. Comey, who was appointed by Mr. Trump, he's not a Democrat. I happen to know that Robert Mueller is not a Democrat, so these are not political decisions made by political operatives. They should be following the evidence. And I'd just like to note that if you had wanted to harm and interfere with the election of President Trump, you could have leaked information that the investigation was ongoing. But none of that came out. And as a matter of fact, we asked the leaders of the Department of Justice and FBI about whether there was an investigation of Mr. Trump prior to the election, and we were told they could not comment on it, which was in fact the appropriate response. You should not comment on an ongoing investigation. If you find something, you have an indictment. If you don't find something, you say nothing. That's where Mr. Comey erred. He violated that policy and he damaged the campaign of one of the candidates, and the rest is history. So I just think that this hearing, this extraordinary hearing, I've been here a member of Congress for 24 years. It's the first time we've had this kind of event, a circus really, of trying to really investigate the investigators when that's already done. I would urge that we make sure that the actions we take do not create further divisions in our country. You know, President Trump tweeted a few months ago, quote, "The top leadership and investigators of the FBI and the Justice Department have politicized the sacred investigative process in favor of Democrats and against Republicans, something which would have been unthinkable just a short time ago." Is that tweet supported by the Inspector General's report, Mr. Strzok? No, it is not. I would hope that those of us on the committee who believe in the rule of law, who understand that our country will be damaged if we allow political divisions to attack our law enforcement agencies, to undercut investigations, that we will be harming our country in a way that our enemies, including Russia, hope we would do. That's why they interfered in our election, to cause us harm, to create division among the American people and among us here in the halls of government. So I would ask that we take yes for an answer. The Inspector General did investigate this matter. He found out there wasn't political influence, and we wait for the results of Mr. Mueller's investigation. I pray that we find that our president was not involved. That would be great news for our country, and if that's Mr. Mueller's finding, I will accept it, not investigate it. I hope that we can put our partisanship at the door, step back from the precipice that we are finding ourselves now, and I would hope that this hearing, which I think serves no good purpose for our country, could be brought to an end. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Time, gentlewoman, has expired. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Duncan, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And first of all, very quickly, I would like to associate myself with the really outstanding opening statements made by Chairman Goodlatte and Chairman Gowdy, which I think were two of the finest opening statements I've heard in my 30 years in Congress, and express my views completely. Let me also say, while Mr. Strzok will stubbornly not admit what almost everyone else knows is extreme bias, I find it amazing that he can sit here and say that he was not biased in a way that clearly colored and affected his investigations. And if you don't agree with that, I want to read the words from Mr. Horowitz, the Inspector General of the Justice Department, who wrote that the Clinton investigation, quote, was the way it was conducted, quote, was inconsistent with typical investigative strategy and gave rise to accusations of bias and preferential treatment, unquote. Then I would guess that Mr. Strzok knows Chris Swecker, who spent 24 years with the FBI and retired as the head of all the FBI criminal investigations. And Mr. Swecker wrote, he said, "The IG report presents jarring evidence of political bias by the FBI against Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump, but fails to add it all up to come to the inevitable conclusion that political bias was there. This is like saying 1 + 1 = 0. Mr. Strzok, do you have any reason to think that Mr. Horowitz or Mr. Swecker have some sort of bias or animosity toward you?
Sir, I disagree with Mr. Swecker's conclusions. I can't speak to Mr. Swecker's motivations of bias whatsoever, and I know of no bias by the Inspector General.
Also, Cheryl Atkinson, a columnist for one of the Capitol Hill newspapers, wrote this, quote, the earth-shattering finding on Strzok by the Inspector General confirms a citizenry's worst fears. A high-ranking government intel official allegedly conspired to affect the outcome of a U.S. presidential election. Let me ask you this, Mr. Strzok. You know that judges who have even minimal bias are required to recuse themselves from a case. Do you think that FBI agents have some sort of that they're special people who shouldn't be held the same high standards that judges are in deciding where to recuse themselves?
Sir, I would absolutely say that FBI agents, judges, all are expected that whatever their personal beliefs, that they set those beliefs aside in their pursuit of the truth or their application of the law.
So you don't believe that you were entitled to a lower standard
I believe
I
believe I'm held to the highest standard and that I abided by that.
But you told Chairman Goodlatte that you did not think you should have recused yourself in this case.
Sir, I'd say that's entirely consistent. I believe that all of my personal opinions were never taken into account in anything that I did in an official act. I think that was appropriate. I think that is in keeping with the highest standards of the FBI.
Well, I think that since both the Clinton and Trump investigations had and have such tremendous political ramifications, I think the ethical, fair, just, and proper thing would have been for you to recuse yourself and move on to other work. There were many other cases that you could have worked on that you had never expressed any bias, were there not? There were all kinds of cases.
Sir, I completely disagree with you. I don't think it would have been either necessary or required for me to recuse. I think every day with the Clinton investigation, with the Russian influence investigation, with the thousands of other investigations, and when I walked in the door, the entirety of my action was dedicated to pursuing the facts, wherever they lie.
You know that many
times
times judges have defendants appear before them who, after they've been found guilty, they apologize, say they're sorry, but trying to get probation. And yet many times people think those apologies are said more in hopes of getting probation and in regret that they have been caught rather than in sincere apology. Do you feel that you should apologize in any way to the American people for the things that you have expressed, this extreme bias that you expressed? Do you have any regret as to calling Trump supporters saying that they smelled and things of that nature?
Sir, I think I expressed a couple of things. One, I don't agree with your characterization of my views as bias. I think what I clearly articulated, and I can understand those concerns, and I hope when you heard me in my opening statement, when I talked about my regret to the people, the harm and the hurt to the people that I love and my family, when I talked to the way that these texts have been used against the FBI, when I responded to questions about using a turn of phrase about, smelling when I should have said hearing or seeing or whatever the case may be, that yes, those were not intended as direct animus towards any set of people. And I hope people understand that I do sincerely regret that. So I've said
The time
that.
of the gentleman
I say it
has
again,
expired.
And I hope you hear that.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Maloney, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Strzok. For months, the Republicans have increasingly used their congressional oversight authority to undermine Special Counsel Mueller's investigation. They have even called for his investigation to be shut down. And why? It's concerning national security, and it seems to be successful. The special counsel has now obtained 5 guilty pleas and indicted 18 others. And included in these indictments and confessions and guilty pleas, Michael Flynn pled guilty to lying to the FBI. Rick Gaetz pled guilty to conspiring against our country. George Papadopoulos pled guilty to making false statements to our country and the FBI. So I'm not exactly sure what the Republicans want to shut down. Do they want to shut down the special counsel's upcoming trials against campaign manager Paul Manafort? One of these trials is scheduled to begin here in Virginia, in the Eastern District of Virginia, later this summer. And related to it, on February 22nd, a grand jury in Virginia approved a set of 32 counts of tax, financial, and bank fraud charges against Mr. Manafort. And on February 16th, a federal grand jury in the District of Columbia separately approved 5 other charges against Mr. Manafort and Mr. Gaetz, including, and I quote, conspiracy against the United States, end quote. And in this indictment that is coming forward, I'd like to quote from it. It says, the defendant, Paul Manafort, together with others, including Gaetz, knowingly and intentionally conspired to defraud the United States by impeding, impairing, obstruction, and defeating the lawful governmental functions of government agencies, namely the Department of Justice and the Department of the Treasury, and to commit offenses against the United States of America, end quote. Now, since this indictment, Gaetz has pleaded guilty, and he's now cooperating. And included in his statement of offense, quote, Manafort engaged in a variety of criminal schemes. And Gaetz, as part of that work for Manafort, knowingly and intentionally conspired to assist Manafort in criminal schemes, end quote. So I'd like to ask you, Mr. Strzok, to be clear, Mr. Gaetz is swearing under oath that he's in his guilty plea that he conspired with Mr. Manafort in criminal activity. Is that correct from what I'm reading?
Ma'am, I'm not familiar with this statement of facts, but I'll stipulate to what you're reading.
Okay. So in a few weeks, Mr. Manafort's trial date is set to begin, and the special counsel team of prosecutors will present their evidence. And I cannot imagine how anyone in this body or in this country, with the exception of Mr. Manafort and his co-conspirators, would ever want in any way, shape, or form to halt this trial from going forward. Can you think of any reason why anyone would want to halt this trial from going forward, Mr. Strzok?
I'm not aware of any.
Thank you, and I yield back.
Will the gentlewoman yield?
And I yield to Mr. Cummings.
But the gentleman, I yield to the gentleman, Mr. Meadows.
I thank the gentleman, and I thank the gentlelady. Mr. Chairman, in a spirit of transparency, and I think we all want transparency here, I would offer for the chairman's consideration and this body's consideration, releasing the full transcripts that we had in the 11th hour, breaking with 2 different conditions. One is that we have the opportunity to interview Ms. Lisa Page first, since those text messages were back and forth between 2 witnesses. And the second, that we can scrub that transcribed interview for any personal relevant information that might be embarrassing before we do that. And with that, I'll yield back.
If the gentlewoman will yield.
Yes, I yield to the gentleman.
Thank you. The gentleman's, the spirit of the gentleman's recommendation is taken, is well taken, and we will definitely take that under advisement.
The gentleman yield.
I yield.
I would also hope that we would have give the FBI the opportunity for redaction of anything that would impact on the nation's national security. I think that is extremely important, and I hope the gentleman would accept my modification.
Reclaiming my time, it's my understanding the gentleman does accept that from the gentleman from North Carolina. And I want to thank him for trying to, as he usually does, trying to work these things out. And full transparency, and I think that's important. I think the American people and this committee would appreciate it.
Will the
again,
gentleman yield
thank you.
for a question?
I yield.
Does the gentleman from North Carolina's suggestion relate solely to the testimony of Agent Strzok, or under the same guise of transparency, would we apply that same process and that same standard to the previously unreleased testimony of Andrew McCabe, who was examined in a similar environment?
I yield to the gentleman.
I think in a spirit of transparency, we need to look at all transcribed interviews to let the American people judge for themselves. I thank the gentleman for his question, and I think that's consistent with my conversation with the gentleman from Maryland.
Thank you very much, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Smith, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'll yield my time to my friend and colleague from Texas, Mr. Ratcliffe.
I thank my colleague for yielding. Agent Strzok, on May the 9th, 2017, President Trump fired FBI Director Jim Comey. That same day, you and FBI lawyer Lisa Page exchanged quite a few texts on the topic. At 8:14 p.m. on that day, you texted Ms. Page and said, quote, "And we need to open the case we've been waiting on now while Andy is acting," end quote. First, is that Andy McCabe, the former Deputy Director of the FBI, who has since been fired and criminally referred by the Inspector General?
It is.
All right. And what case are you referring to opening now that Andy is the acting Director of the FBI?
Sir, to get into that would relate to ongoing investigations, which, consistent with the department's policy on ongoing investigations and based on the special counsel equities, I'm not authorized to discuss ongoing investigations.
Okay, well, let me see if I can give you a question that you can answer. You sent 4 more texts to Ms. Page, and her first response to you at the bottom of that page you're looking at is, quote, "We need to lock in," and then there's a black mark where someone's name's been redacted. "We need to lock in redacted in a formal, chargeable way, period. Soon, period." Whose name's been blacked out?
Sir, I don't know. I need to see the original list or original text.
You don't know. Okay. Well, I don't know either. Here's what else I don't know. I don't know if the person whose name has been redacted is Republican or Democrat. I don't know if they're black or brown or white.
I don't either, sir.
I don't know their religious beliefs. I don't know their sexual orientation. I don't know those things, and I don't care. But here's what I do know. I do know that decisions about when and whether to open investigations and when and whether to charge people with crimes aren't supposed to depend on who's sitting in the director's chair or on political decisions or on the political agendas of FBI agents and lawyers. So if a Trump-hating FBI agent and a Trump-hating FBI lawyer who have talked about effing Trump, stopping Trump, impeaching Trump, are within hours of President Trump firing their boss, if they start talking about opening an investigation now that Andy is acting and that some person needs to be locked in a formal, chargeable way soon, I know, as a former U.S. attorney, that if in fact that's what happened, I know that whoever is the subject of that case that was opened now that Andy is acting, and whoever you and Ms. Page talked about needing to be locked in soon in a formal, chargeable way, well, they would have had their civil liberties violated. They would have been deprived of due process. So my first question to you, you wouldn't answer. My second question to you, you couldn't answer. Let's go for a third question. On page 400 of the Inspector General report, someone tells the Inspector General, quote, "There is a bright line, a bright and inviolable line between what you think personally and belief and the conduct of your official business." Who said that?
I believe I did, sir.
You did say that. And I heard you say similar things last week. I heard you say similar things today. You said it very clearly. You said it very unequivocally in your opening remarks that you never crossed that inviolable line in 26 years. Earlier today, in response to a question, you said, "I took my personal belief out of every official action." So, you're asking us to believe that when you say things like F Trump and stop Trump and impeach Trump, that those are just personal beliefs, and that when you say those things, you never cross that line, that bright, inviolable line, and allow it to impact your official conduct. That's really what this comes down to, that you're asking us to believe, isn't it?
Sir, I'm asking you to believe, and I'm offering you evidence.
Yeah, well, you
whether
have.
It's the IG report, whether
made
it's
it crystal
anything that's
clear.
been found, that there's been no
Yeah.
active bias
listen,
found anywhere.
You have under oath been as clear as a bell on that. You've said it over and over again. And because of that, I'm almost embarrassed to ask you this question. Of the approximately 50,000 text messages that I've seen with your personal beliefs like F Trump, stop Trump, impeach Trump, go ahead and confirm on the record that none of that occurred on an official FBI device or on official FBI time. Go ahead and do that.
Sir, no, they did. Many of them did occur.
Oh, they
And I
did.
would say
Okay,
of the
so
50,000, sir.
So really, no, I'll give you a chance at the end. So what you really meant to say was that when you said you never crossed that bright, inviolable line, what you meant to say was, except for 50,000 times, except for hundreds of times a day where I went back and forth expressing my personal opinions about effing Trump and stopping Trump and impeaching Trump on official FBI phones on official FBI time. Other than that, you never crossed that line. I'm sure there are 13,000 FBI agents out there that are beaming with pride at how clearly you've drawn that line. Agent Strzok, are you starting to understand why some folks out there don't believe a word you say, and why it's especially troubling that you, of all people, are at the center of the 3 highest profile investigations in recent times that involve President Trump, and that you were in charge of an investigation investigating, gathering evidence against Donald Trump, a subject that you hated, that you wanted to F him, to stop him, to impeach him? And do you see why that might call into question everything you've touched on all of those investigations? Chairman, I'm done with this witness, and I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, if I can respond.
Briefly.
Sir, well, there are several questions, and I'll answer them all briefly.
There were several statements. I only heard one question.
Fair enough. First, I understand why people might think that, particularly based on the misrepresentations of extreme folks in the media, conspiracy theorists, folks in this body and elsewhere. And that's why I'm glad to be here today publicly, why I'm glad to hear that people are calling for the release of my private interview so that people can judge for themselves who I am, what I said, and the facts, and not something that's being spun or misrepresented in some 10 o'clock talk show or other place. So absolutely, I can understand that, and I'm glad that the facts are coming out. Second, sir, to your earlier point about, I never, and I am unaware of any case being opened that represented some violation of civil liberties or a removal of due process rights. I have never done any activity, opened any case with regard to that. And when you look in the context of what had occurred, sir, during the time that Director Comey had been fired, where the president said initially that that had occurred because of a memorandum written by the Deputy Attorney General looking at his conduct in the Clinton investigation, and then days afterwards pivoting and telling Russian diplomats and Lester Holt that it was because of the Russia investigation and a huge burden had been taken off his shoulders. We all were very concerned about, from an investigative standpoint, the pace and severity and the unprecedented nature of facts and events that were unfolding, and our investigative desire.
I did say briefly.
To go, I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. I'm
Mr.
wrapping
Strzok,
up.
In that regard, though,
desire to lock things in before things changed was very important to us.
Pointed to your response, however, and in the interest of full transparency, and to Mr. Ratcliffe's point, will you authorize the release of all of the other text messages that have not been released to the Congress to this point?
Sir, I would authorize the release of any work-related text messages that are out there.
But the question is, what's work-related and what is not?
That's right, sir. And I would not accept or agree to the release of non-work-related text messages.
Even though your testimony is that you would never let your work interfere with your personal opinion.
That is exactly my testimony.
So how are we going to know that unless we see those text messages?
Well, the Inspector General, very carefully, an independent body, went exhaustively through the entirety of that body and found, sir, that there were no acts of bias, that there was nothing demonstrable.
The Inspector General works for an entirely different entity than the United States Congress. Will you authorize release of them to the United States Congress?
No, sir.
Mr. Chairman, point of inquiry. I'm trying to understand his answer. My understanding was that the Inspector General did not see what he is claiming to be his personal text, that they were requested and he delivered what he said was business related. So if I understand correctly, no one has seen anything that he determined, Mr. Strzok determined, would not be delivered because, in his opinion, they were not business related. I have a number of texts in front of me that I would say were very personal that we're looking at that undoubtedly he would have objected to turning over.
The gentleman makes a very good point. He may want to ask questions about that when he is shortly to be recognized. But first, we're going to recognize the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I'm sorry my colleague walked out before Mr. Strzok could give his answers. I hate no one. I do not hate the administration, the president, my colleagues. In fact, I love this nation. I honor this nation. And so I believe it is important that we stand on the force of truth in the Constitution. In the oversight of these two committees, it is unfortunate that none of these committees, Judiciary or Oversight, have decided to pursue more precious or more important issues than asking about Hillary Clinton's emails, which have been well documented, that there was no criminal impact, and in essence, she was vindicated by the Inspector General's report and other reports. Unfortunately, this has become a fishing expedition. What we have not done is investigated the children being stolen away from their families, nor have we looked at our president meeting with Mr. Putin, getting his annual performance review while offending our NATO allies. Foreign policy scholars are aghast that this president, one who famously refused to read his briefing materials, will be meeting with Mr. Putin. In addition, we're wasting time doing the Clinton investigation rather than investigating the role that Russia played in the 2016 elections. Unanimous and unassailable assessment of the intelligence community is that the Russians helped Trump over Hillary and intended to harm her. In the judgment of the Republican-controlled Senate Intelligence Committee, they agree with that assessment. Unfortunately, the President and House Republicans do not agree. The leader of Russia is known to have sanctioned murder of dissidents, jailed journalists, and this is the president who is described as easy to meet with. Neither the Judiciary Committee or the Oversight Committee has investigated the president's indicating that he can pardon himself. So here we are, Mr. Strzok, to ask you questions. I saw you in the closed session. I think you're a credible witness, and I believe you love America. My questions only require yes or no. Did anything you did or say in 2016 change the fact that Trump campaign associate Carter Page was under counterintelligence surveillance going back to 2013? Anything that you did, yes or no, sir?
No.
Did anything you did or say in 2016 change the fact that in March 2016, the president met with George Papadopoulos, who would later plead guilty for lying to the FBI?
No.
Did anything you did or say in 2016 change the fact that Donald Trump Jr. met with agents of the Russian government in Trump Tower in 2016?
No.
Did anything you did or say in 2016 change the fact that the president asked Russians to hack into Hillary Clinton's emails?
No.
Did anything you did or say in 2016 change the fact that Paul Manafort, who has pleaded guilty, in fact, that in July 2016 that Paul Manafort changed the GOP party platform at the 2016 GOP convention in order to benefit Russia, or change the platform?
Ma'am, without saying whether or not that's accurate, no.
Did anything you did or say in 2016 change the fact that in May 2016, George Papadopoulos was drunk in a London bar bragging about how Russians had dirt on Hillary Clinton?
Again, ma'am, without confirming whether or not that's accurate, no.
Did anything you do or say in 2016 change the fact that when Donald Trump was presented with dirt on Hillary Clinton, he responded, "I love it"?
Again, ma'am, only commenting on public accounts of that, no.
Did anything in the IG report change the fact that Donald Trump Jr. was communicating with WikiLeaks' Julian Assange about the timing of releasing emails designed to harm Hillary Clinton? Anything you do?
Anything I did, no.
You're well aware that Mr. Flynn has pleaded guilty. Is that not correct?
That's correct.
You're well aware that he was a national security advisor for the President of the United States.
That's correct.
Well, in his offense statement that we have right here, Mr. Flynn indicated that his statements, false statements and omissions, caused impeding the Russian investigation. But more importantly, I believe it's important to take note of the fact that he provided information to the Russian ambassador that said, here, calm down. Don't bother to get upset about sanctions. And according to a whistleblower, he said the sanctions would be, quote, ripped up to allow money to start flowing to one of Flynn's business projects. You had no interference with that, did you not?
I did not.
And you had no involvement, if you will. During your June 2018 interview, I noticed some concern in your voice when recalling the 2016 campaign season, specifically October 2016, and specifically as it relates to the state of Trump-Russia investigation. Why were you so concerned about what was happening at that time?
I'm sorry, ma'am, would you rephrase that question?
During your June 2018 interview, I noticed some concern in your voice when recalling the 2016 campaign season, specifically October 2016, and specifically as it relates to the state of the Trump-Russia investigation. Why were you so concerned about what was happening at that time?
I think trying to keep this at a level, not talking about open investigations.
Only
yes, ma'am. So the predicating information, the information we had, which was alleging a Russian offer of assistance to a member of the Trump campaign, was of extraordinary significance. It was credible. It was from an extraordinarily sensitive and credible source. And as we looked at what that represented, the key time was obviously coming into the election. And so for us, there was absolutely a need to, one, this was a serious allegation, two, of extraordinary gravity, and three, given the fact that the election was upon us and that if, in fact, then candidate Trump were elected, that whether he or certainly more likely or possibly members of his campaign were actively working with the Russians, we needed to get to the bottom of that. It could be that none of them were. It could be that some, or it could be on a far worse scale, but the urgency for us to understand what was going on in advance of the election and certainly in advance of any inauguration, I can't overstate the importance of that.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman. May I put into the record, I ask unanimous consent to put into the record articles, including the one by Chris Saliza, no evidence struck bias the investigation in any meaningful way.
Without objection.
I thank you, and the patriotism of this witness and all of us should indicate that certainly Russian
The time of the gentlewoman has
is priority.
expired.
I yield back. Thank you.
The gentleman just answered questions regarding the substance of the Trump-Russia collusion investigation. We have many more questions that we are entitled to ask, and the gentleman is responsible for answering with regard to the onset of that investigation. We are not interested in the substance of Mr. Mueller's investigation, but the manner in which it was created and your involvement in that is very much directly related to that. So when we return, we will have more questions for you regarding that, as we indicated earlier. Now the committee will stand in recess for votes, and we will reconvene at 2 p.m. You ready?
Yes.
Let's get going. The committee will reconvene, and the chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Issa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Strzok, you were part of the Hillary Clinton email investigation, that's correct?
Yes.
And in that investigation, you were part of the decision for her to, and her lawyers, to go through emails that were produced during, exclusively used, if you will, during her time as secretary, go through and determine which ones were government and which ones were not, both the classified and unclassified. Is that correct?
I was not.
You were not involved at all?
That's correct.
Okay, but you're aware of it?
I'm aware of their statements to us about how they did it.
And do you think it was okay for Secretary Clinton to determine what could or couldn't qualify for her to turn in under the Federal Records Act?
I can't speak to that. That was a decision, my understanding, between her and her attorneys. And
okay, but you're aware that in her production she failed to deliver some items that have now been ruled as classified, correct?
I'm aware that we recovered information that was not in the material that she turned over. I don't know if it was her failure, the failure of the attorneys conducting that sort, or simply because she didn't have it. I don't know the answer to that question.
So I bring up something that came up in the previous rounds. So far, only you have determined what should be turned over from your private emails that, or your non-government emails and text, what should be delivered because it was government in nature. You've made that decision.
That's right.
And it's your position that nobody else in the way of a government entity should be able to look over your shoulder, so to speak, and make that decision.
That's right.
So you think it's okay for the target, and you are a target, of an investigation to determine what should be delivered rather than, if you will, the government, right?
Sir, I'm not aware of any investigation of which I'm a target.
Well, you're a target of our investigation. We think that you had a bias and you acted on it, and that's been made pretty clear. So I'm going to just ask one series of questions very quickly, if I could. You did a number of texts. All of the texts that are presented to us, as far as I know, came from your government phone, correct?
I believe that to be the case, yes.
So you've made no text available from your private phone, is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you ever text on your private phone?
I did.
Did you ever text Lisa Page on your private phone?
I did.
Did you ever text Lisa Page on your private phone similar text to the ones you did on your government phone?
By similar, you mean what?
Commenting on Mr. Trump or Hillary Clinton or anything else political in nature.
I don't specifically recall, but it's probably a safe assumption that yes, I did.
It's likely that they'd be similar.
It's a safe assumption. I don't.
So your personal phone has likely similar text to the ones that we found on your government phone. That's correct?
I would say it has similar expressions of personal belief. Yes.
Okay, so in front of you have one sheet of paper that was presented to you a few minutes ago, and I'm going to just go to a date and then ask you to read your own words. March 4th, 2016.
You want me to read this?
Yes, please.
Yes, sir. OMG, he's an idiot.
May 4th, 2016.
Now the pressure really starts to finish MYE.
July 19th, 2016.
Hi, how was Trump other than a douche? Melania?
July 21st, 2016.
Trump is a disaster. I have no idea how destabilizing his presidency would be.
August 6th, 2016.
I don't believe I wrote this text, sir.
Okay, it's been attributed to you, so we'll go on to the next.
Incorrect.
August 8th, 2016.
Again?
And I'll preface it by saying this for context. Ms. Page said, not ever going to become president, right? Right?
No, he's not. We'll stop it.
Repeat that again.
No, he's not. We'll stop it.
August 15th, 2016.
I want to believe the path you threw out for consideration in Andy's office, that there's no way he gets elected, but I'm afraid we can't take that risk. It's like an insurance policy in the unlikely event you die before you're 40.
On October 20th, 2016.
I can't pull away and I defer to the chairman whether
You
or
can
not
just
he'd
use
like me to
one
use
letter if
profanity.
you don't mind.
What the F happened to our country, Lise?
Okay, read it again that way.
Sir, did you not, was it
I
not
just wanted to
intelligible?
hear it
You
one
just
more
want to
time.
hear it for me to repeat it?
Please.
Okay, sir. Sure. Happy to indulge you. I can't pull away what the F happened to our country, Lise.
Why in the world do you believe that this committee should not ask for the record of similar text from your private account to find out what else you might have said about insurance policies or about the President of the United States or investigation? That is a rhetorical question you need not answer, and I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, may I nonetheless answer?
You may respond briefly, even though he said it was a rhetorical question.
I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. Congressman, what I think is critical, and I'm glad you brought up a lot of these because I would like to make the point that I made
I didn't
earlier.
bring them up. I just asked you to read your own words.
Sir, if I may, what is important is that these texts represent personal beliefs just like those that you'd find on my personal phone. What these texts do not represent is any act, any suggestion of an act, any consideration that we need to do this or not do this. And furthermore, I would encourage you, as I believe I forget who I said this to earlier this morning, you need to read these texts in the context of what was going on at the time. So when I make the comment about Trump having no idea how destabilizing his presidency would be, that came on the heels of a speech where then candidate Trump said he didn't know whether or not the United States should honor its commitment to mutual defense under NATO.
I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman.
Thank
you very much. That's not briefly. Mr. Chairman, in light of these actual...
No.
Give him that opportunity.
Regular order, he should be permitted to answer his question.
Everyone will suspend. I told the gentleman he could answer briefly. He has answered briefly. And
He has not finished answering.
We will now turn to the gentlewoman from Washington, D.C. for her questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In order to allow this witness to continue, let me ask a question. Mr. Strzok, you are a senior, or were a senior and experienced FBI staff person. Is that not right?
I would consider myself a senior and experienced FBI staff person, yes.
Now, you had been involved in the Mueller investigation of the last election involving Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump at the highest level. Is that not the case?
If you mean by highest level that I had interactions with those cases with the director and deputy director and senior staff of the Department of Justice, yes.
That's what I mean. Now, we've been reading from your personal phone and your official phone. Did it occur to you that your personal political messages, if they became public, might be misinterpreted in light of your role in the investigation?
Congresswoman, to be very honest, I didn't anticipate that because I never thought these texts would become public.
Well, even though they were, some of them were not on your personal phone.
Oh, correct. Yes, that's correct.
So that means anything that's on your official phone, of course, belongs to the public. So I just want to establish that this this confusion between your public and private phone is part of our problem here today. Now, as we hold this hearing, I just want to note for the record that President Trump is on his way to a very controversial meeting with Vladimir Putin. Let me ask you, sir, about a undisputed finding of the Intelligence Committee, and by that I mean the CIA, the NSA, the FBI. These people do not usually speak in such absolute terms, so hear them. We assess Russian President Vladimir Putin ordered an influence campaign in 2016 aimed at the U.S. presidential election. Russia's goals were to undermine public faith in the U.S. democratic process, denigrate Secretary Clinton, and harm her electability and potential presidency. We further assess Putin and the Russian government developed a clear preference for President-elect Trump, we have a high confidence in these judgments. Are these conclusions familiar to you, sir?
They are.
Are you aware of any finding that undermines these conclusions of the three intelligence committees?
I am not.
The Senate committee on the other side of the Capitol, under the leadership of a Republican chairman, Richard Burr, and not split in the way our own Intelligence Committee here in the House, has made a bipartisan finding affirming the Intelligence Committee's assessments. And I want to quote just briefly from them that the three committees, the Intelligence Commission assessment is a, quote, sound intelligence product. Now, let me indicate something that I had not known before preparing for this hearing, that they not only cited the usual context here in the United States, they quoted public Russian leadership commentary, Russian media reports, all aligned with the body of our intelligence reporting. Were you aware of the confluence of what the Russians were saying and what our own intelligence sources are saying?
I believe I understand your question to be between the intelligence community sources and methods and open source reporting, including those from Russia. Yes, I was aware of all those things coming together at the same time.
Do you have any reason to believe that the Senate Intelligence Committee or the NSA or the CIA or the FBI or the Office of the Division of Intelligence are on some kind of an effort to discredit President Donald Trump?
Not
The gentlelady's time has expired, but you may answer the question.
No, not at all.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady from the District of Columbia yields back. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Strzok, you were involved in investigating both the matter of Hillary Clinton's private email server and the so-called Russian collusion matter. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And Ms. Page was also involved in both those. Is that correct?
She was not a member of the investigative team for either. She was a senior staff member for Mr. McCabe, who I believe began
But somebody you were communicating with on a fairly regular basis
Yes, sir.
on these matters. Thank you. And you would agree, would you not, that both investigations were supposed to be fair and unbiased?
Yes, and that they were.
Yet you were both rooting for Hillary Clinton to win, and you both detested Donald Trump. Did you not?
I think that's fair to say.
Okay. And in fact, as we've learned, you apparently found Donald Trump's supporters detestable too, like those around Loudon, Virginia, as we've already heard, whom you called ignorant blanks. I'm not going to say that here, and that you had visited a Southern Virginia Walmart and could smell the Trump support. Now, I have to say, when I read those communications and when I hear them here, those between the two of you, specifically what you had to say about Trump supporters, it reminded me of something that Hillary Clinton had said about Trump supporters. She found them, what did she call them? Deplorables. And I would submit that it was your and Hillary Clinton's smug view of Donald Trump's supporters that was truly deplorable. Don't you think that the American people, when they're paying your salaries, when they're paying for a fair and unbiased investigation by none other than the FBI, deserved a whole lot better than what those comments I just referred to reflect?
Congressman, two things. One, I absolutely regret the appearance of some of those texts and wish I would have said or phrased or not said at all some of the things I did. Two, I disagree completely with your attribution to my views of Trump supporters. I never said that. I expressed no such thing. There are millions and millions and millions of Americans who I deeply respect and honor who voted for Mr.
Time
Trump.
here.
But I just
also,
want to correct a
interestingly,
mistake.
you told Ms. Page, and I'll quote here, "I loathe Congress," and she agreed. Now, you're probably in pretty good company there. A survey I saw a while back about Congress found us less popular than root canals and head lice and colonoscopies, and although we did beat out playground bullies and the Ebola virus, but this is not about us. It's about you and whether or not the American people can have the confidence in the investigations that you were involved in, and whether you were fair and unbiased when you investigated both Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump. Would you agree with that?
Sir, I appreciate that concern very much, and let me explain a little bit about that comment. I have the utmost respect for Congress, for its role in oversight, for its role in passing laws, for any of the functions. What I was stating in that comment was the efforts by some to turn legitimate oversight activity into unwarranted
We appreciate there's a lot
criticism of the
there's a lot of
FBI
us
for
up
the
here-
FBI doing nothing but doing its job.
There's a lot of us up here that don't like Congress particularly, too. So I would, there's
Sir,
probably
I'm
a
just-
lot of the
I'm-
American people, the vast majority would agree with you on that. Mr. Strzok, you were removed from the Mueller investigation, correct?
Yes.
But for the most part, all the others that were there are still there, correct?
I can't speak to the current staffing
Well,
and
let me
personnel of
tell
the
you
special
who they
counsel.
are. Greg Andrus, who gave $1,000 to the Democrat running to hold the Senate seat previously held by Barack Obama, and $2,600 to Democrat Senator Gillibrand, and $0 to the Trump campaign. He's still there. And Rush Atkinson, who donated to the Clinton campaign, and $0 to the Trump campaign. He's still there. And Kayleigh Freeney, who contributed to both the Obama presidential campaigns and the Hillary Clinton's campaign, and $0 to the Trump campaign, still there. And Andrew Goldstein, who donated $3,300 to both Obama campaigns and $0 to the Trump campaign, still there. And Elizabeth Prelogar, who, by the way, clerked for liberal Supreme Court Justices Ruth Bader Ginsburg and Elena Kagan, and contributed to both the Obama and Clinton campaigns, and $0 to the Trump campaign, still there. And James Quarles, who contributed to the Democratic presidential campaigns of Dukakis and Gore and Kerry and Obama and Hillary Clinton. Now, he did contribute to former Congressman Chaffetz and Allen, but he contributed $20,000 to the Democratic and Senate campaign committees and $0 to the Trump campaigns. I could go on, but I'm just about to run out of time. Suffice it to say that 9 of the 16 investigators still on the case gave to Hillary Clinton or Barack Obama or to both, and none gave to Trump. Now, shouldn't such a wide disparity in political support of one party over the other give the American people concern that even though you are off the Mueller team, that the fairness and lack of bias that President Trump deserves and the American people deserve just might be lacking here?
The gentleman's out of time, but the witness may answer the question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sir, what I'd tell you is this, and what I'd ask you to tell your constituents is this. I have and had no idea what contributions were made by anybody staffing the special counsel's office. What I can tell you and what I'd ask you to relay to your constituents is the men and women that I saw, the attorneys, the agents, the analysts, were the most remarkable, bright, patriotic, hardworking people that I've ever had the honor of working with. I want you to know, and whether people leave here believing me or not, I was absolutely and remained absolutely convinced that the efforts and the personnel who make up the Office of the Special Counsel are the best in America. And I have complete faith and confidence that they will arrive at the truth and that they will do that well.
Gentleman from Ohio yields back. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Strzok, I don't know where to start. If I could give you a Purple Heart, I would. You deserve one. This has been an attack on you in a way to attack Mr. Mueller and the investigation that is to get at Russia collusion involved in our election, which is what this committee should be looking at. A direct strike at democracy and what this country's about, and free and fair elections, keeping us independent of who is our foe, not our competitor, our foe. I just returned from the OSCE in Berlin, and there is little question among our allies and people and diplomats throughout Europe that Russia is an antagonistic country that is trying to wreak havoc in the Baltics, in the Balkans as well. They tried to use assassination to try to influence the elections in Montenegro, what they've done in Ukraine with Crimea and the Donbass, what they've done in Georgia, what they've done in Moldova. They are the bad guys. And you've dedicated most of your life to working in counterintelligence. One of your big cases, I think, was Donald Heathfield and Tracy Ann Foley. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was, how many Russian folks did you expose and bring to justice?
Well, that was a long, large investigation that a tremendous number of extraordinary people worked on. There were ultimately, I believe, 10, roughly, Russian illegals that were here, but that I started out in the early days and was honored to start out, and again, that ran a decade.
And how many Russians were deported for that?
Sir, if memory serves, 10 or 11, but I'm not certain on that number.
Pretty good case that you worked on. A good job.
Case.
Did you work on Russia primarily when you were at the FBI in that area?
At that period, early on, yes.
Are there some things you can tell us about the Russians that maybe we should know before the president meets with Mr. Putin, his very good friend, and a man he cannot say anything bad about?
Well, sir, I can speak to my experience as a national security professional in the FBI. The Russians are a top-rate adversary in terms of their foreign intelligence service, in terms of how competently they are able to use their intelligence service to achieve their foreign policy and national security goals. Many of which you referenced, their desire, the threat from NATO, trying to undermine the Western alliance, trying to minimize the role and influence and leadership of the United States around the world, attempting to minimize and undermine the extraordinary greatness of our democracy, to make it seem pedestrian and nothing special and on par with their kleptocracy and near dictatorship that they have, to somehow make us seem less. But that's my intelligence perspective. I wouldn't presume to get into a foreign policy.
They engage occasionally in assassination
they do.
Political rivals?
Yes.
An arrest of journalists for maybe talking and writing about things that the state doesn't believe in?
Yes.
It's not America.
Not at all.
Well, that's unfortunately what the Mueller investigation is looking into, is Russian collusion to influence our election and to influence our politics. And you have dedicated your life to working against that type of involvement and against that type of effort to subvert our democracy and to undermine it. I thank you for that. It's astonishing to me that you would be put on trial as you have today. The beginning of this discussion, this committee meeting, somebody said, we don't want young people to look at the front pages constantly and see things about the FBI that's putting the FBI and the Justice Department in questions and on the front page. Well, I would submit to this committee that the people who are putting that on the front page is this committee, and the people who won't accept what the Investigator General said, that there was no bias involved in the actions of you or others that were investigated. There was found no evidence that the conclusions by the prosecutors were affected by bias or other improper considerations. Rather, we determined they were based on the prosecutor's assessment of the facts, the law, and past department practice. With that as a fact, there's no reason for this hearing. No reason at all. But it puts it on the front page again and again and again. And as you said earlier, the Russians are loving it because this is what they want. This is what they want. You'd think it was Benghazi. It was a never-ending television show from Congress that got nowhere except tried to influence the people that watch Fox News. And that's what this is about. And this is really unfortunate. And as they say, you could put lipstick on a pig, but this is nothing but a ruse to try to get to the Mueller investigation and make people think it's baseless, that it's biased, that it's 13 Democrats that are working on this, and they're prejudiced and they're discriminatory and they're biased because they, just as Jack Nicholson said in the movie, A Few Good Men, you can't handle the truth. And the truth is, this is the most corrupt administration ever, and it's going to be exposed by Robert Mueller. Thank God. I yield back, and I thank you.
The gentleman from Tennessee yields back. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized. Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Chairman. Agent Strzok, did you provide any information to reporters, journalists, or media personalities about anything related to Trump-Russia investigation in 2016, 17, or 18?
No.
Did the press ever talk to you, Agent Strzok, about this issue? Did they ever come to you?
The Trump-Russia collusion investigation?
Did the press ever come to you? I'm asking first, did you talk to them? I'm asking now, did they ever come to you about anything related to Trump-Russia investigation in 2016, 2017, or 2018?
I received a number of calls from various members of the media, particularly when I returned from the Office of Special Counsel. In every instance, I referred.
Prior to going on the special counsel team, did you get any inquiries from the press that you took?
Not that I took. I referred them to the Office of Public Affairs of the FBI.
Have you read the dossier?
I have.
Okay, and you wrote about it too, didn't you?
I don't know what you mean by writing about it.
We got an email that you sent. It should be presented there, or should be in front of you there. I want you to take a look at this. This is an email you wrote to Lisa Page, Bill Priestap, Jim Baker, Jim Rubicki, and CC'd Andy McCabe. Subject line is BuzzFeed's about to publish the dossier. You familiar with this email?
I am.
All right. Says this, comparing now, the set is only identical to what McCain had, parentheses, it has differences from what was given to us by Korn and Simpson. Did you write all that?
Congressman, let me answer it this way. The first, if I could address the chairman. Over the break, I was authorized by the General Counsel.
Hang on a second. I just want my time stopped if you could. Are you addressing me or the chairman?
I'd like to address the
told
chairman
the time
because this is all going to come together in an answer.
Is there a question you want to direct?
No, it's something I wanted to answer your question from earlier based on something I've been told by the FBI.
Wait.
I think I'm aware of what the FBI told you, and you and I will have another chance to talk about that. But right now, the gentleman from Ohio controls the time.
You wrote this. That was the question.
So obviously,
wait,
you have
look at
it.
do you see the
So,
from?
So Congressman,
you
here's
see the
my,
from line? Do you see the from line?
Congressman, I do.
It says
and I
Peter
understand
Strzok.
this.
And then it says to Lisa Page and a whole bunch of other key people at the FBI. So did you write it?
I did write this.
All right, let me ask you a couple questions about it. It has differences from what was given to us by Korn and Simpson. Who's Korn?
Sir, to answer that question, and I would love to answer that question, and every part of me, and you know why I'd want to answer that question because you have this information.
Who's Simpson?
I have been, sir, if I may, I cannot answer that question.
You wrote
based
about
on
it. It's now public. Who's Korn? Who's Simpson?
Based on direction by the FBI, sir, I am not able to answer questions about ongoing investigative matters.
I just want to figure this out. Agent Strzok. You're referencing 3 copies of the dossier. The BuzzFeed copy you have, the one John McCain's staff gave to you, and the one that you said you got from Korn and Simpson. The one McCain gave to you and the one BuzzFeed has are identical in your words, but they have the Korn and Simpson one is different.
Sir,
this is kind of important.
It is important, and I want to answer your question. And here's the position that I'm in, Congressman. I have been directed. May I answer your question?
Mr. Chairman, may the witness be permitted
Mr.
to
Chairman,
answer the question?
Mr. Jordan repeatedly asks a question, doesn't let him answer it.
The gentleman from Ohio controls the time.
I have been directed that I may state that I have read the dossier, that I read the dossier as it came in parts and pieces.
You've already told me you read it.
And
I want to know who Korn and Simpson are.
And, sir, what I'm telling you is that I have been directed I may not state the various places
Okay,
where
let me ask
the
you this.
FBI
I got it.
received
I
that
know what you're
information.
saying. I know what you're saying. Did you ever communicate with David Korn?
No.
Did you ever communicate with Glenn Simpson?
No.
Did you ever communicate with Nellie Orr?
No.
Did you ever communicate with Bruce Orr?
Yes.
When did you communicate with Bruce Orr?
My recollection is somewhere between possibly 3 or 4 or 5 times in the late 2016, early 2017 timeframe.
What did you talk about?
We talked about investigative matters that Mr. Orr was involved in.
Did you talk about the investigation we're focused on here, Agent Strzok?
My direction from the FBI is that I may not answer that question, sir.
I got it. Let's go back to the email that you sent that you won't talk about. Are there 3 copies of the dossier as evidenced by what you said in this email?
Sir, to be clear, I want to talk about this email. I want nothing more
than
than
all
answer your
you
question
want, but you're
because it
not
would leave
talking
you
about it. You're
sadly
not answering my
disappointed.
questions. Are there 3 copies?
3 copies of what?
The McCain copy, the BuzzFeed copy, and the one that you got from Korn and Simpson.
Sir, the most I can say is we received a variety of copies of and different types of
Let me ask you one other question.
from
Glenn Simpson testified in front of the Senate Judiciary Committee on August 22nd, 2017. He was asked, did anyone from Fusion ever communicate with the FBI? His response, no. No one from Fusion ever spoke with the FBI. So here's what I'm having trouble understanding. If Glenn Simpson says no one ever spoke with the FBI, how is it that you got a copy of the dossier from Simpson?
Sir, I can tell you I never had contact with Fusion, with Mr. Simpson, with Mr. Korn. And again, sir.
Chairman, regular order.
The gentleman will have a few more seconds since he was interrupted.
Well, I mean, this is the frustration that every single member of this committee feels is when Agent Strzok won't answer, well, more importantly, the American people feel when Agent Strzok won't answer fundamental questions like the guy he references in an email, Korn and Simpson, and won't tell me who they are. This is unbelievable, but that's where it's gotten to now, and it's as frustrating as it can get, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, may I respond?
Briefly.
Sir, it is as frustrating to me as it is to you. I can tell you, sir, that I would love.
Well, you know what, Agent Strzok?
Mr. Chairman, may the witness be permitted to answer.
If it's so, if
Gentlemen will suspend.
If it's so frustrating, answer the question.
If you'll allow him to, I'm sure he will.
He has never answered the question who Gordon and Simpson are.
him.
We're about
The
to,
gentleman
we're
instruct the
about-
gentleman from Ohio to stop badgering and
We're
allow him to answer the
about-
question.
We're about to move on. The gentleman from Ohio's time's expired. And we're about to move on where Mr. Strzok can answer a question that he refused to answer earlier on advice of counsel. And I'm going to yield to Mr. Gowdy for the purpose of doing that right now.
Mr. Chairman, before Mr. Gowdy starts, may I respond to Mr. Jordan?
Very briefly.
Very briefly, sir, I would love to do that. There is an appropriate time for oversight, and as you well know, that is at the end of an investigation once it's concluded. I am certain Congress will absolutely have the opportunity to look at any investigation once it's closed, ask all these questions, and I would love to answer each and every one of your questions
Mr.
once
Strzok,
the FBI allows me and the
we already
investigation
know
is
that
done.
answer from you, and you have already been advised that you can answer the questions here, because guess what? This is the United States Congress where you're testifying, not under the jurisdiction of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. And
Mr.
for that
Chairman, we cannot be asking about an ongoing investigation that is sabotaging an ongoing investigation by this committee, and that's what he's not cooperating with, and we should not do it.
It is
and he
not-
cannot cooperating with that.
It is, these questions are table-setting questions regarding the formation of this, and he can answer those questions, but
Cannot answer
he's
questions
been
regarding an
advised by
ongoing
the FBI
investigation.
that he can, and so Mr.
He's been
Gowdy's
advised by the FBI that he cannot.
No, he's been advised that he can, and Mr. Gowdy's going to again ask his question.
Gentleman from Ohio has asked for 15 seconds.
So, Agent Strzok, who's being square here? Glenn Simpson says no one from Fusion spoke with the FBI. You say in your email, we got a copy of the dossier from Simpson.
Mr. Chairman,
being square?
regular order.
We will have regular order, and we'll revisit that question. Now the chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina.
Agent Strzok, between July 31st, 2016 and August
Mr.
the
Chairman,
6th.
regular order.
This is regular order. The gentleman refused to answer the question earlier. He has now been advised, and I have been advised by the FBI that he may answer the question that was in order earlier, and he's now going to answer the question.
But, Mr. Chairman, Republicans have controlled the time. Now the time goes to the Democrats.
The gentleman will be recognized shortly.
Agent Strzok, between July 31st, 2016 and August 6th, 2016, how many witness interviews did you conduct as part of the Russia-Trump campaign alleged collusion investigation?
I don't recall, and I'd have to check the case file.
We waited all that time for that answer?
Yes, sir.
That's eerily similar to what you said a couple hours ago.
Sir, I am telling you, and I would reject the characterization that I refuse to answer anything. I want to answer these questions.
Well,
I'm
I
going
just
by
asked,
the direction
I just
that I
asked you one.
received from the FBI.
I just asked you one, and I'm looking for a number.
Sir, and
I'm
my answer
looking
is
for a number.
I do not know without the opportunity to check the case file.
You don't recall in the first week of an investigation that you originated, approved, or the contact person on, you don't recall how many witness interviews you did in the first week.
Sir, I remember that there were interviews conducted. I do not know when they fell on a calendar to be able to tell you whether they
When's the
were in
last
any
time
set
you
of
looked
date
at-
or the other on something that was occurring in the context of a myriad other responsibilities.
When's the last time you looked at the file, Agent Strzok?
Probably going on a year.
For those of us who happened to look at it yesterday, would you disagree that the first interview took place on August the 11th?
I don't know, Congressman. I cannot answer that.
Well, prior to July 31st, 2016, how many witness interviews did you conduct as part of the Russia-Trump campaign alleged collusion investigation?
None.
So none before July 31st, which would be none at the time you said what you said in that text on July 21st.
I don't understand the text you're referring
Point
to.
of order, Mr. Chairman. This is on our time.
Well, no, there are two more questions he didn't.
All right.
He wouldn't answer.
The gentleman will continue.
between
Could you
May
explain why he can
17th.
continue in our time?
He can. He's not on your time.
Not
It's
my
on-
personally
it's on-
Democratic
It's
time.
on our time because he was advised earlier by the FBI that he could not answer the questions, and now he's advised that he can. So the questions will be asked and answered.
Between May 17th.
Parliamentary inquiry, what rules are we following that would dictate such an answer by you, Mr. Chairman?
We are following the rules of the committee.
Could you cite the rule?
No.
No?
Gentlemen will proceed.
Just, Mr. Chairman, point of parliamentary
Excuse me,
inquiry.
this seems to be well.
We're going to, the Democrats'
Mr. Chairman, point of
obstruction
parliamentary
this hearing
inquiry.
can continue, but when you do, and the FBI tells him he can't answer a question, and then they change their mind and says he can, we're going to take the time out to do that, and then we're going to continue.
Mr. Chairman, point of parliamentary inquiry.
The gentleman
Democratic
from South
members of this
Carolina
committee have a
is
right to
recognized.
know what the rules are in governing this hearing.
Agent-
Gentlemen,
Can you share with us
the
these
gentleman
secret rules
is not
that
in
you're
order.
making up as you go
Gentlemen.
along?
Agent Strzok, between May 17th, 2017 and May 18th, 2017, how many interviews did you conduct as part of the special counsel team?
I don't believe I conducted any.
Between May 17th, 2017 and May 22nd, 2017, how many witness interviews did you conduct in that 5-day period?
Well, so you just went back a year from 2018 to 2017, and I don't know.
2017, May 17th, 2017,
Okay.
May 22nd, 2017.
Yeah, I believe you may have said 18, but 17, I don't know.
Whether I did or not, it's the 17th, 2017.
Fair enough, and I don't recall.
Well, Chairman, I appreciate you letting me make that clear. And again, the context when you would not answer it was you used the word impeachment on May the 18th, 2017, and you used the word impeachment on May the 22nd, 2017. And your testimony is you can't recall a single interview you would have done as part of that investigation that was supposed to lead to impeachment. And I think that line of questioning, I'm glad the FBI finally realized it, albeit a couple hours too late. When you are prejudging not just a result, but a punishment, which is what impeachment is, when you are prejudging the conviction and the sentencing, when you have not conducted a single solitary interview, I'm sorry, Agent Strzok, but that is letting your bias impact your professional judgment.
Mr. Chairman, may I respond?
Briefly.
Sir, so look, I never prejudged anything. Not in this case, not in any others.
Impeachment
Second,
for what,
Mr.
Agent Strzok? Impeachment for what?
Second
after
of
all
all,
that?
Mr.
Chairman, what are the
Not
rules
letting the
here?
witness
Mr.
answer
Chairman, what are the rules?
The gentleman will
He's
allow
opened
the
up a whole
witness
new
to
round of
answer the
questions.
question, and then we'll move on.
Second,
He was given time to respond. And
the
now he's-
notion, at the time I was the deputy assistant director, I have section chiefs, unit chiefs in the field, supervisors, agents, people who typically do interviews, not me. If something is notable or high level, I might be involved, but it would be rare, if never, that I would typically get out there and conduct interviews, first of all. Second, you mentioned the use of the word impeachment. That was used in the context of my not knowing what this would lead to. I was not prejudging impeachment. When I used that term, it was saying
Agent
it might
Strzok,
do nothing.
please.
It might lead all the way
Thank
to something on the
Thank
other.
you, Agent Strzok.
Agent
The
Strzok,
chair
are you
now
kidding?
recognizes the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Clay.
Thank you,
5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman. And Special Agent Strzok, I just continue to be amazed that my colleagues in the majority are more interested in your text messages than they are about the leader of the free world doing everything possible to undermine the Western Alliance. It just amazes me, Special Agent Strzok, as a counterintelligence specialist, you know all too well the pervasive, constant, and growing danger that the Russian Federation poses to this country, our allies, and to democracy in general. It is appalling that my colleagues in the majority continue to relitigate the 2016 election while the president does more damage in the to the Western Alliance than the sum total of all previous Russian and Soviet leaders could have dreamed of. And it is remarkable that Mr. Trump accused our trusted ally Germany of being, and I quote, totally under the control of Russia. I would say that the president is half right. Someone is totally under control of Russia, but it's not Germany. You know, the president should look in the mirror and explain why virtually every decision he makes and every word he utters weakens our key friends, erodes our strategic alliances, and strengthens our most dangerous adversary. Mr. Strzok, can you offer an explanation as to why the president is so eager to punish our allies and please Vladimir Putin?
Sir, I wouldn't presume to do that, no.
All right, let me move on to the meeting of June the 9th, 2016 in Trump Tower. We have a series of emails in front of us, one from Rob Goldstein, who told Donald Trump Jr. that the Crown Prosecutor of Russia met with Aris Agalarov this morning, and in their meeting offered to provide the Trump campaign with some official documents and information that would incriminate Hillary and her dealings with Russia and be very useful to your father. And he says this is obviously very high level and sensitive information, but it's part of Russia and its government support for Mr. Trump. Mr. Strzok, without commenting specifically on these emails or this instance, can you explain generally from a counterintelligence perspective why it would be concerning that high-level campaign aides would be meeting with a representative from a hostile foreign government? What would be the risk?
Well, again, not relating it to any particular event. I think the hypothetical would be enormously concerning because a hostile foreign power, one, by definition of that hostility is their national interests are adverse to ours. The fact that people would be meeting or attempting to work together implicates a variety of potential criminal violations. I think it would give concern about the motivations and the actions of the people involved and whether or not whose interest, whether America's or that hostile foreign powers they were truly working towards.
And when campaigns are given defensive counterintelligence briefings, are they generally instructed to report foreign interference attempts to the FBI?
That is typically part of a CI defensive briefing, yes.
I want to thank you so much for your responses and your patience. And you know, today's hearing is a sorry display on the part of my Republican colleagues who have put the defense of the president over the ultimate responsibility we in Congress have to protect our national security. All of you should be ashamed of yourself. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. King, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To start this off, I'd like to yield to the gentleman from South Carolina for a brief presentation.
Thank the gentleman from Iowa. Agent Strzok, do you have your text in front of you?
I do not.
Can you, well, let me read one to you, and you tell me whether or not you recall saying this. On May the 18th, 2017, who gives a, I'll give you a hint, it starts with F, one more AD versus an investigation leading to, guess what that last word is?
Sorry, I recall the text, it's impeachment.
Impeachment, the day after Mueller was appointed. How about on May the 22nd? Do you remember that text? Do you have that one in front of you?
I do not.
Well, here, let me see if this refreshes your recollection. This is you in response to something Lisa Page sent you. I'm torn. I think, no, I'm more replaceable than you are in this. I'm the best for it, but there are others who can do it. Okay, you're different and more unique. This is yours, plus leaving an SC having been an SC, resulting in an, guess what that next word is?
I'm sure you've got it, sir.
No, well, you wrote it.
Are you asking me what it's?
Yeah, what is? What do you think it is?
I don't need to guess. Impeachment, sir.
Impeachment. 5 days. 5 days after Mueller has been appointed special counsel, and you're already talking about impeachment twice. I thank the gentleman from Iowa.
Mr. Chairman, may I
Reclaiming my
respond,
time.
please?
The gentleman
At
has
the
has
conclusion of
responded.
Mr. King's time, you may
Mr.
supplement
Strzok, I'm
your
over here now to your left, and I wanted to point out that you repeatedly stated here before this committee that you separated out your personal beliefs from any action that you took. You'd agree with that, I'm confident. And as implausible as that sounds to us, we've listened to a dogmatic defense of the implausible argument that no matter how biased you were, no matter how profane in that bias you were, it didn't affect your judgment or your decisions. Now, that's a tough argument to make, but I recall your response to Mr. Duncan of Tennessee on that topic, and you said, I don't agree with the characterization of my views as biased. Do you hold with that position that your views are not biased, whether
Yes.
or not they colored your activities as an agent?
I believe they did not color them, and I believe they are not biased.
The derogatory texts that you delivered that have been before this committee for the better part of this day don't reflect a bias.
They don't, sir, and why? Because
So
not
you've
a
gone-
single representative of the IG has been able to demonstrate a
You've
single
gone to
act,
a level. it's
not one
thing,
indicating
Mr.
bias.
Strzok,
Not one. You have
Reclaiming
a lot
my
of
time,
text,
Mr.
sir, but
Strzok. It's
not
one thing to
act.
say that you found a way to wall off your bias, but it's not possible to take under oath and tell the American people and this committee that there's not bias. If
Sir.
there's never ever, there's the evidence of this bias is replete throughout this evidence, throughout these documents that we have. Let me take you another place. Were you involved in the questioning of Hillary Clinton on July 2nd, 2016?
Yes, I was. I'm
and-
pausing because I think it was second or third, but if you represent it's the second, it's the second.
The second is the date that I believe we worked with. But in any case, in that room, how many agents were in that room?
3, including myself.
And were there any other representatives of the executive branch of government?
There were.
And who were they?
5 attorneys from the Department of Justice.
5?
Yes, sir.
5 attorneys from the Department of Justice and 4 then from the FBI?
No, sir.
Including yourself?
No, sir. A total of 8 people.
3
5 DOJ
FBI,
attorneys,
5
3 FBI
DOJ.
agents. That's
And then the people in the room with Hillary Clinton were Carol Mills,
Secretary
Heather Samuelson.
Clinton, 1, 2, 3, I believe 4 other attorneys, 4 or 5.
I see. And did you record any of that interview? And can you tell me how long that took?
We did not record it. My recollection is that it took several hours. I don't recall the exact time.
Uh-huh. And then what documents would you have that memorialize the interview?
An FD 302 is created based on the notes taken by the participants in the interview.
And how many of those 8 agents or officers had their notes, that took notes in that room?
I don't know. I know the
Do you have
2
yours?
I did. I believe some, and I know the 2 agents did. I don't recall about the DOJ attorneys.
I want to ask you to reconstruct, who were those agents?
There were 2 of the case agents assigned to the Clinton investigation.
And what are their names?
Sir, FBI policy,
I
I've been
expected that
directed,
answer.
I can't answer.
But I want to let
publicly
you
speaking.
know, we must know who was in that room. And we must have access to those notes, because that's what they used to compile the 302 report. Did you brief Director Comey on that 302 report?
Well, Sue, 2 things. Going back to the 302, it is relying on notes, but it's also drafted based on the memories of the agents participating in it.
Notes
so
and memory.
Notes are not complete. But yes, my recollection is I did brief Director Comey on the results of that interview.
And we will be asking for the specifics on that data that you are knowledgeable of. And I'd ask the chairman if you would be willing to issue a subpoena for the texts that Mr. Strzok testifies as are not work-related. I believe there's a very good chance they are work-related. And the balance of this for the information on who was in the room on that date when Hillary Clinton was interviewed, which officers from the FBI, which officers from the DOJ, and let's call them to this Congress and get their testimony on what took place inside that room, Mr. Chairman.
We will take your request under advisement. The time of the gentleman has expired. I told Mr. Strzok he could briefly respond to Mr. Gowdy's.
Sir, yes, thank you. And if I may, just briefly to Mr. King, sir, right? First, I am asserting to you that my personal belief did not constitute bias. Every American has political belief, every single one, and I would submit to you that the vast, vast majority of those people are not biased individuals. So that is a comment I'd like to make to you.
By your testimony, I'm free from that allegation for myself for life, Mr. Strzok.
Mr. Chairman, if I can respond to you. My mentions of the word impeachment, if you look at the selective text that you've chosen and you expand that look to others, you will see that in no way did I prejudge that outcome. In fact, what you've conspicuously omitted rather, is a statement I made expressing concern that I'm not sure there's a big there. What that clearly demonstrates, sir, is I had prejudged nothing. What it clearly demonstrates was I was looking at one potential outcome being impeachment. I was simultaneously looking at the polar opposite outcome, that there might be nothing, that there might be no criminal activity whatsoever. And I think it's fair that you take texts in the totality of the context in which they're made.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Johnson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Strzok, you were, or you are a special agent for the FBI. How long?
Going on 22 years, sir.
And you
Actually,
pretty much spent
just over 20, sir.
You pretty much spent your professional career at the FBI, is that correct?
That's correct.
And the Republicans on this committee seem to be obsessed with your text messages, but during your long career with the FBI, you've accomplished quite a bit more than simply leaving a text message trail. Is that correct?
I've had the privilege of working on an extraordinary number of very great cases.
Well, you rose through the ranks of the FBI to, at one point, become chief of the counter-espionage section at the FBI. Is that correct?
Yes.
And your career at the FBI culminated with your appointment as the Deputy Assistant Director of the Counterintelligence Division. Is that correct?
Well, I certainly held that. I would tell you I'm extraordinarily proud to have worked as a DAD in the Human Resources Division as well.
And during your career in counterespionage at the FBI, did you lead a counterintelligence operation that was called Operation Ghost Stories?
I did not lead it. I was one of the many agents who started that investigation, and a pair of the subjects early on that I was one of the case agents on.
You worked on it throughout the course of that 10-year investigation?
No, just at the beginning, several years, sir.
I see. But you worked on many other counterintelligence investigations during your career at the FBI?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Now, Operation Ghost Stories was a multi-year counterintelligence investigation of a network of United States-based Russian spies working as covert agents of Russian intelligence, the agency known as SVR. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And the target of that investigation was a group of covert SVR agents who had assumed false identities and were living in the United States on long-term, deep-cover assignments, correct?
That's correct.
You've investigated a number of those kinds of counter or intelligence. You've presided over a number of those types of investigations during your time with the FBI. Is that correct?
I have, yes.
And these Russian agents have infiltrated America, set up to be undercover and then develop sources that they can use then to develop information and then funnel that information back to Russia. Isn't that correct?
Yes, to develop that information from the United States and other denied areas from within our government.
And as soon as you find one cell, if you will, of Russian spies, take them down, there are also other cells working throughout America. Isn't that correct?
That's generally correct.
And it was your job to keep on top of that kind of activity.
Yes.
You led a team of FBI agents who did nothing other than counterintelligence investigations for the FBI. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you were successful in arresting and prosecuting numerous individuals for espionage and other crimes against the United States of America. Isn't that correct?
Me as part of a large number of very competent, talented folks, yes.
And sir, you've gained a great deal of intelligence about Russian spying activities, their methods and sources as they operate in the United States and in other allied nations. Isn't that correct?
Certainly true within the United States and to a lesser extent overseas.
And you've used your skills to keep America safe.
I have, sir. It's my proud duty to have done so.
There's a lot more to your career than a few emails, isn't that correct? And text messages.
Absolutely, sir.
So to boil it down to that is really a disservice to you. I think as opposed to the Republicans here being so desperate to find a way to discredit the Mueller investigation by discrediting you as a person, I think rather than they doing that, we should be honoring you for the work that you have done over the last 22 years to keep this nation safe. And this hearing is a reckless abuse and misuse of congressional authority. I'm looking forward to Republicans finishing the hell up with this damn Peter Strzok text message investigation. And with that, I'll yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gohmert, for 5 minutes.
That would be right here. Sir. Strzok, you said earlier in this hearing you were concerned about a hostile foreign power affecting our election. Do you recall the Intelligence Community Inspector General, Chuck McCulloch, having an investigation into an anomaly found on Hillary Clinton's emails?
I do not.
Well, let me refresh your recollection. The Intelligence Community Inspector General, Chuck McCulloch, sent his investigator, Frank Rucker, along with an ICIG attorney, Jeanette McMillan, to brief you and Dean Chappelle and 2 other FBI personnel that I won't name at this time about an anomaly they had found on Hillary Clinton's emails that were going to and from the private unauthorized server that you were supposed to be investigating. Now, do you remember it?
I remember meeting Mr. Rucker on either 1 or 2 occasions. I do not remember the specific content or discussions.
Well, I'll help you with that too then. Mr. Rucker reported to those of you, the 4 of you there, in the presence of the ICIG attorney, that they had found this anomaly on Hillary Clinton's emails going through her private server. And when they had done the forensic analysis, they found that her emails, every single one except for 4, over 30,000 of them, were going to an address that was not on the distribution list. It was a compartmentalized bit of information that was sending it to an unauthorized source. Do you recall that?
Sir, I don't.
Well, he went on to explain it, and you didn't say anything. No. You thanked him, you shook his hand, but the problem was that it was going to an unauthorized source that was a foreign entity unrelated to Russia, and from what you've said here, you did nothing more than nod and shake the man's hand when you didn't seem to be all that concerned about our national integrity of our election when it was involving Hillary Clinton. So the forensic examination was done by the ICIG, and they can document that, but you were given that information and you did nothing with it. And one of the things I found most egregious with Mr. Horowitz's testimony, and by the way, Horowitz got a call 4 times by someone wanting to brief him, leaving messages telling him about this, and he never returned the call. He had 500 pages of bias that he gave us, and then he threw a bone to the Democrats and said, but we can't find bias. And let me tell you, when you have text messages Mr. Strzok, the way you do, saying the things you did, you'd been better off coming in here and say, look, that was my bias. And you kind of get around to that a little bit when you say, hey, you know, everybody's got political views. Those are called biases, and we all have them. And you have come in here and said, I had no bias. And you do it with a straight face. And I watched you in the private testimony you gave. And I told some of the other guys, he is really good. He's lying. He knows, we know he's lying. And he could probably pass a polygraph. It's amazing.
Mr. Chairman.
No, this is my
Mr.
time.
Chairman, I'm sorry.
And it needs to
point
be
of order.
paused.
This point of order.
No.
The gentleman will state his point of order.
A member of this committee just asserted that this witness, who is under oath and a former agent of the FBI, lied. There is no evidence that. I ask him to withdraw it.
I do not withdraw it. He is not a member of Congress. It's not a violation of the rule. And just as you have been expressing bias through your members about what a hero
There is not a single person on this committee who has ever characterized a witness
Gentleman
as
from
lying
Rhode
by
Island,
sitting here
gentleman,
appearing before
it's my
this committee.
time.
That's a disgrace.
Gentleman from Rhode Island will
Praise
suspend.
him. No, the disgrace
Mr.
is what this man has done.
The
to
gentleman
our
from
justice
Texas will
system.
suspend for a moment.
There is the disgrace. And it won't be recaptured anytime soon because of the damage you've done to the justice system. And I've talked to FBI agents around the country. You've embarrassed them. You've embarrassed yourself. And I can't help but wonder when I see you looking there with a little smirk, how many times did you look so innocent into your wife's eye and lie to her about Lisa?
Mr. Chairman, this is outrageous.
The credibility of a witness
Shame
is
on
always
you,
an
Mr.
issue.
Gohmert.
And
Chairman, please, there's
have
no-
you
Mr. Chairman, this is intolerable harassment of the
What is
witness.
wrong with that? You need your medication.
The gentleman controls the time.
I ask that the witness be permitted to respond to
He
your
will be permitted.
despicable
He
assertion.
will be permitted
Did you
to respond.
ever
The
talk
gentleman
to
controls
Hillary
the time.
Clinton during your investigation, besides the one questioning you mentioned, before that or after that to this day?
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman will state his point of order.
It is, I think, against the rules of the House for a member of the committee to be impugning the character of a witness.
It is not.
He should ask questions to elicit. The purpose of this hearing is to elicit information. He should ask questions to elicit information. He should not be impugning the character of the witness.
The gentleman is advised the rules of the House only are directed to members of the House and the President of the United States.
Therefore, in other words, it is okay to impugn the character of witnesses in any way whatsoever?
Well, listen, I've heard many members on your side of the aisle impugn character of somebody who is covered by the rules of the House. But the gentleman, the gentleman has 20 seconds left. The clock will be turned back on, and he can complete his time, and then the witness can respond.
So if you talk to Hillary Clinton, other than the time she was examined in front of the witnesses?
No.
So after throwing away what you have with all the bias you have, you've never even gotten a thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman may respond.
Sir, well, that's quite a set of statements. and
Mr.
I'm not quite
Chairman,
sure
I
where
did
to
not
respond.
finish with a question.
The
There was
gentleman,
no question asked.
Mr.
There's
Chairman,
no
he's been given the
answer
opportunity to
needed.
respond.
the gentleman will suspend. The time of the gentleman has expired, and as I've indicated
The rules
earlier,
of our hearings are if there is a question asked during the time, the witness may respond to the question after the time.
The witness is going to be allowed to respond briefly.
That's a new rule.
Sir, first, I assure
No
you,
question.
under oath, as I spoke also during my interview a week or two ago, I have always told the truth. The fact that you would accuse me otherwise, the fact that you would question whether or not that was the sort of look I would engage with in a family member who I have acknowledged hurting, goes more to a discussion about your character and what you stand for and what is going inside you.
It's
and the
to
integrity
your
of man.
credibility, and you
while
lost your credibility.
Both
individuals. While I
You've lost your credibility.
While
That's
I doubt
the
it
problem.
plays well
Gentleman
to
from
America,
Texas will,
I'm not sure
will
it plays
the
well.
gentleman from Texas will suspend. The witness has had ample opportunity to express his feelings about that, and now the chair recognizes the
Mr.
gentleman's
Chairman, there
order.
is
Mr.
a
Deutsch.
discussion about the representative's first assertion about what the ICIG said that I would like to respond to.
Very briefly.
Very briefly, I have no recollection of that conversation.
I can tell you I am not a computer forensic expert. I can tell you that every allegation that we had, and ICIG was a great and close partner, every allegation that we had, whether from them or anybody else, was forwarded to experts who looked at it. The scores and scores of servers and BlackBerries and emails and everything we got were combed over carefully by the FBI's experts to see if there's any indicia of intrusion.
But you don't recall
The things
going
you're saying,
over
sir,
those emails, correct?
Much
Gentlemen
of what you're
will
saying, I
suspend.
have no idea what you're talking about, and frankly,
And the-
this
and the
strike
witness
is
will
wrong.
suspend as
I
well.
do not know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
That
you
is
just
enough.
can't let a witness
The-
go on forever.
the-
when the fact is, you never did
Mr.
anything
Chairman,
about those.
order.
Correct?
Regular order.
You didn't do anything
Was-
about it.
Sir, if there was a lead, I gave it to the team, unequivocally.
The gentleman-
there was nothing along
Mr.
the lines
Strzok,
that
you
was
will
not addressed.
suspend.
Well, that'll come out.
Mr. Gohmert,
enough.
you will suspend. Mr. Deutsch, I apologize. I've been instructed by the ranking member that we're going committee to committee, so the next gentleman who's going to be recognized is the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Connolly, for 5 minutes.
Wow. The American public might be forgiven for mistaking this so-called hearing for a Russian political show trial. It's got all the trappings: character assassination, demagoguery, connecting dots that aren't meant to be connected, generalizing from an isolated incident, cherry-picking facts, sometimes fabricating facts. It's astounding. It's a new low in the United States Congress. What a shame. But Mr. Strzok, you're under oath. And my understanding is the big Republican beef, in order to discredit you and discredit the FBI and thereby, hopefully, from their point of view, undermine the Mueller investigation, hinges on the fact that you sent out some indiscreet personal emails about your political views on the then pending 2016 election. Is that correct?
Sir, that's my understanding.
All right. So you're under oath. I want you to say yes or no. The following email: character matters. Real Donald Trump is obviously not going to win, but he can still make an honorable move. Step aside and let someone else try. Did you write that email?
I don't believe I did.
No, you didn't. Republican Senator Ben Sasse wrote that email. Another unforgivable sin. He should be here as well, apparently. My wife, Julia, and I, we have a 15-year-old daughter. Do you think I can look her in the eye and tell her that I endorse Donald Trump? When he acts like this, and his apology, that was no apology. That was an apology for getting caught. I can't tell the good people of my state that I endorsed a person who acts like this. Was that you, Mr. Strzok?
No, sir.
No, it wasn't. It was Republican Jason Chaffetz, former chairman of my committee. Did you write the following? For the good of the country and to give the Republicans a chance of defeating Hillary Clinton, Mr. Trump should step aside. His defeat at this point seems almost certain. And 4 years of Hillary Clinton is not what's best for this country. Mr. Trump should put the country first and do the right thing. That's you, certainly, right?
No, sir.
No, you're right. It was Republican member of Congress Mike Coffman from Colorado. In light of these comments, Donald Trump should step aside and allow our party to replace him with Mike Pence or another appropriate nominee. I cannot in good conscience vote for Donald Trump, and I would never vote for Hillary Clinton. That's yours.
No, sir.
No, that's Republican Barbara Comstock of our home state of Virginia. All right, well, here's another one. It's now clear Donald Trump is not fit to be president of the United States and cannot defeat Hillary Clinton. I believe he should step aside and allow Governor Pence to lead the Republican ticket. You wrote that one.
No, sir.
You didn't? No, you're right. That's Republican Bradley Byrne of Alabama. Well, how about this one? Donald Trump's behavior makes him unacceptable as a candidate for president, and I won't vote for him. As disappointed as I've been with his antics throughout this campaign, I thought supporting the nominee was the best thing for our country and our party. Now it's abundantly clear that the best thing for our country and our party is for Trump to step aside and allow responsible, respectable Republicans to lead the ticket. You wrote that one.
No, sir.
Oh, no. That was Republican Martha Roby of Alabama. Well, how about this one? I respectfully ask that you, Mr. Trump, with all due respect, step aside, step down, allow someone else to carry the banner of principles. You wrote that one.
No, sir.
No, you're right again. That was Republican Senator Mike Lee of Utah. So it sounds like when you were writing these emails in the heat of the campaign, you had a lot of good company on the Republican side of the aisle. And now you're an orphan. I wonder what changed. But your opinion was hardly a striking one, hardly unusual, especially where you and I live, Northern Virginia. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So your sin of writing an email criticizing the candidate Trump and predicting he would lose was not an isolated kind of opinion. Is that correct?
No, it was not, to my knowledge.
And do you, under oath, confirm what the Inspector General, Mr. Horowitz, said? There's no evidence, your personal opinion notwithstanding, that in any way it tainted the ongoing criminal investigation led by Mr. Mueller.
I do.
That's your testimony, under oath.
Yes.
I thank you. And I'm so sorry for the treatment you've received here today. As a member of Congress, as a member of the Oversight and Government Reform Committee, I take no pleasure in watching this spectacle. Thank you, Mr. Strzok, for being here.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Poe, for 5 minutes.
I thank the chairman, and I take no pleasure in the self-pity that you have shown the rest of us the entire day. I'm a former prosecutor. I loved being a prosecutor in the district attorney's office, and I spent 22 years on the criminal bench trying criminal cases, saw about 25,000 felony cases. And I saw a lot of people in law enforcement. But in our entire justice system, from the beginning to the end of the justice system, people are involved in our justice system. And those people, whoever they are, cannot be biased one way or the other. And it starts in a courtroom with the jury. Both lawyers spend a lot of time, including the court, talking to jurors about whether they're biased. Why? Because people who are biased or come across as biased, they're out of here. You can't serve on that jury. You cannot be fair. We don't let judges serve on cases. If they have a bias, they are recused. Many times they just recuse themselves. They recognize there's a bias. And we don't let people testify unless the bias when they testify is allowed to be brought out. In other words, if a witness is testifying, let's say you, for example, both sides are entitled to bring out the bias for or against the, about the witness that is against the offender, let's use in that case. Because in our justice system, things must be fair and things must look fair. There must not be bias, and there must not be a look of bias by anyone. That's the way our system works. Now, in my opinion, my opinion is not any better than anybody else's, but I have seen a lot of people over the years, kind of in the people business, judging people. And I have heard your statements today, and it seems to me that your own words have shown your bias. You say you're not biased, but we base things on evidence, not based necessarily on words. And your words to me prove your bias, your attitude proves your bias, your arrogance proves your bias, and I think your protesting too much proves your bias. But be that as it may, the scary part of that is not whether you're biased or not. The scary part of it is, well, what about other people in the FBI? What about people we don't know about that have the same attitude that you do about people who are being investigated by the FBI? That is what is scary, because people out here, the rest of us who don't get to work for the FBI or the Justice Department, we are concerned about our justice system doing the right thing for the right reason and making sure that our justice system is just. And part of the fairness and justice is that there isn't a bias for or against anybody as they go through the system. Now, based on what you said, I don't think I would ever allow you as a juror to be on a criminal case, ever. I don't know that the defense attorney or the prosecutor would allow you to be on a jury, because your words are what we hear. Your protesting just seems to make those words more of a show of your bias. The comment that you're going to stop him in an email or a text or something, that not only shows your bias, that shows that you're going to act on your bias, and you're going to stop President Trump. That's the way it comes across. The evidence comes across. So, how do you assure us that the attitude that you have shown us today of the text messages and all of these things that we've been talking about, how do we know that's not rampant throughout the FBI? How do we know that?
Sir, what I would answer to you.
Can you just answer that question?
Yes.
How do we know that there's not bias in the FBI in this particular investigation or other investigations? How do we know that?
Sir, the way you do that is exactly what you suggested. You look to the evidence. You look to the actions of the men and women of the FBI in the conduct of their cases. You look to my actions in the conduct of the investigations. You have done, with others, a spectacular job of equating the word bias with personal political belief. And it's astounding how effective that's been. But you know full well they are not the same. The fact of bias
Reclaiming my time. You'll have a chance to try to answer the other question that you're trying to answer. How do we know that the attitude that you have shown us to date, whatever you want to call it, you know, that Mr. Cohen wants to make a saint out of you. How do we know that the attitude you have today is not the same attitude of the FBI as they're investigating other cases? How do we know that?
I'd ask that the witness be
Time of the
permitted to
gentleman
answer
has
the
expired, and the gentleman may answer the question.
hopefully without interruption.
Sir, the way you judge that is what I said. You look at the evidence. You look at the acts. What FBI agents and analysts and everybody else do. You look at what I did. You look at what the Inspector General concluded, not only me, but all the agents and assistant directors and EADs and DDs and everybody involved in the investigation, and you see that the evidence unequivocally is there is no act of bias. So this false assertion that you're making that political personal belief must equal bias, that somehow we've merged those two words together in the dictionary, is one of the triumphs of what's been going on recently that I cannot disagree with more. A judge asks jurors, are you able to set aside your personal opinions and render a judgment based on the facts? Sir, you know that based on your extensive experience. What I am telling you is that I and the other men and women of the FBI every day take our personal beliefs and set those aside in vigorous pursuit of the truth wherever it lies, whatever it is.
And I don't believe you.
Time of the gentleman has expired. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Deutsch, for 5 minutes.
I thank the chairman. Let's be clear about what's going on here. We understand that President Trump doesn't like this investigation. We understand that. That's clear. But what we've seen in this joint committee and in the Judiciary Committee meeting just a couple weeks back, with members of the House demeaning themselves by asserting that the Deputy Attorney General sat there under oath and lied. Today, repeated assertions that Mr. Strzok is sitting before us under oath, lying to us. The efforts to impugn the credibility not just of Mr. Strzok, but of the entire FBI. It's shameful, truly shameful. The depths to which some of my colleagues have plummeted in order to advance a narrative to support the president's opposition to an investigation which is an investigation, as Mr. Strzok pointed out, and as too many of us seem to have forgotten, is an investigation into the Russians' efforts to destabilize the democracy of the United States of America. I wish that the attacks that have been leveled against Mr. Strzok, the attacks on Rod Rosenstein, the attacks on our FBI director, I wish there was even a slight degree of that same fervor directed against what the Russians did in 2016 so that we could get to the bottom of that and anticipate what they're trying to do this November and in 2020. Now, Mr. Strzok, this is the Inspector General's report. The number one finding in this Inspector General's report is that the FBI should not discuss ongoing criminal investigations. That's what the IG said Director Comey did wrong. The IG said he shouldn't have done it. The IG went into great detail about the long-standing practice and the reasons for that practice to protect the integrity of ongoing criminal investigations. In this case, the investigation that I just referred to, a direct attack by a foreign adversary. But listening to my Republican colleagues, it's almost as if they never read this report. Like you never bothered to pick it up. Or worse, you read it, you understand it, but you don't care. You're asking Mr. Strzok to do exactly what the Inspector General said not to do. Exactly. Mr. Strzok, if you answer these questions that you've been asked about this investigation, are you concerned that the Inspector General could investigate you and issue a report just like this one that says that you should never have done that?
Certainly that's possible. I'd be more worried about the impact on the ongoing investigation.
I understand. It's a ridiculous position to put you in. The Inspector General explained in this nearly 600-page report that the mistake Director Comey made was discussing the ongoing steps the FBI was taking in the Hillary Clinton investigation. Here's what we've heard today. We heard it from the chairman. We heard it from my colleagues. You've got two choices. You can ignore the FBI's policy that has been put in place to protect these investigations. I'm going to let you talk about that in a second, and answer the questions, in which case maybe you trigger an IG report, or you don't answer those questions and maybe we hold you in contempt. Now, can you just, again, since this has been a really long day, can you explain why it's important not to interfere with ongoing criminal matters?
Well, there are a variety, and I'm sure I won't come up with all the reasons, but the first is we do a lot of investigations where we never charge anybody, and it's simply not fair to, given the investigative power we have, to do something that would unnecessarily tarnish them or their image. Two, in the cases where we are investigating, talking about it is going to screw up a bunch of things you might want to do investigatively, talking to witnesses, talking to the subject. And then finally, you want somebody to have a fair trial. And if we're talking about it or putting our finger on the scale, it would just be horribly inappropriate and against what we stand for in the criminal justice system.
And the negative consequences on the outcome of that investigation?
It would be tremendous. Would adversely impact potentially the ability to get a fair trial, to conduct a competent investigation, to conduct one that arrived at the truth.
Right. Mr. Strzok, I appreciate that last comment, and I would just urge my colleagues that in the midst of this apoplexy that seems to be breaking out among so many of my colleagues, that we remember that ultimately what we're really trying to do here is get to the truth. And the truth that we need to get to is exactly what a hostile foreign adversary did to interfere with our democracy. Let's please keep that in mind as we move forward. Let's make that the focus. That's what the American people are expecting. That's what they're counting on us to do. Get out of the way. Let this investigation go forward. Let's get to the truth. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Marine, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Strzok, I have here, and I'm sure you're familiar with it, the Ethics Handbook of Department of Justice, of which the FBI falls under.
Yes.
And there are several paragraphs that I want to read to you. First one is General Principles of Ethical Conduct. Continued. Employees shall endeavor to avoid any actions creating the appearance that they are violating the law or the ethical standards set forth. Whether particular circumstances create an appearance that the law or these standards have been violated shall be determined from the perspective of a reasonable person with a knowledge of the relevant facts. Next one is appearance of impropriety. An employee shall endeavor to avoid any actions creating the appearance that the employee is violating the law or the ethical standards set forth in these guidelines. Furthermore, it states, for employees for whom a security clearance is required, and you do have a security clearance, correct?
Today I do, yes.
You've had one for quite a while,
Yes.
other than the circumstances.
Yes.
for performance of their official duties, prohibited conduct, and more may be grounds for suspension or revocation of a clearance. This could also result in adverse disciplinary action, including suspension or removal. Under the Hatch Act, all federal employees may vote, express opinions, and make political contributions under the Hatch Act. Active participation in partisan political activities by federal employees is restricted. And employees, and I want you to listen to this very carefully, serving in certain positions are more restricted than others. I think you are a person that falls into that category as well. I am just actually disheartened about the situation that you are in. And I say this with no prejudice, and I think you are your own worst enemy. You have an answer for everything. You have an attitude that is very obvious today, and you are the kind of witness that you and I, as a prosecutor for 18 years, a district attorney and a U.S. attorney, would love to get on the stand. And the reasonableness of the statements that you made, and I'm not going to get into the language, but the repetitiveness of it. Where was your judgment? What were you not thinking when you were sending the emails and the statements that you made and the comments in that of the people in Virginia? I would expect someone of your caliber to be way above that. You got carried away. You got impressed with yourself, and you're in a position that I'm sorry that that's the case. But if you are trying to draw a distinction, a wide distinction between bias and political opinion, there's not the wide distinction that you are drawing at this point. Because I would bet the farm that if you were sitting next to me as the investigating prosecutor, and I was the prosecutor, and Judge Poe or another judge were handling a case, whether it's civil or criminal, you and I would be pointing out the biases that I see that you have exhibited here. I just don't understand your judgment based on your background, and you may respond to that.
Sir, I appreciate your comments, and I appreciate your concern. The first thing I would tell you is I'm disappointed if you did not understand the amount of regret that I expressed from the beginning of my opening statement to the harm and damage that this has caused people I love and the institution
I do understand that now, sir. I do but it's in hindsight. And people like you and I that are here to protect the citizens, we should be thinking of this before.
Congressman, without question, and I would absolutely agree with you that there are things that I regret in retrospect. And I hope that comes across today. I know a large portion of today has been combative in a way that has nothing to do with my sense of regret and remorse. I would draw, since you brought up the ethics manual, I would note in that manual, in further restricted employees, every FBI employee, many DOJ employees, other members of the intelligence community are restricted. But within that category, if you read that manual, citing the Hatch Act, it says, except for where otherwise prohibited, and that has to do with activities coordinating with a political party, employees may not only have political opinions, but they are encouraged to express them privately and publicly. Yeah. So, sir, well, I don't draw any disagreement with you about bias where it occurs. What I disagree with you and so many people today is that political belief does not equate to bias, and we always have to go to the evidence. If you can demonstrate evidence of acts of bias, well, then bias is there. But in the absence of any, and truly, the Inspector General, this committee, any number of other people have looked and looked and looked, and not a single act tells me it didn't occur, because really competent people have looked for it. And so beyond me telling you under oath that I know it didn't happen, what it's important to realize is it's not just me. It's this entirety of folks looking at it. It is the entirety of structure of the FBI who is built not to do those things and not to allow it in others.
The time of the gentleman has expired.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Kelly, for 5 minutes.
I know it's been a long day for you, so I will keep it simple. Some questions will be repetitive, but if you could just say yes or no. In your time at the FBI, have you ever investigated a member of the Democratic Party?
Yes.
Did any of those investigations result in an indictment?
No, not to my recollection.
Have you ever investigated anyone that identifies as independent or unaffiliated with either of the two major political parties?
Ma'am, I don't know.
So you don't know if any of those resulted in?
Well, I don't know that. I know when I'm thinking of the Democratic Party, clearly Secretary Clinton was part of who we looked at, and she was very clearly part of the Democratic Party. I don't tend to beyond that. I'm not a public corruption agent, and political affiliation is not something we looked at.
But in your assessment, would your work history suggest a bias by you toward any one political party?
No, not at all.
You investigated, as you said, Secretary Clinton for use of private emails.
Yes.
She is a member of the Democratic Party.
Yes.
We know you have investigated a Republican, provided your participation in the ongoing Mueller investigation, and we know that that investigation has led to an indictment. In fact, it has led to 19 indictments, 5 guilty pleas, and a host of charges filed against former campaign and White House advisors to President Trump, as well as Russian nationals and companies. So is it fair to say that you have investigated and indicted individuals from the political spectrum? Or you may not even be aware of them.
Yes, ma'am. We don't look at that, so I don't know, but it's a fair assumption.
There have been news reports that President Trump's advisors, Ivanka Trump, Jared Kushner, Stephen Miller, and former White House official Stephen Banner, Reince Priebus, and Gary Cohn all used private email to conduct official business. President Trump is a Republican, correct?
Yes.
So these individuals were our key staffers for a Republican president, correct?
Yes.
These individuals serve or served as senior advisors to the president, White House chief strategist, White House chief of staff, and director of the National Economic Council. It is safe to say that individuals in such high-ranking positions are exposed to sensitive, perhaps top-secret materials.
Yes.
To your knowledge, has the FBI opened investigations against their use of private emails for official White House business?
I'm going to answer that. I can't answer that based on if they were ongoing. It would be inappropriate for me to talk about them.
Okay. I would like to note that neither the House Judiciary Committee nor the House Oversight and Government Reform Committee have open hearings on that issue, and several of those individuals named continue to advise the President of the United States and receive a paycheck paid by our tax dollars. Also, I'd like to say when constituents call my office, they are Dems, they are Republicans, they're independents, and they're not involved like all of us. And if you ask them, I am sure that they would say they receive top-notch service from my office, and I have my biases like everybody else, like we've talked about. And listening to the conversation today, I have to wonder about some of my Republican colleagues, not everybody, but since you apparently think that biases prevent people from doing their best job, it makes me wonder what happens when Democrats call your office. Do you not give them the same service as you give your Republican constituents? Because that's what you keep implying over and over and over and over. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Sanford, for 5 minutes.
I appreciate it, Chairman, and if I might, I'm going to yield my time to my colleague from Ohio.
Thank the gentleman for yielding. Agent Strzok, I want to go back to this email you sent on January 10th regarding the BuzzFeed pending publishing of BuzzFeed publishing of the dossier. You have that in front of you again?
I do.
Okay, my last round of questioning, you said you spoke with Bruce Orr several times in the 2016-2017 time period. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay. And at the time you were working with Mr. Orr, did you know that he was meeting with representatives from Fusion, including Glenn Simpson?
May I consult with counsel, sir?
You sure can. If you could hold my time, please.
Sir, again, I would like to answer your question, and it's a short and easily answerable question, but at the direction of the FBI, I cannot discuss the content of the operational matters that I discussed with Mr. Orr.
I appreciate that, Agent Strzok. At the time you were meeting with Bruce Orr, did you know that his wife, Nellie, worked for Fusion?
Again, I believe the same answer. Stand by, sir, again, please. I'm sorry about the time. Sir, again, I'm sorry. I would like to answer that question, but at the direction of the FBI, because it relates to an ongoing operational matter, I can't.
Let's go back to the email. I just want to make sure I understand this. It sounds like in your email you're saying comparing now. It sounds like there are 3 copies, but 2 different versions. The set you are examining and referencing to your colleagues, you say is identical to what McCain had, again referring to the dossier. And then you're saying the one from Corn and Simpson, you won't tell me who those individuals are, but that one is different. Is that an accurate reading of your email?
Sir, it isn't, and I think to give you the content or the context of that comment, I would have to. I have to tell you, sir, this is more frustrating for me than it is for you.
I'm not sure about that,
because of to frame that to give you an accurate answer. I would have to give you the context of what was going on, which includes details that I've been instructed by the FBI that I may not provide.
Well, there's another email down below on the one you're looking at, which talks about BuzzFeed has 16 of the reports. Looks like they have 16 of the, I believe, 17 sections that made up the entire dossier. Is that an accurate reading there?
Sir, again, it's not an accurate reading. I would tell you what the FBI has told me I may say in answer to the dossier is that.
Well, that's not an accurate reading. That's what it says. BuzzFeed has 16 of the reports.
Well, sir, that is a literal reading, but understanding what that means would it require me to provide information that is beyond the scope of what the FBI has permitted me to tell you.
Well, we'd sure like to know. I want to refer you to, I don't know that you have this in front of you, but this is the House Intelligence Committee's report, Chapter 6. There's a footnote on page 113, and it says this. In late March 2017, Daniel Jones met with the FBI regarding PQG, the Penn Quarter Group, which he described as exposing foreign intelligence or foreign influence in Western elections. He told the FBI that PQG was being funded by 7 to 10 wealthy donors located primarily in New York and California who provided approximately $50 million. He further stated that PQG had secured the services of Steele, his associate, and Fusion GPS to continue exposing potential Russian interference in the 2016 U.S. presidential election. Are you familiar with this meeting Mr. Jones had with the FBI?
I'm not, and I don't know if that's accurate or not, but I'm not aware.
I'm going from the intelligence report that the majority issued from the House Intelligence Committee.
I'm not aware of that meeting or who that is.
Have you ever spoke with Daniel Jones?
No.
Do you know Mr. Jones at all?
I do not.
All right. I want to go back to one more question I asked you the first round, Mr. Strzok. Mr. Simpson, when he did testify in front of the Senate Judiciary Committee, was asked about Fusion. No one from Fusion ever spoke with the FBI. Is there any way that that contradicts what's in the email that I've been referencing with you?
I don't know. I can tell you I have not spoken to Mr. Simpson.
You've not spoken to Mr. Simpson.
I have not.
I asked you that the first time. All right. I thank the chairman and I thank the gentleman from South Carolina for yielding. I yield back to the gentleman.
The chair would note that several of the questions asked by the gentleman were not answered by the witness on the advice of his counsel, and I presume through the FBI. And we will note those questions so that we can address them at a future time, because I find it stunning that they are not allowing you to answer those questions, Mr. Strzok. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Gutierrez, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The chairman started this hearing by saying, I wish this hearing wasn't necessary. Well, sorry if I don't believe that. Of course, he wants this hearing, and it isn't necessary. Now, I think there are hearings that are necessary, and we see them every day. There are 3,000 children separated from their moms and dads, and the government doesn't know where their moms and dads are and can't even bring them together. That seems like something the Judiciary Committee should be investigating. We start a policy in this country where we ban Muslims from coming in, and we make a test, a religious test. Sounds to me like something the Judiciary Committee should take up. We have a president of the United States. There are 16 women who have come forward to say that the president of the United States has attacked them. And what does this committee do? No hearings. Even one of the members of this committee had to resign in disgrace because he asked one of his staffers for $1 million if she would carry a baby for him. Do we have any hearings on the state and the plight of women in the workplace in America? No. These are all things and issues that are on the American people's minds. But we don't want to talk about those issues. Those should be issues that I believe are pertinent and should have hearings before this committee. But what we want to have hearings is to bring Mr. Strzok here so that we can regurgitate and continue to say that he is lying and that he is biased, and somehow he corrupted the investigation to the point that we can't believe Mr. Mueller, that we can't believe Mr. Rosenstein, that we can't believe the new FBI director who was appointed by the current president of the United States, and that we should abandon. My members on the other side, if there are two people that are thrilled and excited today, there are two people, the folks over at Fox News and at the Kremlin, because they both worked on one thing, electing President Trump, President of the United States of America. They've got to be overjoyed today at the Kremlin, and they've got to be applauding. And watch the newsreel tonight, because a lot of this today is simply what? Auditioning for Fox News, and of course, at the clapping at the Kremlin. I never thought I would see a time that the Congress of the United States would do the work of destroying. Because what do we know? We know very clearly that our men and women of the intelligence community have unanimously stated, and this is unrefutable, that the Russians worked to undermine our democracy and to elect Donald Trump President of the United States. And that is something that's irrefutable. You can say what you want about Mr. Strzok, that's irrefutable. And yet we do not investigate that. How can we have such an attack on our democracy and we don't investigate? But we want to investigate Mr. Strzok. So I want to ask you, Mr. Strzok, because they've kept saying you have this bias. When did you learn, and how did you learn about the investigation into the possible collusion between the Donald Trump campaign and Russian influence in our 2016 election?
Sir, I'm limited to what Director Cummings was authorized to say by the Department of Justice, but in late July.
So in late July. And when did the public learn about the investigation into Russian collusion and Donald Trump's investigation?
I don't remember a specific date, but it was well into the following year.
It was after the election?
Yes, sir.
So what we're to believe from our Republican majority, that you're so biased, you're such a Democrat that you can't hold back from trying to destroy Donald Trump, yet you never told anybody that there was an investigation into Donald Trump's campaign and collusion with the Russians? You never told anybody about that?
No, sir.
You never talked to a reporter about that?
Never.
But you had it in your hands. Well, maybe you didn't, because, in America, you could do almost anything. But you did have almost a magical bullet in your hand to derail the Donald Trump investigation. And did you use it?
No, sir.
No, you didn't, right? Are there Republicans that work at the FBI? Because it makes it sound like you're all Democrats. I never heard that before, but are there Republicans?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What would be interesting here is, since you like to cherry pick the Democrats that given money, the FBI agents that give money to Democrats, why don't you reveal the Republican members of the FBI that give money to Republicans? Why don't you reveal the Republican members of the FBI that are in and state very clearly when they apply for a voter registration, they apply as Republicans? They don't, because that's not what this is about. What this is about is for the American public, Mr. Strzok. It's really not about you. They want to damage and destroy our democracy. And one of the ways they do it is by taking an institution like the FBI and destroying it. And that, I think, is really regrettable. Okay, Kremlin, another good day for you. You influenced the election. You wanted Donald Trump to win. You won that one. And now you want to destroy our institutions. Congratulations, Kremlin. And congratulations to everybody that's helping them.
Gentleman from Illinois yields back. The gentleman from Tennessee, Dr. Desjardins, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just have a couple of questions for you, Mr. Strzok, and I'd like to yield the balance of my time to Chairman Gowdy. But in light of the last round of questioning, it's fair to say that you wanted to stop President Trump from being elected, in your own words, didn't you?
No, sir. That was my expression that I had a preference not for candidate Trump to be president, but that I did not and would not.
Did I not hear you read your own text correctly, that you would stop him? You would stop it?
No, sir, you misunderstood or misheard me. I said that my sense, not recalling writing that text, was that the American populace wouldn't elect
You don't
president.
like Donald Trump, do you?
Fair to say I'm not a fan, sir.
Yeah. And were you the only one who could have done the job you're doing, or were you the only one that could have led this investigation in the FBI?
Sir, it was logical, and given that I was number 2 in counterintelligence, that I would have a role in this investigation. But no, there are very qualified folks in the FBI. DADs, there are not that many at my level.
So, in retrospect, then, should you have recused yourself in this case?
Absolutely not, sir.
You don't like this man. You didn't want him to become president. You had several very disparaging text messages with your friend about this, but yet you didn't once think that maybe somebody else should take this case.
No, sir, and I'll tell you what, there are times where I didn't particularly care for Secretary Clinton, and I investigated that absolutely as objectively and aggressively as I did any other investigation. So no, I don't think recusal was at all merited.
Okay. Well, that's the one thing I've struggled with here today, listening to your testimony, because I do think a man in your position and power and the respect you should have, or that people should have for you because of your position in the FBI, that you would have stopped to think that maybe there was somebody that could do a better job that didn't have such disdain for this president. You claim to be such a patriot, but once he was elected, you continued to do this. And I think that you have to accept that elections have consequences. But I'll yield the balance of my time to our chairman.
The gentleman yields. Agent Strzok, now I'm confused because I thought on that August 8, 2016 text that you did not recall typing it. And then you said that you recalled it was late at night, and that somehow mitigated the content of what you typed. So do you recall it, or was it late at night? And what else do you recall about the timing of that?
Mr. Chairman, I think my recollection and statements have been consistent across the board. I don't remember typing it. It was late at night. My sense was I can tell you what it was not. It was not a suggestion that I or the FBI take any action.
Well, I'll tell you what, instead of us musing about what you meant, why don't we just go with what you said?
Okay. Sir, I would actually rather go with what I did. Well, that is, at the end of the day, that is.
We'll get to that. We'll get to that in a second, I promise you. No, he's not. We'll stop it. And I think you've agreed that it was his candidacy, right?
Or his election. I don't think, again, not recalling writing it. His candidacy, his election, I don't recall writing it. I'm not sure what it means.
And what do you mean by stop?
Stop it, again, my sense, looking at the context, was that there was no way, coming off the heels of insulting the Khan family, that the American, and all the other statements that had been made in the comparison of genital size during a debate and everything else, that there was no way that the American population was going to elect this man. So my sense was this is a off-the-cuff, hey, don't worry about it sort of comment. And if you look at the next day when I send a text saying, hey, what was that? It's clear there is no conspiracy, there is no meeting of the minds, there's no suggestion of actions. It was merely a one-off comment.
And of course, it's about a week before you use the word we again in connection with an insurance policy to make sure that he was not elected president. And then we get to the day Mueller was appointed special counsel, day after. Let's go through this one again, see if it rings a bell with you. Who gives a F, one more AD, an investigation leading to impeachment with a question mark? Why are you talking about impeachment the day of special counsel's appointment?
Well, sir,
and while you're thinking about that, let me give you a few other options you could have said. An investigation leading into indictments against Russians, an investigation leading to better election security, an investigation leading into a robust response to what Russia tried to do to our country. But you didn't say any of that, Agent Strzok. You went straight to impeachment. Do you know how impeachment works?
I have a general understanding.
How does it work?
Sir, my understanding is limited to that is something done by the Congress, that there are articles of impeachment, and the procedure by which that occurs, I am not an expert.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you have to be a sitting office holder to be impeached?
Sir, I don't know the answer to that.
Well, I actually do. And I will take note that you never once used the word in connection with Secretary Clinton, did you?
Sir, I did not, no.
No, you didn't. If you did, we don't have it. So that's an investigation where you didn't think about mentioning it, but the day Mueller was appointed, rather than punishing Russia, rather than indicting Russians, rather than doing something about social media, you went straight to impeachment.
Wrong. That's incorrect, sir.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Regular order, Mr. Chairman. The
I'm out
time's
of time,
expired.
and we'll revisit the issue.
May I respond to your question, sir?
You may when we revisit the issue.
Oh, you
Point
just
of order,
asked a
Mr.
question.
Will
May I
let
respond now?
witness answer the question. you
Mr.
just
Chairman,
presented.
the witness is permitted to answer the question briefly, as
The gentleman
Chairman-
from Louisiana is recognized.
as the
Mr.
chairman
Rich-
has repeatedly said today.
The gentleman from Louisiana is
Is
recognized.
the witness
Mr.
not going to be
Richmond.
permitted to answer the question, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to object to your not permitting the witness to answer the question you asked him.
Who's the member from?
One moment while I find out who's next on the Democrat side. I
Mr.
don't see
Chairman,
Senate.
that is not the question.
Sir, you asked if I went directly to impeachment rather than Russia. I would like to respond to that question that you asked immediately.
We're going to
prior
come
your time
back to
expiring.
it, but,
He should
but
be
if you're
permitted to answer the
dying to
question.
respond to it now, as long as you do actually respond to the question.
Yes, sir. My immediate concern was absolutely having to do with Russia and everything related to that. My concern was what Russia was doing on social media. My concern was what Russian intelligence officers were doing in the United States. My concern was what the government of Russia might or might not be doing with members of the Trump campaign.
That's
was
great,
broad
Agent
and
Strzok.
robust.
That's
That
wonderful.
was my response.
That's wonderful, and trust me when I tell you, that would have been a longer text. I get that. It would have taken a lot longer for you to actually type that, but you didn't.
Regular
You typed the
order,
word
Mr. Chairman. Are you going to just pontificate for nonstop? or are we
General
gonna
Lady
have
from
some rules
Michigan
in
is
this committee?
recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Strzok, during your 11-hour closed-door interview with our committee, Republicans asked you more than 200 questions on the special counsel's and the FBI investigation of the Trump-Russia collusion and interference with the 2016 election. At one point, you described how the special counsel's investigation had, and I quote, credible allegation that the government of Russia had offered assistance to elements and matters of the Trump team on the election. Is that correct?
I believe so. I don't have a copy of the transcript, so I will.
And
if-
subsequently, Rep. Meadows followed up with this question. He stated, and I quote, there was evidence that Russia was trying to do it. There was no evidence the other way around. Do you recall that?
I don't remember that specific exchange, ma'am.
You told, and I'm going from the transcript,
And I'll
you
accept your
told Rep. Meadows that you understood his question but could not answer in an unclassified setting. It appears from your transcript, sir, that you interpreted his question as, quote, whether or not there were any reciprocation of that by members of the Trump team in offering their assistance back to Russia. You later continued to explain, and I'm quoting from your transcript, as whether or not there was information about whether elements of the Trump campaign were themselves engaging in that. I can't answer that in an unclassified setting, and furthermore, I don't think the FBI or special counsel would want me commenting on ongoing investigations. So just to be clear, the question of whether the Trump campaign was trying to collude with Russia calls for a classified response and a response that would involve information that's part of an ongoing investigation. Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you. I certainly would not want you to reveal any classified or sensitive investigative information in this setting. We have repeatedly gone back and forth with that, and I don't understand why we have to repeat things repeatedly to such an intelligent group of people. Back in March, Chairman Gowdy stated on national TV, and I quote, And if you believe, as we have found, that there's no evidence to collusion, you should want Special Counsel Mueller to take all the time and have all the independence he needs to do his job. Chairman Gowdy also stated, and I quote, "When you're innocent, if the allegations of collusions with the Russians, there's no evidence of that, you are not innocent of that, act like it." If President Trump and his allies want us to believe that there's no collusion with Russia, and that's what this is about, I would suggest that they take Chairman Gowdy's recommendation and begin acting like it. And I yield back my time.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Idaho is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In your opening testimony today, you stated that, quote, "Not once did my personal bias interfere with my judgment. There's no evidence of bias in my professional actions." Close quote. Okay, let's explore that statement for a second. Can you please define, because I'm really confused, can you define, what's your definition of bias?
I think, sir, bias depends on the context in which you're talking about. With regard to political opinion, that is allowing your beliefs to get in the way of the honest, independent pursuit of facts.
So allowing your own beliefs to get in the way of your actions.
Of your honest, right, of your honest,
Okay.
of the honest, open pursuit.
Please give me an example of a situation when bias would interfere with your professional judgment.
It's difficult to answer a hypothetical. I'm not going to interview a witness. I am going to destroy evidence. I am going to prevent somebody from taking an investigative step. I'm not, it's a difficult hypothetical.
Has there ever been a time when your professional actions or you believe that you had bias, that you needed to move on from an investigation at any time?
No.
No. Has there been a time in your career that you recused yourself from a professional action?
No.
Okay. So you'll be surprised, but I actually believe that the Russians tried to destabilize our economy, our way of life, our government. I think they have been doing it for a long time. I'm curious if this is the first time that Russia tried to interfere with an American election.
I'm aware of times where they, going back to the 60s and 70s, where they planted evidence, where they were seeking to introduce items of information that were false in newspapers. I'm not aware of any direct outreach to members of a presidential, either the candidate or his immediate team.
Did they attempt to interfere in the 2012 elections?
I certainly did, yes.
Yeah. So do you recall when President Obama telling Russian President Medvedev that he would have more flexibility to negotiate on issues like missile defense after the 2012 election?
I don't remember that, sir, no.
He said that in a hot mic. Why wasn't that investigated?
Sir, because one, there were no allegations to my knowledge. Again, I was not in the position.
This is the President of the United States telling the Russian president that he was going to have more flexibility and he was going to do certain things. Do you recall during the debates when President Obama objected to candidate Romney that the 1980s are now calling to ask for their foreign policy book, the Cold War is over? Do you remember that?
I don't, but I believe it to
Okay,
be
so
true.
you were not interested in Russian interference with our elections in 2012, but you were interested in Russian interference in 2016.
That's not true, sir.
And you were not interested in the actions of a president who was saying that Russia was no longer a foreign power that we needed to be concerned about.
Sir, I disagree with that statement.
Well, you don't even recall those statements, so I don't know how you can disagree with them.
You were characterizing my interest in their interference, and I can respond to that if you'd like.
That's fine. How can you assure the American people that you're not lying today?
Because one, as I said before, I'm doing it under oath. I'm telling you, having spent 26 years putting on a gun, putting my life at risk for this country, I am not lying to you right now.
So you're doing
More
it
than
under
that, sir,
oath.
if you don't want to take my word for it,
No, that's fine.
I get people might be hesitant.
Yeah.
I would say, look at the record.
Okay,
look
so
at everybody who's worked with me.
So let's look at
what
the record.
the IG said, and that
Today,
will absolutely confirm
Today you
that.
stated that you don't mean it when you said Trump supporters smell. You did not really mean it when you said that, used the word impeachment. You did not mean it when you said Republicans were hillbillies, you were not telling the truth in those moments.
No, I disagree with that, sir. I said I didn't mean it when I talked about people that you could smell the support or hillbillies. That was a poor choice of words that I don't believe. I did not say I did not believe impeachment. My explanation for impeachment was very different. My explanation of impeachment was, as I considered it, that was on the far end of what might be occurring.
Okay, so
what I also said was the opposite.
I understand, but so finally, the Democrats have made assertions today that are just not true. First, that the IG found no bias in your actions. This is not true. The AG said, quote, "We were deeply troubled by text messages sent by Strzok and Page that potentially indicated or created the appearance that investigative decisions were impacted by bias or improper consideration."
Right, and read what you just said, sir. Potentially create the appearance. That says nothing about an act of bias. It is a hedged three-adjective description about something which I can tell you doesn't exist.
Moreover, as we describe in Chapter 9, in assessing Strzok's decision to prioritize the Russia investigation over following up on the mid-year related investigative lead discovered on the Wiener laptop in October 2016, these text messages led us to conclude that we did not have confidence that Strzok's decisions was free from bias.
Yes, sir.
So you did, there was no decision that there was no bias. They just cannot find whether there was bias or not. And moreover, they did not really
Mr. Chairman, regular order.
They did not investigate the Russian investigation in the IG report, so there's going to be still pending reports.
Mr. Chairman, the gentleman is out of time and yields back. The gentleman from
May I
New York,
respond,
Mr.
Chairman,
Jeff.
to his question?
I didn't hear a question.
I don't agree with it. He was asking me whether or not whether I believe that the IG report indicated that there was an act of bias or not. And I was
all right.
They're afraid to hear you answer, but I'd like to ask the witness to be permitted to answer a question.
May I respond, sir?
Sure.
Sir, let's look at the facts of that laptop. The facts of that laptop are within hours, literally less than 4 hours of learning of that laptop. I assigned agents to go and check in and figure out what to do with that
Mr. Chairman, that wasn't the question.
Within a day, they had done so. And these were folks unrelated to
The gentleman from Idaho has yielded back. If you want to give a short response to a question he does not believe he asked, you're welcome to do it, but just keep it short.
Mr. Strzok, speak clearly into the mic, to raise the mic, please, for you.
Yeah, absolutely. So, sir, I would take issue, I do take issue with the IG's conclusion there. The IG said something that they could not exclude the possibility that it played a role, and what I would point you and point them to are the facts, and the facts are these. Within hours of learning of the Wiener laptop, I assigned very seasoned supervisory agents and subordinate agents and analysts to follow up on that. And within a day of getting that information, they had gotten in touch with New York, determined that New York had not completed the processing, and that they were going to get back together when that occurred. So the notion that anything was backburnered is belied by the facts that literally within 24 hours of learning of that information, I had assigned people who, by the way, had nothing to do with the Russia investigations to follow up on the matter.
All right, you've been given a chance to answer. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Strzok, the investigation into possible Trump-Russian collusion in the 2016 election has resulted in 23 indictments, correct?
I don't know the number, but it's sizable.
It's resulted in 18 individuals who have been indicted, true?
Again, I don't know the numbers, but I'll...
3 corporate entities have been indicted in connection with the Trump-Russian collusion investigation, correct?
I'll accept your representation. I don't know.
The investigation has identified at least 75 different criminal acts, correct?
Again, sir, I haven't tallied them up.
There have been 5 guilty pleas, true?
I believe that's correct, sir, but I'm not certain.
Trump's campaign manager, Paul Manafort, has been charged with conspiracy to defraud the United States of America, correct?
He's been charged. I don't know the specific crimes.
He's sitting in jail right now as a result of alleged witness tampering, correct?
Yes, sir.
Trump's former National Security Advisor, Michael Flynn, has pled guilty to lying to the FBI, correct?
Yes, sir.
Trump's deputy campaign manager, Rick Gaetz, has been indicted for conspiracy to defraud the United States, correct?
Sir, he's been indicted. I don't know the charges.
George Papadopoulos, a former Trump campaign national security advisor, has pled guilty to lying to federal investigators about his contacts with Russian spies during the campaign, true?
Certainly with Russians, I don't know how to characterize those Russians.
Okay, now the FBI publicly disclosed information about the Hillary Clinton email investigation 11 days prior to the election in 2016, true?
Yes, sir, I believe that's right.
But the FBI maintained confidentiality about the Trump-Russia criminal investigation during the entire duration of the Trump presidential campaign, correct?
Yes, sir.
So if you really wanted to stop Donald Trump from becoming president, you could have revealed the criminal investigation into the Trump campaign to the American people prior to the election. True?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Strzok, you are before this committee for one reason: to serve as a monumental distraction. There is a criminal investigation into the Trump campaign and possible crimes related to the 2016 presidential election involving collusion with Russian spies to sell out our democracy and hijack the presidency. My colleagues in the cover-up caucus don't like that criminal investigation, and therefore they need to identify a villain. Mr. Strzok, tag, you're it. Here's what's so ironic about that characterization. Vladimir Putin is a thug and a dictator who hijacked and interfered and attacked our democracy. But apparently, he doesn't meet the Republican villain test. Our so-called commander-in-chief continues to play footsie with him. Kim Jong-un murders his people and has threatened nuclear annihilation against American cities. But apparently, he doesn't meet the Republican villain test. The administration continues to engage in fake negotiations with him. David Duke and neo-Nazis, apparently for some, don't meet the Republican villain test. Oh, that's right, I forgot. There are fine people on both sides. Roy Moore, an alleged serial pedophile, apparently doesn't meet the Republican villain test. He was the nominee of your party for a seat in the United States Senate. But we're supposed to believe that Agent Peter Strzok, a former Army officer who has served the FBI with distinction, yes, made some mistakes, is the gravest existential threat to our democracy. How dare you lecture us about villains when your party continues to turn a blind eye to that parade of degenerates that I just listed? This investigation is a joke. It's a fraud. This hearing is a kangaroo court. It is a three-ring circus. It is not even meritorious of an investigation by Ace Ventura pet detective, let alone 75 members of the United States Congress. Let's stop wasting taxpayer dollars and get back to the business of the American people.
Gentleman from New York yields back. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to yield my time to you.
I thank the gentleman from North Carolina. Agent Strzok, on March the 14th, 2017, I think we're, a couple of months into the presidency? See if you can recall this text that you received. Finally, 2 pages away from finishing ATPM. Do you know the president resigns in the end? What is ATPM?
I believe it's a reference to the book All the President's Men.
All right. Do you recall how you replied?
Generally, I feigned surprise and said something to the effect that we should be so lucky or fortunate.
No, it was lucky. Lucky in what way?
Sir, that he would resign as president.
You wanted him to resign 2 months into his presidency?
Sir, my sense was, in a personal belief, that I was not pleased with the direction and things that were being done with the presidency.
I thought you trusted the American people. I thought that was what you said in August of 2016, that the American people would stop him, and then they didn't stop him. And Here
Sir,
we are in
I do
March,
trust
all of
the
a sudden
American people.
not trusting the American people anymore.
Sir, I utterly trust the American people. What I worry about is when the government of Russia puts their fingers on the scale and causes the will of the American people to be
indictments have there
something other
been?
than America electing
How many
their president.
indictments have there been of Americans for collusion with Russia?
Sir, I couldn't answer that question.
Sure you could.
Well, when
You worked
say,
on the
when you
investigation.
say that, first, you know full well, sir, collusion is not a crime. I don't know where that term came from, but
Well,
there-
you're
there
right,
have
it's
been
not.
scores of
It's
Americans
not. Conspiracy, coordination, collusion, a lot of people use those words in the same way. How about we say conspiracy?
Sure.
How many Americans have been indicted for conspiring with Russia to impact the 2016 election?
None, to my knowledge.
Yet.
And we'll be happy to get Mr. Nadler as a witness at next week's hearing if he wants to help you answer that. So you wanted President Trump to resign 2 months into his presidency.
No, sir. I think I read that text as a snarky comment about a book that was being read and a comment made. It is a conversational text exchange. It is not a written expression of a desire for something to occur.
Maybe I missed it. Well, help me. God, that we should be so lucky.
Yes, sir. And I think you would accept as a very intelligent, sophisticated man that people frequently speak when they're texting or in conversation. You'll say things that are hyperbole or exaggerations or not literal because that's just the nature of the way
Usually,
we talk to each
Agent Strzok, not when I was supposed to be dispassionately, neutrally investigating someone. I actually did not. But let's go. Let's go. We've already passed the who gives a F. One more AD versus an investigation leading to impeachment. And I think we've already established that there is a school of thought that you can be impeached even if you're not a current office holder. You can be barred from holding office in the future, but you did not engage in any impeachment analysis in your other 2016 investigation with Secretary Clinton. You saved all of that for candidate Trump. So I want to go to another text. You and I both know the odds are nothing. If I thought it was likely, I'd be there, no question. Now, this is the day after Mueller was appointed. When you said be there, are you talking about on his team?
Yes, sir.
I hesitate in part because of my gut sense and concern. There's no big there. So in addition to disappointing the hell out of my Democrat colleagues, that someone who was investigating Russian collusion didn't think there was any there, why would you be concerned? Why would you not be ecstatic that there was no collusion? Why the word concern?
Sir, I don't know what I meant. Concern to me seems like there is a lot going on and a lot presumptive that there may be something like impeachment. But, sir, you got to pick. Which one do you want? I'm either convinced that there's impeachment or I'm convinced what you just read, that there's no there. And the reality, sir, if you look at it, is the fact that I was looking at this with an open mind and saying, I don't know what there is.
Agent Strzok, of all the universe of options, that's not the one I picked.
But
of all the universe of options, you looking at something with an open mind is not the one I picked.
But that's the
I'll
obvious
tell
one to
you
conclude from
the
that
one-
email.
I'll tell you the one that I picked. The one I picked, and it breaks my heart to say this about an agent for an agency that I have tremendous respect for. You as a counterintelligence officer had no interest in participating in a counterintelligence investigation that was not going to lead to impeachment.
No, sir.
That's how I read it. If I thought it was likely, I'd be there, no question.
You are assuming
I
someone
hesitate
else's
in
position.
part.
Chairman, you're coming to conclusions on someone else's viewpoints in the hearing.
I'm
Allow
pretty
the witness to
I'm
respond.
pretty sure it's my time and the gentlelady's not recognized. I hesitate in part because of my gut sense and concern. There's no big there.
Sir, may I
What
respond?
were you concerned wasn't there?
Sir, my concern was not knowing, given these allegations, what existed. Whether on the one hand, there was no criminal activity whatsoever, towards the middle, that there were individuals kind of pursuing their own agendas for their own self-enrichment, or on the far end, that there might be an impeachable offense.
Why wouldn't you want to
didn't, sir,
investigate
may I answer your question?
Well, my question is, why would you not want to investigate that?
Sir, I did want to investigate that. That is not what you're reading. What you are reading is my trying to decide What I want to do with the course of my career and whether to stay as a Deputy Assistant Director in the Counterintelligence Division, where I have oversight of a wide variety of threats around the globe, or whether I want to remove myself and go work on something in the Special Counsel's office that is very specific, that is going to take, I don't know how long it was going to take.
Yeah. Well, you're
now,
leaving.
So, sir, but what to your point?
You're leaving out one really important word, Agent Strzok, impeachment.
So
that was
exactly,
in all of your text.
Regular order.
sir,
It's now a minute and a half over. Does it, Mr.
Sir,
Chairman,
if
do
we
you
made
guys
that
just
one
go
important
on
word,
and
unless
on
I'm
and on as long
the
as you
quicker
want?
I can
gentleman is
go.
interrupted
Point of
40
order.
times
I would
today.
take
Time
your
is
one
up.
big word of impeachment and add 4 big words of no big there. And the reality is, you know full well I said both, and you know why I said both. Why I did that, and what I'm telling you under oath, is that I did not know what existed. I had prejudged nothing. That was all to be determined. And that is a logical way for investigators, attorneys, and everybody else to approach an
with the
investigation.
political death penalty and impeachment is not the logical way a neutral, dispassionate.
Point of
investigator-
order.
Chairman, we're demanding equal
You're
time
not
for every member of this
testifying
committee.
Jersey is
person here,
recognized.
Mr.
Chairman,
Chairman.
Mr.
And
Chairman.
if you can't control
Chairman,
yourself,
Chairman,
how do you expect this committee to control itself? You've been out of control since you've been on this committee. Why don't you leave it alone? This is not Benghazi.
The gentlelady from New Jersey is recognized.
You're recognized, Congresswoman. You're recognized.
When she finishes.
Well, hallelujah. First of all, Mr. Strzok, I want to thank you for your service. Secondly, Mr. Strzok, I think you made a big mistake by putting those text messages on your business phone, because then you opened up your personal phone, and here we are talking about this mess when it really isn't important. Because the other thing that I know, Mr. Strzok, is that even if you do have biases, you did not influence the outcome of this investigation. The IG found that the outcome of this investigation was predicated upon evidence and information. The other thing I know is that no matter how much you disliked Hillary and or Donald Trump, you didn't have anything to do with either one of them getting elected. You have nothing to do with the President of the United States disgracing this country every single solitary day when he embraces our enemies and sucks up, embraces our enemies and is disrespectful to our allies. You have nothing to do with the fact that the President of the United States has declared higher tariffs in the name of security to this nation against our closest friend and neighbor, Canada, but no one on this side of the aisle has opened their mouth. You have had nothing to do with the president enriching himself with his emoluments and carving out opportunities for his daughter so that she's not negatively impacted with her brands in China, while this side of the aisle says nothing. You've had nothing to do with the fact that Puerto Rico is still underwater and without any kind of electricity in so many places, while this side of the aisle, that's a part of the Oversight Committee, has forgotten what its mission is. But nonetheless, you have been here, and you have tried to answer their questions, and I have never seen my colleagues so out of control, so angry, and so desperate to protect a president that we all know is not fit to be president. So I want to leave you this opportunity. Is there any question on the table, Mr. Strzok, that you've been asked that you'd like to clarify? Because I can give you 2 minutes and 25 seconds to have your say uninterrupted.
Congresswoman, I deeply appreciate that time. I do want, everybody's watching this and making up their own mind. And what I would tell you is, one, I'm sitting here telling you the truth. And two, independent of me, I cannot express to you my love of the FBI enough. The men and women who make up that workforce, their ethics, their integrity are unmatched anywhere in the world. And I think that's important, one, because it is who we are. Two, that none of them would accept any of the behaviors that are being alleged any more than I would accept it in him. And 3, this entire exercise comes at a cost. We are doing things that are going to, in the future, tear down the underpinnings of what represent law and order in this country. And there is not a robust, thick wall there. I think people don't appreciate how tenuous the balance of the rule of law versus chaos is. And when we, as a people, engage in activity where we take institutions wholesale, whether it's the FBI or the U.S. intelligence community, and compare them to Nazis, we destroy things that, one, we may not see for years and years and years, and once we break those down, the amount of time it takes to fix is going to be tenfold. And I cannot stress enough that I ask all of you to take deeply your responsibility to maintain our system of
Thank you,
government
Mr.
and our
Strzok.
institutions.
I just need to say in closing, if anybody should be pissed at the FBI because you all helped this unfit man become president of the United States by not revealing to the people that he was under investigation in his campaign, it should be me. They should be applauding you, kissing you, and giving you all awards, because but for you, we would have had a legitimate president elected. I yield back my time.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for unanimous consent.
Mr. Chairman, as you are aware, under House rules, minority members have the right to demand a day of hearings to allow witnesses to testify on the subject of today's hearing. As you also know, during the course of today's hearing, the majority opposed Representative Swalwell's motion to subpoena Steve Bannon for testimony. On behalf of the minority members of both the Judiciary and Government Reform Committees, I am delivering a letter to Chairman Goodlatte and Chairman Gowdy, formally invoking our right to call a minority day of hearings so that Steve Bannon may testify, and I ask unanimous consent to insert a copy of that letter into the hearing record.
Without objection. The
Thank
gentleman
you.
from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Strzok, I appreciate you being here. Thank you, and I will assure you I take this very seriously. But also, I want to, as you go in and look in, there's been a lot of talks about text. There's been a lot of talk about your bias, non-bias, your opinions, and your willingness to elaborate on that. I have some questions that will not require you to have to be elaborate or anything. They're going to be simple, straightforward questions, because as I've been looking through this and also talking to the current FBI director, the current deputy attorney general, and reading through some things have popped up that I think at least need some clarification. When was the last time you were subject to a polygraph?
Approximately 2 or 3 years ago.
2 or 3 years ago. To your knowledge, have you ever failed a polygraph or found to be out of scope?
I've never failed one. I was out of scope prior to my last polygraph.
When was, and that would have been at what time? You said 2 to 3 years ago. Could you be more specific?
Sir, I think we can cut to the chase. I think there's an email that talks about people being out of scope for a polygraph, which generated my last polygraph.
Oh, don't worry. We're going to be cut to the chase.
Sir, it's your time,
so you want to go ahead and say it's January 2016 when you received a text or an email, correct?
Sir, if that's the date, I'll stipulate to that. I don't have those dates.
Okay, we'll take that as a stipulation. Has an examiner ever accused you of attempting to use countermeasures during a polygraph examination?
Not to my recollection, no.
You received your email in January, as you've stated, and you've stipulated to. Your polygraph was out of scope in January 2016. To your knowledge, how long was your polygraph out of scope?
Sir, I don't know. I recall it's the penultimate, the second to last polygraph I had was when I was a supervisor at Washington Field Office, which would have occurred somewhere between 2008 and 2011. My understanding of what out of scope means for the FBI is that polygraphs have a kind of 5-year span of effectiveness or validity. We had several people we were trying to, including me, trying to get read into a particular intelligence compartment. They ran the names. Me and some others were out of scope, which happens because polygraphs are, the line for polygraphs is longer than the normal.
I understand. I'm a member of the military, Mr. Strzok. I understand the lines for polygraph. I understand the delays in them. However, you happen to have a very secure job and a very one that is highly sensitive. So the question is, again, I would assume to answer your evasiveness, you did not know how long you were out of scope. Is that correct? Yes or no?
That's fair, sir. I was trying to recreate it by recollection, but
So yes or no, do you know how long you were out of scope?
I do not.
Okay. What steps were taken to bring you into scope?
I went and had a polygraph.
Okay, was this after the January 16 letter that you received?
It would have been afterwards, yes, sir.
Okay. If you were out of scope, when was the last time you accessed classified information?
Night before last, preparing for this.
Okay. You currently have what classification?
I have a top secret clearance with some SCI compartments.
Okay. During the time that you were out of scope, did you have access to SCI?
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that it is FBI procedure that a failure or out-of-scope polygraph does not terminate a top secret, but however, a failure of this would require you to be read out of SCI access, although you could maintain your top secret? This was a direct answer from a question that I posed and was received within the last week. Were you aware that you should have been read out of any SCI information
Sure, I
when
believe
you're out of scope?
I believe you used the word failure, which implies, in my mind, a failed poly. I am not and was not aware of the fact that an out-of-scope polygraph required a readout of SCI.
Then the question, I accept that, Mr. Strzok, but I want to get back to the question. The answer came back from the FBI and Justice itself that that is the procedure. So the next question I have is, after the 2618, you did your polygraph at what time? You said you were out of scope, you were brought in by giving a polygraph. When would that have been?
Again, sir, my recollection is the 2016 timeframe, but after that email, but I don't know when, within a month or two, I think.
Are you also aware in the publicly stated version of the IG report that there has been some serious questions and issues concerning polygraph information and lack of polygraph procedures at the Department of Justice and FBI that was brought out by the Inspector General?
I'm not generally aware that there was a report, but I'm not aware of the conclusions.
One of the general concerns on this is that when you're out of scope, and this is the answer coming back from the Department of Justice, you should have been read out of SCI. My concern is that during this time frame, you were involved in two very high profile, what would have been, or at least getting ready for SCI information in which you were not read out of. This is a concern. There's nothing else from that question. I have no further questions, and I'm finished, and I yield back.
I think you misstated the conclusion there, sir. I think you said that if in the event of a failure, it would require a readout, and that's not what you concluded.
The gentleman from Georgia controls the time.
Mr. Strzok,
the time's over. Mr. Chairman, the time's up.
May I respond, sir?
There was no question to respond to. The answer is from the Department of Justice. I read you the answer.
May I comment to what I believe is a misstatement?
Briefly.
From Georgia. Sir, from your answer, what I took that to be is in the event of a failure, an individual should be read out. You are conflating that with a out of scope or failure. It is not my understanding that out of scope requires somebody to be read out. It may be. I'm not a security professional, but you appear to...
So you're out of seat right now with an answer that received from the Department of Justice, and that is an interesting answer that you just gave, that you may have been out of sync, and the question now becomes, is policies and procedures failed or not failed? This is a serious investigation, which I do take seriously, and if you were to have been read out, you should have been read out. That is my final answer, statement, not a question, not opposed. I yield back.
The gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Cicilline, is recognized for 5 minutes.
And Mr. Chairman, I look forward to a couple of extra minutes as each of my Republican colleagues have had. Mr. Strzok, serving on this committee and representing the state of Rhode Island has been one of the greatest honors of my life. But the conduct of this committee today has been, for me, tremendously sad, embarrassing, and really dangerous to our democracy. And I want to apologize to you for the way you've been treated by this committee. And for the American people who are watching, you ought not wonder why they've lost confidence in Congress and are sick of the kind of circus that they saw being conducted in this room today. Because rather than focusing on urgent issues like family separation, reasonable efforts to reduce gun violence in our communities, considering legislation to reform our broken immigration system, passing legislation to reduce the cost of prescription drugs, addressing the inability of Americans who fall behind in their student loans to discharge that debt in bankruptcy, or oversight of the many conflicts of interest and corruption in this administration, we're having yet another hearing on the Hillary Clinton emails. What you should understand, Mr. Strzok, is the reason my Republican colleagues will not let you answer a question is because they're not interested in your answers. This is about promoting a narrative. You're a prop, so they can promote a narrative in an ongoing effort to distract from the serious investigation of the special counsel that is closing in on the Trump inner circle. This is a campaign to undermine that work, and sadly, they'll do whatever is necessary to do it in concert with the president. Attack the FBI, attack the Department of Justice, undermine the rule of law. And so your emails are a perfect foil for this effort. They're not interested in hearing your context and your explanation because it's not about you. It's about protecting the president. My colleagues have acted more like they're on the defense team for Donald Trump than exercising their very serious oversight responsibilities as members of these two committees. You know, Robert Mueller was praised to the heavens by everyone, Republican and Democratic alike, when he was appointed. Now he's a villain. What's the only thing that's changed? 19 indictments, 5 guilty pleas, and the circle's closing in. So I accept your sworn testimony about the difference between bias and the actions you took. We don't have to take your word for it alone, although I do. The IG report of 500 pages, interviews, review of documents comes to the same conclusions. We find the decisions made were consistent with the analytic approach described above. We found that these specific decisions were the result of discretionary judgments made during the course of an investigation by the media agents and prosecutors, and that these judgments were reasonable. So there's a big analysis that was done. Lots of interviews, 500 pages. That's the same conclusion, the same representation you've made today. But don't be frustrated, because they're not interested in that. This is about promoting a narrative. So we know, of course, Mr. Strzok, that the president, the intelligence communities unequivocally conclude that Russia interfered in our elections, that it was directed by Vladimir Putin and for the purposes of helping Donald Trump and hurting Hillary Clinton. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any reason to doubt the assessment of our intelligence agencies that may be made with high confidence?
No, sir.
And thereafter, the Senate Intelligence Committee, in a bipartisan way, a Republican-led committee, came to the same conclusion. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
And yet the President of the United States and members of the administration continue to deny that the Russian government interfered in our elections. In fact, just as recently as June 28th, the President said, Russia continues to say they had nothing to do with meddling in our elections.
Yes, sir.
And even Secretary Nielsen said, I do not believe that I've seen that conclusion, that the specific intent was to help President Trump win.
I don't recall hearing that, but...
And in addition to that, you know about a Trump Tower meeting where there was a discussion between members of the Trump campaign and Russian operatives, correct?
I am aware of that.
And the president then...
Sir, I would not characterize it one way or the other as Russian operatives or not, but I'm aware of them.
Okay. And in that meeting, there was a discussion about some dirt that the Russians had on Hillary Clinton, correct?
Media reporting has indicated that.
And the president then issued a statement in which he lied about that meeting and said it was about an adoption discussion. Correct?
Those statements have been made. Again, I'm relying on what's been reported in the media, not FBI or special counsel.
So would you tell me, Mr. Strzok, in the time that I have remaining, what should we conclude, or what raises eyebrows for you about members of a presidential campaign meeting with a foreign adversary of the United States to talk about dirt about their opponent, and then lying about the nature of that meeting? Why should that concern the American people?
Sir, I don't want to comment on any specific fact pattern or anything that relates to an ongoing investigation. So I hesitate, and I don't want to do that in this context.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to note for the record, we've had 0 hearings on Russian interference in the American presidential election, 0 hearings in this committee about our efforts to secure our democracy and secure the elections coming up in November. We've had hundreds of hours devoted to Hillary Clinton's email. This committee has failed in its responsibilities to secure our elections, which is a responsibility we have to the American people. And then when we finally have an opportunity to raise the issue, instead we're going to talk about Hillary Clinton's email. Shame on all of you.
Time of the gentleman
History
has
is going to judge
expired.
you very harshly for this behavior.
The chair
With that,
recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. DeSantis, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Strzok, you've defended your actions, said that you did not evince bias, that your actions weren't motivated by bias, but the Inspector General disagreed. When he asked you about the insurance policy text, the will stop it text, you provided an explanation similar that you did today, and he found your explanation to be unpersuasive, and you're aware of that, correct?
I'm not aware of that with regard to that text.
Well, he did. He testified when we had him in here in June in response to my questioning. He also said that your explanation for how you handled the Anthony Weiner laptop, you delayed, you didn't take action initially. He said your explanation for that, and he did note that in the report, was not persuasive. You're aware of that, correct?
Sir, I'm aware of facts rebutting that he has rebutting that specific assertion.
Well, he testified to us that he was not persuaded by your explanation for why you focused on the Trump-Russia collusion and you let the Wiener thing sit. And then he testified in front of our committee that it was reasonable to infer that your actions involving Wiener's laptop, the fact that you didn't pursue that aggressively, that it is reasonable to infer that it was because of the bias that you evinced in those text messages. Are you aware of his testimony with that?
Not specific to that, but I'll accept your representation.
Yes, and I think it's important to show while the IG report said the Clinton charging decision was not necessarily due to bias, he said that the Wiener is absolutely a fair game to infer that, and then they're obviously continuing to investigate the genesis of this Russia interference case. Do you also know that Rod Rosenstein on June 28th, when he testified in front of this committee, he said you were biased? Are you aware of that?
I'm
in
not
response
aware of
to
that.
my questions? Yes, he did. And he also says that the bias that you evince, it does undermine the integrity of your investigative actions, and it causes the American people to lose confidence in the institution. Do you know he said that?
I don't, and he's...
Well, he
I
did.
don't.
So the idea that there's no bias here is not, I don't think your explanations have been credible. And I think that if you acted so appropriately, Mueller removed you from the team. You're now at Human Resources, which is obviously a demotion. And then you are now one of the subjects of an ongoing IG investigation, correct?
No, sir.
Your conduct is not being reviewed by Horowitz about what you did or did not do in the Russia collusion case.
I'm unaware of being a subject of any ongoing IG.
Well, I bet you your conduct is at issue there. Let me ask you this. You opened up the counterintelligence investigation on 31 July. Was that because of the George Papadopoulos information?
Sir, I can't get into the guidance that the FBI has provided me about answers I can provide. That gets into a level of detail that I can't, that I've been directed not to provide.
You have answered some questions. I mean, I think this has been a little bit of convenience. I mean, you've answered some questions about there was grave concerns and all this stuff about why you were doing it. You didn't do that. The dossier, was the dossier a part of why you opened up the investigation?
No, but sir, none of this has been convenience. All of this has been based on what the department has worked out with Chairman Goodlatte about what is permitted and not. This is not a function of
So the dossier was not part of it. That's important. When did you learn the dossier was funded by Hillary Clinton and the Democratic Party?
I don't think that's an accurate representation, and the department or the FBI has directed me not to answer that question based on ongoing investigations.
Right. So Hillary, DNC sent to Perkins Coie, who sent to Fusion, who paid, I mean, come on.
Again,
it was a political document, correct?
The latter's close. I cannot comment. The FBI has directed me to not answer that question.
Would it be
based
fair
on
to say that the dossier what would you choose? Is it a political document, opposition research, or is it legitimate intelligence?
Sir, I would very much like to answer that question.
Okay.
I've been directed by the FBI that I may not get into that based on operational requirements or equities.
So here's the issue I think we have. We see the bias that you did. Your explanations for why you said what you did, really aren't credible. We're trying to get to the genesis of why open up a counterintelligence investigation against the opposing party's campaign. I'm with you about focusing on Russia and holding them accountable, but you tried to rope in the other party's nominee. There was also a lot of bias, and then we can't get any answers to the questions of what the genesis of any of this was. And let me finish. May 18th, Chairman Gowdy mentioned, you say, look, my concern's that there's no big there. So this had been going on for at least 10 months. I think it was going on before July 31st. And there you are, Mueller's appointed, and you can't even identify any reason to suspect that there was collusion between Trump's campaign and Russia. There was no big there after 10 months. So that's the concern, is that somebody like you, who said we'll stop him, who said we needed insurance policy, that you let that bias, you wanted there to be something there. You wanted it to be true, and that, I think, influence your actions. You can prove us wrong by providing us the information. I'd like the information on any type of informants pre-July 31st. I'd like the information on what you used to open up the counterintelligence investigation. I want to know whether that was any foreign intelligence involved or whether it was funneled through the State Department. These are all questions that if we just put those out and answer them, then a lot of us would be able to then make I think, American people can make a judgment. I'm going over my time. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman,
Time of the gentleman has expired.
Question.
Briefly.
Sir, Two things. You asked why I couldn't explain why a case would be open. I don't think that's accurate. If you look at Director Comey's statement when the Department of Justice had authorized him to say that the FBI had opened a case into allegations that the government of Russia had made an offer of assistance in the potential involvement of members of the Trump campaign, I cannot envision a scenario where that would not be a reasonable predication to open an investigation.
Well, if it's
If they're
Papadopoulos,
credible-
that's not quite
if
what
they're
they
credible-
had.
Sure,
I mean,
I
you
think
didn't
the
quite
character-
get there.
I
I know
think the
Comey may have said
characterization
that, but you didn't quite get there. So if
I
it's
think the
Papadopoulos, that's weak.
I think the characterization was that it was a credible source of information, stands on its own. I don't think anybody in this committee would argue that, one, it wasn't appropriate to open that, and two, that it wasn't absolutely
We
fully
have
predicated
questions
and
about
appropriate.
whether it was appropriate because we don't know the underlying information.
and
We
sir, I
read in
think
the New
that's-
York Times from leaks that it was because Papadopoulos said at a bar.
The time of
that
the
there was
gentleman
this going
has
on.
expired.
I want
I'm
to know if
trying-
that's
I'm-
the reason.
I'm trying to
why.
respond.
Regular order.
And-
Regular order.
The
so,
chair
sir, I
recognizes
think
the
there's absolutely-
gentleman.
Mr. Chairman, there's a second element of a question the gentleman.
Very, no.
You raised a question about whether or not I agreed with the Inspector General that I had acted in any way that was biased.
You
on the
you had an opportunity to answer that earlier.
Sir, I did not.
So,
To this
the gentleman from
congressman, I did not.
Illinois, Mr. Krishnamurthy, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Strzok. Mr. Strzok, on July 3rd, your lawyer, Mr. Gohmert, made the following statement to Chris Cuomo on CNN regarding you, his client. On Fox News, they talk about him as the center of this anti-Trump cabal that was determined to throw the election against Trump. None of this has a shred of truth. Do you agree with this statement, sir?
I do.
And in a June 19th op-ed in USA Today, your lawyer said, regarding the Russia investigation, what we call the Russia collusion investigation, that you and your team, quote unquote, went out of their way to prevent leaks and actively ensured that news reports did not overplay the seriousness of the investigation. Is that true, sir?
Yes.
Now tell us why it's so important to prevent leaks from the FBI to journalists or to others.
Leaks are terrible. They undercut things in a variety of ways. They can upend investigations. They can lead to incorrect assumptions. They can let witnesses, subjects know that they're being investigated. They can lead to wild speculation, destruction of evidence, any number of really bad, disclosure of classified information, any number of really bad adverse things.
Got it. The DOJ IG's report has this to say about your involvement in the decision to inform Congress about the Wiener laptop. Quote unquote, Strzok explained that the decision to seek a search warrant for the Wiener laptop was known to many people beyond the mid-year team, and this raised a concern that this information could leak. Is this statement from the IG's report true?
Yes.
Now, could you unpack that for us a little bit? First of all, you said, according to the IG's report, that the search warrant for the Wiener laptop was known to many people beyond the mid-year team. Could you explain whether any of those people would be in the New York field office?
So my recollection is that the investigation of the crimes against children case of Mr. Wiener was handled out of the New York field office by the Southern District of New York, or maybe the Eastern District. I think it was SDNY.
And so the people to whom you were referring included people in the New York field office, correct?
That's correct.
And you had concerns about their actions if Director Comey did not inform Congress about this Wiener laptop.
I did not have concerns about New York. My concerns were just general, that the more people who are aware of something, the greater chance that it leaks out somehow. But those concerns were not specific in my mind to New York.
Okay. Let me ask you about this. In a report, in that same report, Attorney General Loretta Lynch recalls a conversation with then Director Comey in the final days of the 2016 election. Quote unquote, he, referring to Comey, said, "It's clear to me that there's a cadre of senior people in New York who have a deep and visceral hatred of Secretary Clinton." And he said it is, quote unquote, deep. Were you aware of this concern?
I was aware of certainly some of the press reporting and some people expressing that concern, yes.
Was one of those people Director Comey?
A person having that concern?
Yes.
Yes.
Could you explain to me a little bit about that and how that, in your view, affected the revelation of the warrant for Wiener's laptop?
You'd have to ask Director Comey that. I think there was discussion, I remember, and particularly some of it was in the context of reporting from Mr. Giuliani and others talking about connections to New York. But again, I don't want to scapegoat New York because a lot of people were aware of it and there were concerns just about the number of folks. But with regard to Mr. Comey, my recollection is that he was aware of those concerns, but I was not privy to discussions he had with the Attorney General or other concerns he might have had outside of my presence or conversation.
Now, with regard to Mr. Giuliani, on October 25th, then Trump campaign advisor Rudy Giuliani promised a quote-unquote pretty big surprise coming up in the campaign. On October 28th, Giuliani claimed to be in contact with former agents and a quote-unquote few active agents who obviously don't want to identify themselves. Let me make sure I have this right. There was a concern that there is a deep and visceral hatred towards Secretary Clinton in the New York field office. At the same time, Mr. Giuliani says that he's having contacts with agents, active agents. Can you give us your take on this and your comments on this particular issue?
I recall that comment. I recall it caused me a lot of concern.
And why? Why did it cause you concern?
Because while it's certainly possible that Mr. Giuliani is exaggerating or engaging in some sort of puffery, the reality is that also given the things that were going on, given the timing that the laptop was there and he was talking about that in the context of a big surprise, it caused me great concern that he had information about that.
In other words,
he should not have had.
That he should not have had?
Correct.
Through a leak?
Through an unauthorized disclosure, sure, leak, yes.
Thank you, sir.
The members are advised that there are votes on the floor of the House. How many are there? 4 votes. Mr. Strzok, you probably have a good 45 minutes to. All right. Members are advised that this will be the last one, so if you want to head to the floor for votes. But the chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Massey.
Mr. Chairman, I yield my 5 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan.
Sir, I can't hear you.
Just a couple questions.
That's almost 5.
Agent Strzok, in earlier round, you said you never talked to Glenn Simpson, right?
Correct.
And you never talked to Nellie Orr.
Correct.
And you wouldn't say whether you knew if Nellie Orr worked for Fusion. Is that correct?
My understanding from my direction of the FBI is I'm not permitted to answer that question.
Okay. But you did say you talked with Bruce Orr, fellow Department of Justice employee, and Nellie Orr's husband.
Yes.
But it is common knowledge that Nellie Orr worked for Fusion in the summer of 2016. Is that right?
I don't know if it's common knowledge or not.
It's been in all kinds of reports.
Oh, it is now,
all kinds
yes,
of
absolutely.
press reports. All right. You met with Bruce Orr in 2016 and 2017, so the time period that we're focused on.
To the best of my recollection, yes.
All right. And you won't tell me what you guys talked about.
Sir, I can tell you we talked about operational matters that he was involved in, but the
won't
FBI
tell
has
me-
directed me not to give you, not to detail
Specifically,
those
you
specifics.
can't get
Yes,
into
sir.
specifics and details. Did Bruce Orr give you any documents?
Sir, same answer. I would like to answer that question, but the FBI has directed me not to get into.
You can't. My understanding is, Mr. Chairman, the discussions we've had with the FBI, he's allowed to tell us those kind of pieces of information. I'm not asking what the documents were. I'm just asking, did Bruce Orr ever hand you documents?
I understand full well what your question is, sir, and I would love to answer it. My understanding from the FBI is when it comes to operational details, including whether or not we collected evidence or didn't, that I'm not permitted to answer that. Sir, I would love to answer that question. All these.
I mean, you understand where I'm coming from, right, Agent Strzok?
Sir, I understand your frustration, and what I'm here to tell you is I think the answers would
you understand,
set you at ease.
Yeah, you understand. We got an email from you briefing everybody on the team, all the key players, Ribicki, Baker, Page, Maffa, Priestep, and Andy McCabe. And in that email, you say the dossier that you are now looking at that BuzzFeed is printing has differences from the one given to us by Korn and Simpson. Earlier today, I asked you who Korn and Simpson is, and you wouldn't answer that. It's kind of funny to me because yesterday, David Korn tweeted out, he's the Korn in your email. So the guy himself's identified himself. We all know it's David Korn. and then the other name is Simpson. So you have this, and we're wondering how the dossier got to, or if, more importantly, if the dossier got to the FBI through media sources, not just through Christopher Steele. And of course, we know Nellie Orr worked for the guy you're mentioning, Glenn Simpson. She worked for him the whole time. You've never had conversations with her, but you did have a lot of important conversations on operational matters and ongoing investigations with her husband, Bruce Orr, who's also happened to be reassigned at the Department of Justice. And I'm just one, and you've said that, well, you won't answer the question whether Mr. Orr has given you documents or not. So I'm just wondering if that was the route. Was that the route the dossier went? Glenn Simpson to Nellie Orr, to her husband, and then to you.
Sir, I understand.
That's my frustration.
I understand your question. I understand your frustration. I understand the absurdity of something produced that you're reading that I've been directed not to answer questions about. The best I can do is tell
that you
I
wrote.
would like to answer you, and I'm afraid it's an answer that would both reassure you and disappoint you.
Well, we're going to be asking, I think, Mr. Chairman, if it's okay with you, we're going to be asking the FBI and the Department of Justice to give us those documents that may or may not have been exchanged between Mr. Orr and Agent Strzok. I think that's something this committee would like to have and see what those, if in fact there were documents, what the heck they were. I got a minute. I'll yield it to
Sir, you're going to love this, and it's going to upset the vote. I have been instructed that the FBI has now told me that I can answer questions about the receipt of the documents. So I will defer, Mr. Chairman, if you would like to hear that or take your vote.
The gentleman may proceed with his questions, and you may answer.
May I confer with counsel briefly to see if this is completely unbounded or if there are any limitations on what I may say?
Well, I got a lot of questions I've asked all day long.
Let's ask the one you've been told you can answer.
All right, so let's hear the answer to this one.
Which question, sir?
The one that's on the table about the documents.
Sir, the documents we received from a different source in the initial batch in mid-September.
Wait. No. I'm not understanding. You said you got, go back. Did you get documents from Bruce Orr?
Yes. At some point, we received material from Mr. Orr.
You got documents from Bruce Orr. And what were those documents?
We received documents from Mr. Orr, not me. Excuse me, sir.
I can maybe make it simpler. Agent Strzok, was it the dossier?
Sir, what I am authorized to tell you, in response to a question, did you receive any documents from Bruce Orr, the FBI has directed me that I may say, not me, the FBI received documents and material from Mr. Orr.
Did you? I appreciate that. I appreciate that, but you
No.
did not from Mr. Orr?
No.
Okay, but the FBI did get documents from Bruce Orr?
Yes, sir.
Did they get the dossier from Bruce Orr?
My direction from the FBI is, I may tell you, the FBI received material from Mr. Orr.
Now, this is,
Congressman, I am
this is amazing.
I
This
as
is amazing. So
flummoxed
Nellie
and
Orr,
aggravated as you are.
Nellie Orr works for Fusion, works for Glenn Simpson, and she's giving documents
Regular
to Bruce
order,
Orr,
please.
who's
Let
then
us
giving
bring the
them to
director of the FBI to answer those questions. The gentleman cannot answer.
Well,
He's asked and answered.
The American people
He's asked
can
and
figure
answered.
this
He
out.
cannot answer.
The gentlewoman.
Let's have Director
the regular order
I
is
understand, Mr. Chairman. Regular order.
the FBI has now instructed Mr. Strzok that he can answer additional questions, and Mr.
Hey, Agent Strzok, I asked
Gordon
him other
has
questions.
additional time to get the answers to those
He
questions
is
that
going
earlier
beyond
was
the
ordered
scope
and
of
get
what
it.
the FBI approved.
Has the FBI also given you permission to say if Glenn Simpson is the name that you use when in the email where you say Simpson?
I don't believe they have given me guidance. My most recent understanding of my guidance from the FBI is in response to the question of whether the FBI received documents from Mr. Orr. The answer is that yes, we did, and
Has
that
the
is
FBI
all I'm
given
authorized to say.
Has the FBI given you information to tell me whether you knew Nellie Orr worked for Fusion at the time you were meeting with her husband?
Sir, to my knowledge, the FBI has not directed me to or allow me to respond to that.
All right. I yield back. Thank you.
The committee will stand in recess until immediately after this series of votes. Convene, and the chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Swalwell, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Strzok. Mr. Strzok, I too, like my colleagues, were disappointed to read the text messages, knowing that you had a serious career and had done a lot of good work and the questions it would raise. But I also appreciate that you have come here today and have owned them and have apologized for them. But I want to focus on your work as an investigator in counterintelligence. In your experience, do counterintelligence investigations take longer when subjects to investigations tamper with other witnesses?
Yes.
In your experience as a counterintelligence investigator, do counterintelligence investigations take longer when subjects lie to investigators?
Frequently, yes.
And as a counterintelligence investigator, do intelligence investigations take longer when subjects or witnesses refuse to cooperate and you have to go through the subpoena process?
Yes.
You're here and you're not taking the fifth.
That's correct.
Did you consider taking the fifth?
No.
Why not?
I've done nothing wrong. Let me rephrase that. I am sorry. I am sorry for these texts and the way they've been used, for the harm and hurt they've caused my family, for the perception of people in the public, and I am sorry and deeply regretful for that. But when it comes, that's a personal acceptance of responsibility that I take and I need and am working to make right. But when it comes to official conduct, when it comes to any action which would violate a law or a crime, absolutely, I've never done that, and I have no need to take the fifth.
And Mr. Strzok, you watched as Director Comey testified a number of times under oath to Congress?
I have.
And to your knowledge, has President Trump, has he raised his right hand and gone under oath just as you and Director Comey have to special counsel or anyone else?
Only time I recall is when he was sworn in as president.
Were you the sole individual who closed the Hillary Clinton investigation?
No.
Were you the sole individual who opened the Russia investigation?
No.
On November 3rd, 2015, did you send an email to Michael Cohen and say that our boy can become president of the United States and we can engineer it? I will get Putin's team to buy in on this. Did you send that email?
No.
Did you set up a meeting on June 9th where the email setting up that meeting was sent to Donald Trump Jr., where Donald Trump Jr. was offered dirt on his father's opponent? Did you set up that June 9th meeting at Trump Tower?
Without stating whether or not that meeting happened, I did not set up a meeting.
Did you reply to the email setting up that meeting when dirt was offered and said, I love it?
I did not.
And in the summer of 2016, were you working as a speechwriter?
No.
So would you have happened to have written the speech for Donald Trump, the candidate, in the summer of 2016, where he told an audience, Russia, if you're listening, and then went on to tell the Russians that if they hacked Hillary Clinton's emails, they'd be rewarded? Did you write that speech?
I did not.
Does any of the behavior that I just described concern you from a counterintelligence perspective?
Tremendously.
Why?
Because it indicates a set of standards and requests that, in my mind, one, encourage a foreign power to begin inserting themselves into our electoral process. It indicate a willingness or a desire to engage in a conversation and dialogue about how to do that. It potentially implicates a variety of laws. And without getting into what has or has not been done investigatively, simply, I'm expressing that based on the open source reporting about those things.
Thank you. Yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Meadows, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Strzok, I'm going to go through a few real quick questions, but I think earlier in your testimony today, I want to make sure I have this clear. I think you were quoted as saying, we don't ever talk about ongoing investigations outside of the FBI. Is that true?
I don't know the context in which I said it. I can think of
we were talking about sharing with the media. And
oh, right. No, you
outside.
don't.
So,
in my experience, that is I can think of examples, not that I've participated in, where members, if there was an ongoing case, say, and a field office wanted to enlist the public's help, and they would talk to the media about getting a lead on a kidnapper. So there are times where that might occur, so that's why I want to be careful to frame what I said and how I said it.
So you have never talked to anyone outside of the FBI about the Russia investigation at all?
I have never spoken to any member of the media about the Russia investigation.
Have you spoken to anyone who is not in the media and is not part of the Department of Justice or the FBI about the Russia investigation,
the US,
other than witnesses?
The U.S. intelligence community.
All right, so you've talked to the CIA.
The U.S. intelligence community. I would not limit
would
it
that
to that. And
would
I'm
that
not gonna-
include the CIA?
Potentially. I don't think I can answer the specifics of who I talked to without getting into
Well, so
classified
I'm
material.
going to ask questions that you can't answer that are not specifics about this investigation. And so in doing so, I need you to give me clear answers. Are you aware that there was a meeting between Director Brennan and Senator Harry Reid where indeed he shared certain intelligence with Senator Reid on August the 25th of 2016? Are you aware of that?
Not to my recollection, I am not.
Okay, well then the text message between you and Ms. Page a few days after that on August 30th where you said, here it comes, when Senator Reid sent a letter to Director Comey, what would you have been referring to then?
My recollection of that, which is very imprecise, was that Senator Reid had been making a lot of comment, and I don't know if it was public comment or comment to Director Comey.
Well, they weren't public at that time.
Sir, if I
They
can
became
answer your
public
question,
with the
you
New
want-
York Times, but they weren't public at that time. So are you aware that in your email dated January 10th, where you acknowledged the fact that Harry Reid knew about the dossier prior to sending that letter, are you aware of that email from you?
I don't know that I was talking in that about the steel material, what you're referring to as the dossier. I would have to check my notes. I'm not.
Well, I need you to check your notes and report back because we have evidence that would suggest that. So since we're talking about
The date on this, sir, was what? August of?
August 25th was the briefing with Harry Reid by
2016?
2016 by Director Brennan. He sends a letter then to Director Comey, which we have acknowledgement of by Director Comey and by you and Lisa Page in text messages that would suggest that you were aware of that. So the CIA director briefing Harry Reid, and the indication is that they talked about the dossier, and we get that indication from an email from you from January 10th.
Yeah, but that's not true. Congressman, the first recollection I have of any material from the material produced by Mr. Steele was mid-September of 2016. So I did not know or have information of that material, certainly from any other source prior to mid-September. If memory serves.
You had not seen it until mid-September.
My recollection is that in mid-September, and again, I have to defer.
But I
my
want
notes,
to
which
give you a
don't have.
chance to make sure that we're clear on the record here. You are not aware of a briefing that took place between Director Brennan and Senator Harry Reid on August 25th.
That is correct, my recollection. I was not aware of that meeting.
All right, so let me go a little bit further because we've got 4 or 5 other documents that would indicate that the White House was notified at least 4 different times about this investigation. Do you think that that would be appropriate during an ongoing campaign that the Obama administration would be kept up to speed on a Russia collusion investigation? Do you think that would be appropriate?
Sir, you're mixing a couple of things. It would be entirely appropriate for the White House to be aware and concerned about what the government of Russia was doing with regard to the elections. When it comes to
that was not my
to
question, but I
if-
agree. I'm concerned. I actually have a bill that I encourage my colleagues opposite to talk about Russian interference where we can make sure that didn't happen. We're talking about an investigation that would include collusion being talked about with the White House. We have evidence that would suggest, not once, not twice, not 3 times, but 4 times, that it was discussed with people in the Obama administration. Were you aware of any discussion that took place with regards to the Russia collusion investigation that took place with the Obama administration's executive branch?
So when I want to ask you, sir, when you say investigations, are you talking about investigations? I'm not saying there were or were not investigations of U.S. persons or potentially investigations of a Russian sitting in the Ukraine.
Of U.S. persons associating with Donald Trump's campaign.
I am not aware of any briefings to the White House about those. When was the time frame you provided? I'm not aware of any briefings to the
Anytime
White House
between
about-
July 31st and November 8th, when the election happened, you're not aware of any. That's your sworn testimony
Am I
here today.
sworn about specific identities of people who were there?
No,
I
no, I don't want to ask you
none.
about the people. I don't want to know the people.
Right.
I want to know, did it happen? Are you aware of any conversations that happened with Obama administration officials? And be careful how you answer.
I am certainly aware of conversations that occurred with Obama administration officials. I'm aware of a variety of conversations that took place across the U.S. intelligence community talking about the Russian efforts. I am aware that my recollection and understanding, again, I was not present at any briefing, my understanding is that there were not discussions of identities of individual U.S. persons who may or may not have been the subject of investigation.
Okay, I think you're parsing words, but we'll,
Sir,
I'll yield back.
You're asking me to parse words.
Time of the
If
gentleman
you want
has
a specific
expired.
answer to be careful, then I would. The only way I can do that is by parsing.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Richmond, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and against the wisdom of my grandmother that said that when you see a circus going on, don't jump in the middle of it and expect people not to call you a clown, I will ask questions anyway, because I think that this is a circus. And the problem is that it's a distraction from real issues that we're talking about, or should be talking about in this country. We've asked this committee to have a hearing on the fact that we still have not renewed the Voting Rights Act. We have had no hearing. We've asked this committee to have a hearing on DACA, where we are putting at risk dreamers who make this country a better place. But we've had no hearing on DACA. We've asked for hearings on the fact that we are separating infants and toddlers from their parents, with now clearly no ability to reunite the family. So we have sick and maniacal things going on in this country, and we spent 6 hours with 20% of Congress locked in a room bashing someone in hopes that we can discredit a law enforcement investigation. In my wildest dreams, in my entire life, I never thought that I, a young black man, would be defending the FBI. But we were always taught that we have to believe in the system, that the people who take an oath and swear to protect, people who protect and serve our communities, people who have fought for this country on foreign land, that we give them the benefit of the doubt of their honesty and their integrity and the fact that they want to see justice served. We have these hearings, but we won't have hearings to really look at Russian collusion. We can't even get the administration to admit that Russians played a part in hacking our election. So when we look at what we're doing today, what we're doing is wasting precious time. And I can go down the list. On September 7th, September 7th of 2017, we sent a letter about DACA. On October 2nd of 2017, we sent a letter to this committee asking to have a hearing about the Las Vegas shooting and what we could be doing as the Judiciary Committee to make sure that that doesn't happen again. We sent a letter November 6th of 2017 to ask about what we could be doing when 25 people were killed in a church in Texas. We, the Judiciary Committee with jurisdiction, why are we not having a hearing on that? So the question is, with all of the talent on this committee on both sides, my Republican colleagues, my Democratic colleagues, we have spent far too much time today on a red herring that is designed to do exactly what I'm afraid it's doing, which is distracting from the real issues that we're dealing with in this country. And unfortunately, with the media and our 24-hour news cycle, American people are going to hear this over and over and actually think that this is a real substantive hearing when it's not. And I just think it's very unfortunate because people in America have some real problems they're dealing with, how to find their children, how to keep a roof over their head, clothes on their back, food on the table, care for an ailing parent, and we're in here wasting time. And with that, I'll just yield the balance of my time. If there's anything that you think you need to add, or that you were cut off and not had the time to add to this discussion, I'll yield the balance of my time to Mr. Strzok to do that.
Sir, no, I appreciate that offer. Yeah, I'm struck listening to your statements, and I know the history of the FBI. I certainly want the FBI to be something that you immediately leap to the defense of, and I think that's something we're working very hard to become. But yeah, again, I appreciate the offer, and thank you.
And when it comes to the FBI, I also asked years ago to have a hearing on the fact that we don't know or track how many crimes are committed by FBI informants. We haven't had that hearing. But we spent time on Fast and Furious because we were putting guns, introducing guns into the hands of criminals. But every day, the FBI and law enforcement with snitches and confidential informants allow people to deal drugs in the African-American community that cooperate with the FBI. We still have not had that hearing. So all I'm asking for is let's at least keep our eye on things that are affecting all of our communities, and this just isn't one of them. And the unfortunate part is I think, we've been unable to keep tunnel vision on the things that are important, and we've allowed ourselves to get distracted by something that the investigation will, at the end of its day, the thing will speak for itself. And whether there was collusion, whether people broke the law, we will find out. But we do know one thing, that there's been indictments and there have been guilty pleas. And in my experience, guilty people don't plead guilty very often. And when you have indictments that say the United States of America versus
The time
X,
of the
Y,
gentleman
and
has
Z,
expired.
then we know that where there's smoke, there's fire. And we ought to allow the process to play out. With that, I surrender the remainder of my time.
The time of the gentleman has expired. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Ross, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. And Mr. Strzok, I thank you for being here. I know it's been a long day and this is the last place we want to be, but you're the reason we're here, and actions by you are the reason we are here. And I know that my colleague from Pennsylvania, Representative Marino, had shown you this handbook on ethics for on and off-duty conduct issued by the U.S. Department of Justice. Principle 9 of the 14 principles espoused in there say that employees shall protect and conserve federal property and shall not use it for other than authorized activities. And as my colleague on the other side of the aisle from the District of Columbia, Congressman Norton, pointed out, quote, anything that was on your official phone belongs to the public. Would you not agree?
It is funded by the public. It is in the service of the public. I don't know that it necessarily makes
and it is federal property.
Yes.
And according to Principle 9, shall not be used for anything other than authorized activities. That being said, did you use any other federal property for any other reason for anything but federal activities?
I would tell you FBI policy allows the use of phones for personal de minimis use. And
De
FBI
minimis.
text messages
So would you say we're here on de minimis?
Well, it's one big bucket, sir. FBI agents can send 100 billion texts or one text, and they would get billed the same.
But you've testified today that what you texted was considered political free speech. Your opinions were political free speech. And do you feel that your use of a federally authorized, federally owned cell phone protects your right of exercising your political free speech?
Sir, look, I think
Yes or no?
I think it was bad judgment. I think it was terrible judgment, but I do not. I think it is.
Let's say you took a federal car.
I believe it is protected speech.
As the same way the protected speech would be then if you used your federal vehicle and put a Hillary Clinton bumper sticker on.
No, sir.
Why not? That's protected free speech.
Because if you read the ethics guidelines, sir, that
yes,
is,
sir. Read
that
the ethics
is,
guidelines,
sir,
and that's what I'm doing.
May I answer your question?
Please.
That the use of or display of any bumper sticker, but believe me, after this started, I've gone through the ethics guidelines up, down, left, and right in the Hatch Act. Placing a political bumper sticker on a car on a Bureau government car, any government car, is expressly prohibited. To the contrary, expression, publicly or privately, of personal political belief is encouraged. And I would encourage
and you could use it on any federal property,
to read
even
the
when it's in
details
violation
of that
principle,
policy
even
guide
when it's
before you start
violation of-
quoting it out of
Allow the witness
context.
to answer the question, Mr. Chairman.
The witness did
witness-
answer the question. The gentleman from Florida controls the time.
The FBI Ethics Integrity Program Policy, FBI Code of Conduct, states that employees shall conduct their personal activities in a manner that does not impede their professional performance or tarnish the reputation of the FBI. You would agree with that?
I do.
And you have blamed today the media, you have blamed the Washington community, you've blamed the president, you've blamed everybody, and you say it's just not you. So my question is, do you believe in any way that your personal texts that were done on federal property have in any way tarnished the reputation of the FBI?
Sir, I don't think I've blamed anybody here at all today.
Have you?
Sir, I take responsibility for sending those texts. Those texts have caused, as I've said now,
I agree with
times
you.
at least,
You said
sir,
that earlier, but
an immense amount of
has
damage
this tarnished the reputation
and have
of the FBI?
hurt the reputation
Has
of
it
the
tarnished
FBI.
the reputation of the FBI?
Yes, sir.
It has, hasn't it?
Yes.
And to take it even further, on page 4 of the Ethics Handbook, it states,
Sir, while you're looking for that reference, I would tell you...
The
having
time is
written-
controlled by the gentleman from
the State
Florida.
Department has defined notoriously disgraceful conduct as conduct which, were it to become widely known, would embarrass, discredit, or subject to opprobrium the perpetrator of and the United States. My concern is that we've seen little or no remorse here other than saying, I wish I'd never sent those texts out because it hurt my family. But in fact, as an elected member of Congress, I have an obligation entrusted to me by my people to make sure that we maintain the quality of trust in our government. And after today, after what we've seen today, I understand why the federal government has such a low level of trust from the American people. My question to you is, having been there, having now been here, how do we reinstate that trust to the American people? How do we make sure this never happens again?
Sir, a couple of answers to several things you said. First, I don't think the American people has lost faith and confidence in the FBI at all. What the FBI does day in, day out, you're wrong, sir. I know, I've spoken to agents in 56 field offices, and I know the work they do day in, day out, and whatever is convenient to say here or on some news clip is absolutely not what exists. Second, sir, I would tell you, yes, and I don't know where you're saying I don't have remorse or somehow I'm not sorry. I have said, and I will tell you again, sir.
It's not a
knowing
question of
that I've
bias,
said
it's a
that,
question of
I am
credibility.
sir, if I may respond to your question, I am deeply regretful for those texts. I wrote them. I know it. I know what has been done with them. At the same time, I will tell you, sir,
It has
the
tarnished the
FBI there is an expectation that those texts are private. The Bureau allows me or any FBI employee to text my priest, to text my doctor. In that
Knowing that they're
policy,
gonna be
The
there
time of the
there is a
gentleman has
necessary
expired.
expectation that those are not going to be made public. I had no idea that this was going to happen, and darn, if I knew, I never would have done it for sure.
Thank you. The time of the gentleman has expired. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Liu, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me start by saying this is a stupid and ridiculous hearing for at least 2 reasons. The Judiciary Committee has jurisdiction over immigration. It is July 12, 2018. And as we sit here today, there are nearly 3,000 babies and kids who have been ripped away from their parents by the Trump administration, and we're not doing a hearing on that. We're doing a hearing instead on the investigation into Hillary Clinton's emails in 2016. That's just dumb. Second, before this hearing today, my Republican colleagues could not point to a single act that you took, Agent Strzok, in an official capacity that showed bias in any of these official investigations. Now, more than 8 hours later, they still can't point to a single official act you took that showed bias in these investigations. You know, there's a famous book I read called All I Really Need to Know I Learned in Kindergarten. Based on today's circus, I hope more members on this committee read that book. But there's one thing all of us are taught in kindergarten, which is that actions speak louder than words. Now, your words show that you did not like Donald Trump. You used the F word when referring to Donald Trump. You wanted Donald Trump to lose. And the one thing you could have done to cause him to lose is to disclose the Russia investigation in July of 2016. Did you do that, sir?
I did not.
Did you disclose the investigation in August 2016?
No.
September of 2016?
No.
October of 2016?
No.
November of 2016?
No.
What you did is what we expect every FBI agent to do, which is to check their personal beliefs at the door and do your job, and that's what you did. You also showed by your words that you wanted Hillary Clinton to win. But yet the IG investigation found that you advocated for more aggressive investigative measures into the Clinton investigation, including the use of grand jury subpoenas and search warrants to obtain evidence. Is that true?
Yes.
And again, you did that because you checked your political beliefs at the door, and when you did your duty as an FBI agent, you applied the law to the facts. That's what we expect you to do. That's what we expect prosecutors to do. That's what we expect judges to do. I'm a former prosecutor. There were defendants I despised. There were defendants I sort of was okay with, but it didn't matter. All that mattered was, could we prove a charge beyond a reasonable doubt? If we could, we went forward. If we couldn't, we did not go forward. And that's what we expect everybody to do. Now, there's been some allegations by one of my colleagues today about political donations and how that might show bias. So let's talk about FBI Director Christopher Wray. He is a Republican, nominated by a Republican president, confirmed by a Republican-controlled Senate. I'm going to ask you to accept, for purposes of this question, the following fact, that he gave over $39,000 in political donations exclusively to Republican candidates. I still trust FBI Director Wray to do his job because I expect him to check his personal beliefs at the door and do his job when he's on duty. Do you still trust FBI Director Christopher Wray?
Implicitly, yes.
The Attorney General, Jeff Sessions, made political contributions to the Alabama Republican Party. I still trust if there's a case involving a Democrat or a Republican or an independent or someone who voted for Joe Stein, the Attorney General, Jeff Sessions, could look at the facts in the law and apply it and do it in a fair and unbiased manner. Do you still trust Attorney General Jeff Sessions to do that, even though he made political contributions to the Alabama Republican Party?
I don't know him in nearly the same capacity that I know the director, but he's taken an oath as the Attorney General, and I trust him to discharge that.
Thank you. And then let me conclude by saying this. We're going to know at some point what the Robert Mueller investigation found. We already know about the Hillary Clinton emails because there's been an exhaustive investigation into that, plus this IG report. And what we're seeing now is an attack on law enforcement. When I was prosecuting cases, I know that when defendants don't have the facts or evidence on their side, they resort to attacking law enforcement. That's what we see happening now. And I just thought I'd end on a quote from Sarah Huckabee Sanders, who said, basically, when you're attacking the FBI, you're losing. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Walker, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Strzok, you have mentioned, I think to my count, over 30 times about your personal beliefs when it comes to your text, and that was just your opinion. One of the texts you said, "We will stop it," referencing the Trump campaign. Mr. Strzok, that's not a personal belief text. That's a plan of action. Who's the we in that text?
Sir, I disagree. That's not a plan of action. The we, as I have stated, and the reason I'm stating it so many times is I've been asked at least twice as many times. The reason I said that, I don't recall that text. When I look at the context of it, in the middle of the night, I can tell you I am certain it is not.
Okay, well,
a suggestion that me or the FBI take any action, or that I can also, sir, assure you.
If I could reclaim my time, you answer the question that you don't recall it, but
under oath, there was no plan of action.
Yes, well, my 8th grade teacher, English teacher, Mrs. Painter, used to teach me that stop was an action verb, so I believe it certainly sounds that. Let me get away from just the content of the text, as despicable as they were. Let's talk about the volume of text, if we could, please. 50,000 texts over this time frame. Is that the number that you understand?
That is a number I've heard from the.
Yeah, several hundred pages, 10 to 12, 400 pages, 10 to 12, about 50,000 texts, which is amazing. I'm hoping you at the agency at least had the unlimited data plan, since it was a taxpayer's phone, because of the great amount of volume. And you even testified today under oath there's many more on your personal phone, which blows me away. Sometimes over 100 texts a day while you're supposed to be doing your job. In fact, on Friday, June the 10th, 2016, there were 73 exchanged texts. This is the same day that the FBI finally made a deal for Clinton's attorneys and laptops. Did you leave your desk to send these 73-plus texts on that single day?
I do not recall where I was when I sent those texts.
Well, I'm sure that you were
Sir,
spending
I
a
would
good bit
say,
of time during
sir,
the day.
if you look at those texts, the huge majority of them are in fact related to work minutia and administrative things.
Well, there may be a lot, but there's a whole lot more. Plus, I don't get to text with my friends and family sometimes till we finish our work in the day. Obviously, you had enough time during the day, being the second lead investigator, that you're supposed to be doing your work. But here we find a lot of time, 50,000 texts.
Sir,
I-
of which
that's
the
pretty
bulk of
impressive. I
the
didn't-
work,
yes, I didn't
of
ask
which
you
the
question.
bulk.
James Comey has talked about how the mid-year investigative team was the A-team, spending every waking moment to complete the investigation. How does this statement square with the amount of time you seem to spend texting Lisa Page on working days?
Sir, the majority of those texts, the grand majority, were work-related matters. Of the many, many things I've been accused of, some of which are true and horrible, one of them is not being lazy. So I can assure you that those texts and what they represent is work, and work that was going on frequently from 5 o'clock in the morning until 11 o'clock at night. So I would encourage you, sir, if you want to read through the 50,000 and have somebody catalog what
That's
kind of
astronomically
work-related versus
high.
personal.
You're talking 600 to 700 per week. So don't give me that this was all work-related text unless
They
you
were
have the
not
world's
all
fastest
work-related,
thumbs.
but
The
the
other
vast
point I want to
majority
make
were.
here is that this is an integrity issue. And that's part of the problem here. We talked about the text, and no, you're right. They weren't all on official time, like making fun of the Trump people at the Walmart. You're right. Some of those were in your spare time. But I believe there is a credibility issue, and that's probably one of the reasons that Mr. Mueller decided to take you off this particular case. I believe you cannot sit there and tell us, as you testified earlier today, you didn't know for sure why he did, but I believe it's pretty obvious to the American people that you have so discredited the FBI that you were removed from this case. With that, I'll yield the balance of my time to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan.
May I respond to the Congressman?
The time is controlled by the gentleman from
We
Ohio.
allow the gentleman to answer the question.
At the conclusion of his time, the gentleman will be allowed to briefly answer anything that was left unanswered by Mr. Walker. But Mr. Jordan now controls the time.
Agent Strzok, I just want to go back to where we were right before the votes that we
Yes,
had
sir.
to leave the committee. You said, when I was asking you about documents received by the FBI from Mr. Orr, you said you did not personally receive documents from Mr. Orr, but the FBI did. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you also said the FBI got documents from a different source in mid-September. Different source than whom?
Different source from Mr. Orr. It was not Mr. Orr who provided the initial documents that I became aware of in mid-September.
So Mr. Orr did not hand you the dossier?
Mr. Orr didn't hand me anything. Mr.
FBI.
Orr provided information to the FBI that included material that is what everybody's calling the dossier. Reporting from Mr. Steele.
Say that again. Say that sentence again. Mr. Orr provided what?
He provided some elements of reporting that my understanding is originated from Mr. Steele.
So Bruce Orr did give the FBI information relative to the dossier?
Yes.
And another source also in mid-September gave you personally information?
No.
You, the FBI, information relative to the dossier?
I never personally received dossier
I got that.
information. The FBI in mid-September, the first time I am aware of the FBI having that information, the first time I saw it was in mid-September. My understanding was that came into the FBI. That's when I became aware of it and when I first read it.
One more time. Just say it. Bruce Orr gave the FBI documents relating to and supporting or part of the dossier. Is that accurate?
Mr. Orr gave the FBI documents which included material that I believe originated from Mr. Steele.
Damn.
Thank you.
The gentleman may briefly answer the question that the gentleman felt he didn't have an opportunity to answer with Mr. Walker.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And I wanted to address, when you bring up an integrity issue, and it's interesting, you and the gentleman from Texas raised this in a way that almost, approaches, it is insulting.
The gentleman may answer that question.
If you're going to make an
So what I'm going to
accusation,
respond to
I'm gonna
is
come
what
back
I'm saying. I am here under oath. I am not lying. I have never lied under oath, and I never will. And so the insinuation, not even the insinuation, the direct comment that you somehow say you have an integrity issue is insulting. I take offense. It is incorrect. Nothing I have
never
said here
mentioned
today.
your personal life. I just simply said the amount of time that you were spending on the taxpayer's dollar, wasting it when you were supposed to be doing your job, texting back and forth to the
sir, what
coworker is a problem.
And sir, what I'm saying is,
and the gentleman has already answered that question. So now the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, is recognized for 5 minutes.
So we have more than 2,500 kids in America who are separated from their families, no hearings from judiciary or oversight. We got thousands of people who've been slain in gun violence from Parkland to Las Vegas to San Bernardino County, no hearings on the universal background check favored by 97% of the people. The president has plunged us into trade wars. He's insulting and taunting our democratic allies around the world. He's flattering autocrats and kleptocrats and dictators around the world, and he's done nothing to stop another round of cyber sabotage of our elections coming in 2018. But our colleagues don't want to do any hearings on any of the chaos that's been set loose in the land. No, Mr. Strzok, the GOP wants to talk about your personal texts, 2 or 3 out of more than 50,000 that we've seen. And the purpose, of course, is to derail and discredit the investigation by the special counsel that has obtained 19 indictments and 5 criminal convictions of people like Flynn and Gaetz and Papadopoulos and so on. And when their names come up, you'll notice that our colleagues maintain a discreet and demure silence on the other side of the aisle. But they're outspoken about this. They say, Mr. Strzok, that you are at the heart of a deep state conspiracy to oppose Donald Trump. To make this claim, they've got to ignore the fact that you were an equal opportunity insulter of politicians. You had choice negative words for Democrats and independents, like Bernie Sanders, who you called an idiot, like Donald Trump, Hillary Clinton and Martin O'Malley, who you called a freak show. That's not very nice, but hey, there's a First Amendment here in America, and you can still insult government officials without being thrown into jail or held in contempt of Congress, at least by our side of the aisle. There are no kings here, and we have freedom of speech, the right that is cherished by the people and feared only by tyrants. But my colleagues have insisted on making a conspiracy theory out of your pillow talk texts. But there are a couple facts they can't get around. Number one, the IG found no partisan bias affecting the official investigation. Number two, Attorney General Sessions is a Republican appointed by Donald Trump. Rod Rosenstein is a Republican appointed by Donald Trump. James Comey is a Republican appointed by Donald Trump. FBI Director Wray is a Republican appointed by Donald Trump. And Robert Mueller is a lifelong Republican. So this would have to be a Republican conspiracy. So I'm looking for evidence of the Republican conspiracy, and all I could find were the kind of statements that you've been arraigned on today. So I want to ask you about those statements. In the spring of 2016, Senator Ted Cruz called Donald Trump a, quote, sniveling coward, a pathological liar, and a serial philanderer. Was this attack on Trump by Senator Ted Cruz a coordinated part of a deep state conspiracy that you organized?
No.
On August 8th, 2016, Senator Marco Rubio said Donald Trump was, quote, unworthy of being our president. Was this attack part of a deep state conspiracy that you organized?
No.
In October of 2016, Speaker Paul Ryan said, I am not going to defend Donald Trump, not now, not in the future. Was this fleeting outburst of moral courage part of a deep state conspiracy that you organized?
No.
Former Secretary of State Rex Tillerson called Donald Trump a moron. Former EPA Administrator Scott Pruitt said he's an empty vessel when it comes to the Constitution. Steve Bannon said he's like an 11-year-old child. General H.R. McMaster referred to Donald Trump reportedly as a dope and an idiot with the intelligence of a kindergartner. Karl Rove called him a complete idiot. Representative Duncan Hunter said he's an a-hole, but he's our a-hole. And the director of the National Economic Council, Gary Cohn, reportedly sent out an email describing Trump as an idiot surrounded by clowns. Were all of these vituperative, negative characterizations of Donald Trump part of a deep state GOP conspiracy engineered by you and your friends?
No.
Were any of these statements part of a conspiracy you organized?
No.
Now, although this conspiracy does appear to be overwhelmingly Republican, if it exists, balance compels me to ask you about my hero, Bruce Springsteen. Unlike the others who are all Republicans, Springsteen's a Democrat, and he said, the Republic is under siege by a moron. Did you tell him to say that?
No.
Was it part of a deep state conspiracy to criticize the president?
No.
Mr. Strzok, this hearing has been a circus and a kangaroo court run in banana Republican fashion. And I believe that some of my colleagues have disgraced themselves today in their attack on the FBI and the justice system of America. How can we recover from the hole that has been dug here today?
Sir, America is strong. I have, however bad I think I've seen it in my life, I am confident that the institutions, the American people,
will endure and be great. I have full faith in the United States, all the men and women, and even in times of trial and tribulation, I have every confidence that we will emerge as great as we've ever been. And that
Well, I'm with you, and thank you for your service to America.
Yes, sir.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Gaetz, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You've said repeatedly today that you were not biased, but Bob Mueller kicked you off his team as a consequence of your bias, didn't he?
Sir, I wouldn't agree with that characterization. I think I answered earlier. My understanding was that, and again, there were no words spoken about this, but it was the potential appearance that he wanted to avoid as much as anything else.
So did Bob Mueller say, I'm not firing you from this team from your bias, I'm getting rid of you? So what is your basis for the belief that it's the appearance of your bias rather than your actual bias that resulted in Mueller removing you?
Because I think his experience both with me, my work, and the reputation of others about me and my work, that
So what
he
you
knows
said here-
that I am an individual who follows the facts where they lay.
So your testimony today that you were removed not for bias but for the appearance of bias is based on your perception of Robert Mueller's perception of you?
No, sir. I'm saying what I would think the logical case. If you want to know what his
Well, let's just
reasons
ask it
were, you'd
simply.
need
Let
to ask him.
me
sir.
ask it simply, Mr. Strzok. Did Robert Mueller ever ask you if you were biased against Donald Trump?
He did not.
So he didn't ask you when he hired you?
No, that
And that
question
must
is
also
not
mean that-
typically
that must
a
also
question
mean
that
that-
gets asked during hiring meetings in the U.S.
Gosh,
government, to my
one would
experience.
seemingly think that if you were hiring someone to investigate something, you might ask. But certainly then, when you were removed, was it clear to you that Mr. Mueller was aware of these incendiary text messages?
Yes.
So he knew of the text messages, but never asked you whether you were biased or not.
That's correct.
Your girlfriend texted you on the 8th of August, Trump's not ever going to be president, right? Right? Do you recall your reply?
I do recall my reply, and if I hadn't, it's been refreshing my recollection no less than 4 or 5 times today, sir. But yes, I do recall my reply.
And what was it?
I'm sure you have it. I don't want to misstate it, but essentially, no, he's not. We'll stop it.
Did Bob Mueller ever ask you about that text message?
He did not.
About a week later, on August 15th, you sent a text message regarding a meeting in Andy McCabe's office. Is that right?
I don't know the date. I do believe I know the text message
Did
that
Bob
you're going
Mueller
to.
ever ask you what happened in the meeting in Andrew McCabe's office?
There are many meetings that I attended in, not many, but
Did
several
Bob Mueller
meetings in
ask you about
Mr.
any
Gaetz.
of them?
He did not.
Did Bob Mueller ask you what you meant by an insurance policy?
Director Mueller did not.
On the 26th of July, this is contemporaneous with the opening of the Trump-Russia investigation, your girlfriend texts you, Clinton just has to win now. And you reply a few days later, and damn, this feels momentous because this matters. The other one did too, but that was to ensure we didn't F something up. This matters because this matters. So super glad to be on this voyage with you. Did Bob Mueller ask you why this matters?
If you're asking why it mattered, it was
I'm
a
not
comparison
asking. No,
between
I'm sorry,
a
Mr.
case
Strzok.
about.
I've seen you do this where you
about
answer questions
yeah,
that are
but
not asked, but that is not what I'm asking you. I want to know if Bob Mueller asked you about this text message.
Director Mueller did not ask me about any text message, Congressman.
Well, gosh, just days after Mueller is appointed, in 2 text messages, one on the 19th of May and one on the 22nd of May, you reference impeachment. Did Bob Mueller ask you why you were referencing impeachment?
Congressman, as I just stated, Director Mueller did not ask me about any text message.
Well, I find that very interesting, that Bob Mueller has to remove you as a consequence of bias. Now, you don't say it's bias. You say that based on your perception of Bob Mueller's perception of you, it couldn't possibly be your bias. It has to be the appearance of bias. But when we get into actually the manifestation of that bias through your words, Bob Mueller doesn't ask you about a single one of them. And so then I look at other people that Bob Mueller picked on his team, people like Lisa Page. I'm very curious to know whether or not he asked her about any of her incendiary text messages. I mean, but throughout the team, you've got people working for Bob Mueller who have active connections to Hillary Clinton. You know, Greg Anders donated to the Clinton campaign. Kyle Freeney donated to the Clinton campaign. Andrew Goldstein donated to the Clinton campaign. Elizabeth Prigolar donated to the Clinton campaign. James Quarles donated to the Clinton campaign. Jeannie Rhee represented Ben Rhodes during the Benghazi investigation. She represented the Clinton Foundation against Freedom of Information Act requests. Andrew Weissman, the number 2 for Mueller, attended Hillary Clinton's election night party. Aaron Zellaby represented Justin Cooper, who was the person who set up Hillary Clinton's private email server. And then there's you and Miss Page. And it's just really interesting to me that when you were so damaging to the investigation that you had to go, that Bob Mueller, the person who brought in all these people that had connections to the Hillary Clinton campaign, did not ask you about a single text message. And I tend to believe, Mr. Chairman, that it's because he did not want to know the answer and that there was bias and that your perception of Bob Mueller's perception of you is totally unreliable, and I yield back.
Time of the gentleman has expired. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Demings, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Strzok, let me just clear this up right now. I am not angry, and I'm not desperate, and I'm not afraid of the truth, but I am in pursuit of it. First of all, I want to thank you for your service to our country through the Federal Bureau of Investigations, and for your service to our country through the United States Army. Mr. Chairman, each of us as members of Congress took an oath to uphold and defend the Constitution of the United States. My oath as a member of Congress was not the first oath that I took, it was the third oath, for I served as a law enforcement officer for 27 years. And like the employees of the Federal Bureau of Investigations and the Department of Justice, I swore to protect this country and to remember, uphold the rule of law. We have now wasted countless hours of our very limited and precious time chasing these phantoms, wasting both the witnesses' time and our own. The Inspector General's report must have been a very big disappointment to the President and to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. Let me say this, law enforcement officers, and you said it earlier, Mr. Strzok, not only do they have political opinions, but they are encouraged to have them. And as a chief of police, I encourage them to have them and express them. Perhaps, but their expression never interfere with their ability to conduct their job. Perhaps Congress could learn something from members of the law enforcement community, because my colleagues on the other side of the aisle allow political bias to influence their judgment every day. And perhaps they should read, and all members of Congress should read, the Ethics Manual for Congress. The IG report said, and I quote, "We found no evidence that the conclusions by department prosecutors were affected by bias or other improper considerations," unquote. President Trump's and his enablers' conspiracy theory about the Department of Justice and the FBI have been investigated, and after hours today, they have still been debunked. The president's own campaign manager is currently sitting in jail, awaiting trial on multiple charges, and there is enough evidence, as we've already seen, that resulted in 5 guilty pleas. The truth hurts, but no matter how you hate it, and no matter how much it hurts, it's not going away. That's the real story here. And we need to keep our eyes on the ball and not chase ghosts through the halls of the Department of Justice while letting the important work of both of these committees go undone. But since we're here, Mr. Strzok, I want to get your reaction to the president's tweet on December 3rd of 2017. After years of Comey with the phony and dishonest Clinton investigation running the FBI, its reputation is in tatters, worse than history. There he goes. It's always the biggest, always the worst. But fear not, we will bring it back. Mr. Strzok, do you agree that the FBI's reputation is in tatters and is the worst in history?
Not at all.
Do you agree with the characterization that the Clinton investigation was phony and dishonest?
No.
Were you the sole decision maker on this case?
No.
In your opinion, what kind of impact do statements like this, because I do care about how it affects the law enforcement community. Apparently, my friends on the other side of the aisle, I never thought as a law enforcement officer I'd ever have to defend the Department of Justice from my Republican colleagues on the other side of the aisle. What kind of effect do statements like this have on the morale, on the good men and women who do a tough job every day?
Congresswoman, I think they have a significant impact on the morale of the men and women of the FBI. I would tell you that regardless of what is going on swirling around them, that my experience, the agents and analysts and others that I work with are focused on their job and their mission. So there's a lot swirling around, and agents tune that out and focus and do their job. But inevitably, the kind of perception and the things that are being said are heard and are damaging because people know they're simply not true. So they're not helpful. But I have every faith and confidence in the FBI, in the agents of the FBI, and in what we do every single day.
Thank you so much. I know. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Heiss, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to discuss a little bit the Wiener laptop discovery. You have explained there was a significant delay from the time that information was discovered, in which obviously hundreds of thousands, by your own words, hundreds of thousands of emails were discovered, potentially pertinent to the Hillary Clinton email investigation. There was a delay there, and you have explained in the past that the delay was caused simply because you were too busy. What were you doing during October of 2016 that caused you to be so busy?
Sir, I wouldn't call it a significant delay. I don't think it was caused because I was too busy. The answer to your question, in the fall of 2016, I was the Deputy Assistant Director of the Counterintelligence Division. I had responsibility over...
You've explained that you were
global,
too
sir,
busy.
yes, but
what were you
I was
busy
trying
doing?
to explain what I was doing. I was busy overseeing thousands of cases, every espionage case in the FBI, every economic espionage case in the FBI, every case having to do with the counter... Sir, you asked the question, may I answer?
Well, and I'm going to reclaim my time. Were you involved in the Russian investigation that time as well?
That was, aspects of that were one of the many things that were under my
So
supervision.
you were involved with it. Inspector General Horowitz expressed concern that so many individuals from the Clinton investigation mid-year team were assigned to the Russian investigation, people like you. Who made that decision for people from the mid-year team to go to the Russian investigation?
Sir, I was Deputy Assistant Director of the Counterintelligence Division. I'm the number 2. If there's something large going on in CI, chances are I'm going to have a role in it. So it isn't an agent on the street working the case, but the decision to assign me was certainly made absolutely by my boss, the assistant director, and probably above him, the EAD.
How many other people went to the Russian case?
Sir, I can't get into those specific numbers. I can tell you of the senior managers, several of the senior managers were involved, but this is one of the points I disagree with the Inspector General is he doesn't appreciate the staffing in the context of the level of the people that were involved in
Did anyone in the FBI or
those
the
cases.
DOJ question the overlap of personnel between the two cases?
Not that I'm aware of.
So no one questioned it. At the end of October, you were finally brought to the point to pursue the laptop information and to make it public days before the election. Did your involvement at that time with the Russian election interference cease when the Clinton email case was reopened?
No.
Okay. So you continued working on the Russian case while also leading the reopened Hillary Clinton case.
A colleague of mine, a co-lead, and I were bringing the team back together. Again,
Well,
which
just
was
a
made
month
up, sir.
before-
Sir, if I may, because it's important, I think people have a misunderstanding. At that time, I'm a deputy assistant director.
All right,
When you
listen,
talk about
my
the
time
case,
is
you have
limited.
multiple. Yes, sir. You have multiple layers of people though below that are doing that work.
I understand that, but a month before, you told the IG that your Russia workload prevented you from addressing the issue on the laptop discovery, and now
that's
all
not
of
what
a
I
sudden
said,
you
sir.
have time for both, according
That's
to the
not what I
IG
said, sir.
report.
That's not what I said,
that
and
is
that's
in-
not
that
what
is
this
in there.
report says.
So days before the election, you're investigating two key investigations, and a time lapse of nearly a month goes by where there are hundreds of thousands of emails directly related to the email of Hillary Clinton and her campaign, ignored until days before the election, and only when the New York group demands. Well, let me ask you this. Were any of your superiors concerned of the overlap? That the time was, water was going under the bridge?
My recollection is that all of us were concerned about the volume of material that we had on
Well,
our
Andrew
plate from a
McCabe
national
said that he was
security perspective.
surprised that you had not reviewed the laptop before October 30th.
His
James
statement, sir,
Baker,
that's
General
inaccurate. You're
Counsel,
misrepresenting
this is my
what's
time.
said. You are
Sir,
misrepresenting
this
what's
is in
stated.
the IG report.
You're misrepresenting what's stated in the IG report.
I'm using the IG report. McCabe said he was surprised that you had not reviewed the laptop information. James Baker, General Counsel, said it was his understanding that that information was being handled. James Comey felt that the entire credibility of the Bureau rested on that case. And what gets me, how is it possible that you could handle both of these cases, perhaps two of the most important cases in the history of this country, at least in recent history? How, in the name of justice, does the FBI allow someone so biased as yourself to lead these two investigations at the same time, where both end up being compromised, both tainted, justice apparently not happening in either case? You deliberately, from all appearance, delayed the checking into the Hillary Clinton emails on the Wiener laptop until after the election or as close thereof, and it's just corruption through and through. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, may I respond?
Briefly, since it wasn't posed to you as a question.
Sir, briefly, nothing was compromised in those investigations. There were a team of folks above and below me that were involved. I was the number 2 in the counterintelligence division. If it was important, I had a role in the oversight of that. There were people below me, senior executive service members, unit chiefs, supervisory agents, in the field office, ASAC, supervisors, case agents, all who were working on this. To the aspect, and there are many things you said about the IG's report that were, if not, there were absolutely misrepresentations. The response and the facts, if you look at them in the report, is that within hours of hearing from New York that there was potential material that was relevant, I had assigned subordinates, supervisors, attorneys, and others to look into it, which they in turn did within hours. As a result, less than a day after finding out about it, I'd set into motion a team who had nothing to do with the Russian investigations to pursue that information. They came back and said, New York's still working on it, and my assumption from there was that they, having been assigned that task,
It's
would
your
continue to
representation
pursue
of
it.
the IG report that's inaccurate.
The time of the gentleman has expired. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Gosar, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Strzok, are you familiar with the FBI Domestic Investigation and Operations Guide, known as the DIOG?
The DIOG, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, this is a policy manual that sets forth the rules you are to follow in deciding to pursue an investigation, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you agree that the DIOG guidelines applied to your investigation of President Trump and the 2016 election, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the DIOG policy 8.1 requires that all FBI employees shall comply with policies, quote, isn't that correct?
Sir, I believe that's absolutely true. I don't know the site.
But you're aware of that?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Now, you no doubt are aware the DOJ also issues investigation guidance instructions, correct?
Yes.
Now, specifically, DOJ guidance dated March 9th, 2012, states that federal, quote, employees are entrusted with the authority to enforce the laws of the United States and with responsibility to do so in a neutral and impartial manner. This is particularly important in an election year, end of quote. Are you aware of this guidance?
I am not, but I believe it and adhere to it, yes.
So I just want to make sure, because this is really important, because Attorney General Holder issued these instructions to all federal law enforcement agencies to conduct their investigations in a neutral and impartial manner, particularly in an election year. So once again, you're kind of familiar.
Sir, I don't recall that specific instruction. I focus on FBI policy, but that direction from the department, if it's in force, I readily accept, and I can't.
So you understand why federal employees are supposed to be politically neutral?
Yes,
right?
yes.
Okay. Everything he says went on this, and your anti-Trump text statements are not politically neutral, correct?
I believe from the perspective of investigating in a politically neutral way, I did that every single day of
Once again,
my job.
your text statements are not politically neutral.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And your investigation activities were, in fact, taking place in an election year, correct?
Yes.
You, in fact, stated that you intended to, quote, stop Trump from becoming president in a clear violation of the FBI, DIOJ, and DOJ guidance. Wouldn't that be correct?
That's absolutely incorrect, sir.
No, that wouldn't, because that shows a strict bias.
Sir, I
and it's
completely
politically
disagree.
charged. Well, let me give you a little better situation. Then President or candidate Trump made some comments on the travel ban, did he not?
I recall a variety of comments.
Oh, you got a good memory. And it was used on against him by all the lower courts, wasn't it?
Sir, that is not my area of expertise.
You know, you're very well. You understand this very well, sir. So it was used against him and upheld in all the lower courts until the Supreme Court. And guess what? Why is it different for him than you?
Sir,
there's no difference here. There's no difference because it's
sir,
hearsay.
I would argue.
The difference between him and you is you put it in black and white.
Sir, the difference between me and him, and again, I'm not an attorney. You have somebody who's making
He's not an attorney either.
Based on protected class in terms of the passage of a federal law, which is wildly, demonstrably different from an individual who's expressing a personal political belief. It is stunning that that difference would
Once
not
again,
be
a political
apparent
belief,
to any outside observer.
You used your political belief in black and white in a text message. We've established that in my previous question running up to it. Okay? I got just very little time here. So you said about a bias. This morning I watched, by the way, I'm a dentist. Okay, so I read body language very, very well. And I watched your comment and actions with Mr. Gowdy. You got very angry in regards to the Gold Star father. That shows me that it's innately a part of you and a bias.
Sir, I disagree. I don't know if you're saying this experience is like being at the dentist, if that's what you're suggesting.
Okay, so let me
but I would tell you, sir, what you see in my response, is a genuine passion for the United States of America. What you see is a passion as a patriot. What you see is a genuine anger at people.
I got two more
turning that
questions.
upside
Gentlemen,
I got two more
Arizona controls the time.
I got two more questions for you. If you're in a jury box and somebody sees these text messages, you're removed from the jury box, are you not?
Sir, I can't
you
speculate whether
By
or
the
not
way
that
you
would
are.
happen.
By the way you are. And the last comment. This morning, you are a smart individual. We are not a democracy. We are a constitutional republic. That is why we have two ways, both from a democracy voting and then from the where we have the Electoral College. So make sure that we
the
get
time
that
of the
straight.
gentleman has expired.
Regular order.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Johnson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Strzok, you've taken great offense today at questions about your credibility, but for many of us, that's the real issue here, and I think it is for the American people. As we've been sitting here all day, I've been getting text messages from constituents back home, and they're very concerned about this. This whole thing has been described as shameful and a train wreck, and it feels that way to many of us. I'm playing cleanup here. Many of us will here at the end. Let me ask you a smattering of questions. Number one, here's what you and Ms. Page exchanged the night that Donald Trump secured the Republican nomination in late 2016. You wrote, or she wrote to you, holy blank, Cruz just dropped out of the race. It's going to be a Clinton-Trump race. Unbelievable. You responded, what? She writes back, you heard right, my friend. Now you said, now the pressure really starts to finish MYE, which we know now is the FBI code name for the Clinton email investigation. And she writes back and responds, it sure does. So here's our problem. You two are the most influential FBI personnel on the Clinton investigation, and within hours of Donald Trump securing the Republican nomination, you text to her, okay, now the pressure really begins. Now we really have to finish the Clinton investigation. And she agrees, and she says it sure does. Here's the question. Why did you have to finish it up so fast? What were you all referring to? Why? Was it to stop President Trump?
Not at all. She was not one of the two most influential people in the investigation. The purpose of that text was not at all having anything to do with candidate Trump or candidate Clinton. That had everything to do with Director Comey's sense and urgency to try and resolve the investigation as soon as we could to get the FBI and the investigation out of the presidential race.
Were you slow walking it prior to that time? Were you slow walking it prior to that time?
Absolutely not. But there was a constant sense of urgency, and I think everybody on the team, everybody in the senior executive management of the FBI understood that the closer and closer and the longer the investigation took, that we continued, thanks to the actions of some, including some of the candidates, to be inserted into as an issue in the presidential campaign.
Let me stop because this is my time. We're not supposed to associate this in any way with all of your many other volumes of text, all the negative, all the disparaging things you said about Donald Trump as a candidate, and the fact that you said, we'll stop it. So those two things are not related in any way at all, right?
Congressman, I understand your concern, and those are your constituents. What I'm telling you under oath is that expression was what I just told you. It was a desire from the highest levels of the Bureau throughout the team to get us out of the process of the general election.
Okay, let me move on. Did you ever find, personally, evidence of collusion or conspiracy, as you've said today, between then candidate Trump and Russia?
Sir, I can't, based on the direction of the FBI, I cannot comment on ongoing investigations.
You said in your text of May 18th, 2017, you concluded, quote, there is no there. What were you referring to?
Sir, I said part of my concern is there might not be a there. And as I mentioned earlier, I think is certainly at the beginning, as we looked at the allegations, there were a wide range of potential things that were going on. On one end, it was that there was nothing, that there was no illegal activity, there was absolutely no conspiracy to do anything, moving up to potentially individuals doing things that are illegally based on individual agendas, and on the very far end, some of the things that might be in the worst case, things which might lead to impeachment. But I was approaching that with a very open mind, not knowing where the facts lay or where they might lead, and some of that saying, hey, there is a reasonable chance, there is a reasonable, realistic set of things which might indicate there's nothing going on here.
Okay, look, you said several times today that every American has a political bias, but not every American has your level of responsibility, the duty, the extraordinary level of responsibility that you had on behalf of the American people. And our entire system of justice depends upon equal and impartial justice under the law. Don't you agree with that?
I absolutely agree on that.
Look, you've spoken in lofty terms today about ethics and honesty and integrity, and yet by every objective measure, the public record of your actions belie those virtues. And look, the Inspector General's report concluded that your conduct demonstrated, quote, extremely poor judgment and a gross lack of professionalism. Why should this committee, why should my constituents back home, why should the American people trust you as a credible witness?
Sir, I regret and I'm sorry for the way that those texts have cast my actions into question and those of the FBI and the investigations. What I'm telling you and what I'd ask you to relay to your constituents is to look at the facts. Set aside the texts. Look at what the IG found. Look at the actions that I took, the actions that the team.
With all due respect, I'm out of time, hold on. With all due respect, we cannot separate the texts from that question because the texts were written during the investigation while you were in charge of these investigations, while you're the most responsible, important person in these investigations at many times, and we cannot separate your personal views and bias from the facts as they developed. That's our problem, and at the end of the day, that's what we're all still very concerned about, even after all these hours of hearings.
Sir, what I would tell you, sir, is look at the...
The time of the gentleman has expired. That was a statement, not a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Russell, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Strzok, you stated today, quote, "I do not think that bias was expressed in those text messages," end quote. Inspector General Horowitz stated in his report that those derogatory texts were, quote, "not only indicative of a biased state of mind," end quote, but were also, quote, "antithetical to the core values of the FBI and the Department of Justice," end quote. He stated further that such actions implicated, quote, "provisions in the FBI's offensive code and penalty guidelines," end quote, and referred information to the FBI for adjudication, which is still outstanding. You stated today, quote, "at no time did personal beliefs enter into decisions I made," end quote. Yet Mr. Horowitz's report stated, quote, "in assessing Strzok's decision to prioritize the Russian investigation over following up on the mid-year related investigative lead discovered on the Wiener laptop in October 2016, these text messages led us to conclude that we did not have confidence that Strzok's decision was free from bias," end quote. You stated today that culture, training, and policy prevent bias in the FBI. They would be noted and stopped. The Justice Department ethical guidelines state the following, quote, "superiors may never send to subordinate employees an email directed at the success or failure of a political party, partisan political group, or partisan candidate," end quote. Another one, quote, "express opinions about the candidates and issues if the expression is political activity directed at the success or failure of a political party, candidate, or partisan political office or partisan political group. The expression is not permitted while the employee is on duty," end quote. The FBI Domestic Investigations and Operation Guide in section 3.1, because we've heard so much about the adherence of policies and what these things do, that's why it's important to quote them, and I quote in section 3.1, "we who enforce the law must not merely obey it," this is the FBI guideline, "we have an obligation to set a moral example that those whom we protect can follow. Because the FBI's success in accomplishing its mission is directly related to the support and cooperation of those we protect, these core values are the fiber that holds together the vitality of our institution," end quote. Mr. Strzok, given the extramarital relationship and types of derogatory communication officially exchanged with FBI counsel Lisa Page as laid out in the IG report, did these actions exhibit a, quote, "moral example that those whom the FBI protects can follow," end quote?
Sir, thanks for your question. I noticed your CIB, and I want to thank you for your service.
I've had decades of it myself.
Yes, sir. I would tell you, I am not proud. I am ashamed.
Did the policies guide your behavior for these actions?
Sir, for the bulk of my professional actions, every day of my life, they did.
But
for
you
every
stated
investigative
that these
decision,
actions
I did.
had no bias, and yet we heard from Mr. Horowitz's IG report that they concluded that there was. And now we see an extramarital relationship and types of derogatory communications officially exchanged. That does not appear to exhibit the actions that would exhibit a moral example for those whom the FBI protects. Do you believe it does?
Sir, I would respond
Yes
this
or no?
way. I disagree profoundly with the Inspector
With the
General's conclusion
FBI
about
guidelines.
bias.
Okay,
I
thank you for
believe
that. In section 3.1.1, and I quote, "in general, the FBI requires employees to report known or suspected failures to adhere to the law, rules, or regulations by themselves or other employees to any supervisor in the employee's chain of command," end quote. You knew your conduct was wrong, not only in the use of Texas, the forwarding of political emails, the forwarding of links, all of that is laid out in the
None of that is wrong,
guidelines.
sir.
Let
None
me
of
finish.
that is wrong.
And also that the extramarital relationship could place you outside of what would be proper for an FBI agent. So my question is, did you make any attempt to report your conduct to the chain of command?
Sir,
Yes or
my
no?
conduct in the context
Did you
of the
make any
FBI
attempt to
guidelines
report
was
your
not
conduct to the chain
improper.
of command?
My conduct of the investigations was always Always.
And we can see what that
Proper,
was. Okay,
correct,
thank you. Reclaiming
and
my
guided by the-
time. And Mr. Chairman, my closing remarks I address to you. I don't have any further comment that I need or any other questions to be answered. FBI agents are required to adhere to strict standards of conduct and exemplify the FBI's core competencies, including communication, respect, leadership, and compassion, problem solving, judgment. The IG found that the use of official devices to send messages intermixing work-related discussions and political commentary demonstrated extremely poor judgment and gross lack of professionalism. The powers of government are drawn from the people's consent. The executive branch draws its law enforcement powers not only from that consent, but most importantly from the trust to wield such power without prejudice and with integrity. Mr. Chairman, we've heard a lot about ethics, patriotism, and service today. We are all accountable for our actions. I am mindful of the words of Christ in Luke, "You shall know a tree by its fruit. From the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks." And I yield back my time to you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair, thanks, gentlemen. And the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Strzok, you've worked as a criminal investigator for at least 20 years, isn't that right?
National security investigator, primarily CI work, which within the Bureau we differentiate criminal, which is...
But you're familiar with criminal investigations,
Yes, sir.
correct? And you understand that as you're aggregating evidence, you're looking for a couple areas. Number one, you're looking to see if there's an act, the actus reus of a crime, right?
Yes.
You're also looking for culpable mental state of a crime, right?
Yes.
You have to demonstrate the culpable mental state if you're going to bring a case forward, right? Intentional, knowingly, reckless, et cetera, right?
Almost always, yes.
Yeah, unless there's some kind of strict liability, right? And you'd agree that short of some statement against interest, most of the time the culpable mental state of either intentional or knowingly, that's usually done through circumstantial evidence, correct?
I hesitate to generalize. I would.
Trust me,
I don't
it
know
is.
that I can answer
Trust
that
me, it
question,
is.
sir.
It is, because short of someone making a statement against interest, you've got to prove that they intended not only every element of the offense, right, or knowingly did that offense. That has to be proved, and oftentimes it's by circumstantial evidence, which, by the way, there's a jury instruction typically that goes forward that says there's no qualitative difference between circumstantial evidence and direct evidence. You'd agree with that statement, right?
So I'm not an attorney. I would.
Well, you've been in the court many times, right?
Well,
you sure sound like an attorney sometimes,
very
right?
educated recitations of legal terms that I don't have the education to be able to respond to.
Okay, well, trust me on that.
Sure,
There's a jury
I will,
instruction that says...
If you're representing to me
Yeah,
that's accurate, I
that's
will
right.
accept that.
Right, and then this morning, you said, and then this has been a theme, and I don't know how many umpteen times you said it, but I wrote down the one quote you gave to Chairman Goodlatte. You said, quote, "My text messages are not indicative of bias," close quote. Do you still hold to that position?
I do.
Okay. Now, as we go forward here, when the FBI is trying to put together circumstantial evidence of a culpable mental state, they're looking at things such as text messages. They're looking at things such as communications between people for whatever reason, right? You'd agree with that?
I would.
Yeah. And so that indicates someone's mental state that you're going to take before a jury where you're going to say, beyond a reasonable doubt, we can demonstrate either intentional or knowing by this series, this accumulation of circumstantial evidence, right?
Rephrase the question, please, sir. I'm not...
Okay, this is not hard. So when you're trying to prove a culpable mental state,
Yes.
most of it's coming from circumstantial evidence, very rarely, unless you've got a confession, right?
Yes.
And so you're taking accumulation of various pieces of evidence and you're saying,
Yes.
look, this adds up to intentional or knowingly, right?
Agreed.
So one of the things that's been made evident here is that your statements and your communications with Ms. Page, it wasn't a one-off. It wasn't two. It wasn't three. This is a whole series. It's a whole series that goes on not for a day or a week. This goes on for a long period of time. Is that not true?
It is true.
Yeah. And so when people begin to say, was there bias on the part of Peter Strzok, they're not saying, oh, gee, on this one, just on August 8th. They're going through a whole accumulation and aggregation of various statements that you made and that Ms. Page made as well. So that leads us to the IG statement. So when the Inspector General comes in and I ask him the question, I said, look, you've said regarding Mr. Strzok and Ms. Page, you didn't find documentary testimony evidence that they had improper considerations, including political bias, directly affecting. I said, that's directly affecting, because you said they weren't the sole decision makers. I said, did they indirectly affect it? He said, yeah. Why? Because he said, you were the lead investigator of the Hillary Clinton. You were the liaison, if you will. You were the flow of information from the investigative team that you've said there's lots of them, and I kind of actually sketched a kind of a Venn diagram of how this works, organizational chart as it works, as you were describing it earlier today. You were the gatekeeper of information. Lisa Page was providing counsel to Andrew McCabe. On the Russian investigation, you were the head guy. You're the head guy. Now we have accumulation of biased information that indicates some kind of mental state of bias. And at the other end of this, we've got it that you're the head guy on these. That's what the Inspector General said under oath in testimony not too many weeks ago.
Sir, Mr. Chairman, if I may respond, I think
there's no question before you.
I want to correct some inaccurate things you said.
I didn't say anything inaccurate.
Oh,
There's
you did.
nothing to correct.
The witness needs to be able to answer the
You're
question.
out of order.
The witness needs to be answering the question.
Mr. Chairman, when aspersions are cast on the witness, you ought to be able. Oh, there were.
Well,
sir.
you should allow the witness to answer.
Everyone,
Why are you afraid to let the
everyone will
witness answer the
suspend.
question?
Everyone will suspend, and the time of the gentleman has expired, and the chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, for 5 minutes.
Sir, may I respond to the gentleman who just
No,
spoke?
you may not. The gentleman from Wisconsin has the time.
Mr. Chairman, you have said throughout this hearing that at the conclusion of the questioning, the witness would be permitted to respond. Is that rule now changed?
No question directed to him.
That's not true, Mr. Chairman.
It's true.
Well, he has a response he'd like to give to the committee. You've
I'd like
said
to
throughout the
continue
day that was the procedure. Now you're changing it. We're just going to allow
the gentleman,
people to make claims.
the gentleman
He has
is the gentleman is completely out of order.
No, Mr.
The
Chairman, you're out of order.
No, the time belongs to the gentleman fromWisconsin, and he may proceed.
Mr. Chairman, you indicated, you must remember that
The
you
gentleman
indicated
is
that the
not in
gentleman
order.
could
The
answer
chair-
the question.
The chair has recognized.
I
the gentleman
beg
from
of you
Wisconsin.
to allow the gentleman, at the end of this long hearing, to be able to explain conflicts in representation that have been made by various persons on the panel.
The gentleman from Wisconsin
Well,
may proceed.
it seems to me that on advice of counsel, a lot of the things we want to find out here today, we're not going to find out. But I'd like to focus a little bit on the milieu in which you operate in the FBI. When I look at this area around Washington, D.C., I look, and we had a candidate run for president who ran on the promise to drain the swamp. When I look at the election results in the areas in which you and other people who work for the government around here live, I see a monolithic, almost monolithic mindset that can be illustrated in the election results in the area. Things that, given the country as a whole, was almost half for the candidate who wanted to drain the swamp and half for the candidate who didn't. You look District of Columbia, 4% for Donald Trump, Prince George County, 8%, Arlington, Virginia, 17%, Alexandria, 18%. I mean, things that in Wisconsin, 72 counties, and normally we're about a 50-50 state. There's not one county in which you have that, everybody voting together. So I want to dig into a little bit about the milieu in which you hang around with. Now, at the time where Mr. McCabe, who I believe was Ms. Page's boss, at the time his wife ran for Congress, it was Congress, or was it maybe a state elected position, you referred to people who lived in a county just beyond Washington, D.C., a little bit more normal, still a Democratic county. You referred to them as this county, Loudoun County, is being gentrified, but it's still largely ignorant hillbillies. Now, I don't mean to embarrass you in that, because it doesn't surprise me that people in this swamp would refer to people, once you get a couple hours away from Washington, as ignorant hillbillies. It wouldn't surprise me if somebody was inadvertently got a hold of emails and people were saying that in the newsroom at MSNBC. It wouldn't surprise me if they were saying it in the Department of Interior or the Department of Education. It disappoints me a little bit that they were saying it in the FBI. But I'm going to ask you, in the areas of which people you congregate in your business, how, you obviously talked about politics, how many people do you run into, say, in the Washington office here, who are overtly supporting President Trump?
When you say in the office, sir, a couple of things, and you may not have been here this morning. I do not view the people of Loudoun County as ignorant hillbillies. I live in an adjacent county, and much like in Wisconsin, you might look at folks in Minnesota with a sense of rivalry.
I know people like you.
I regret that statement, and
I know you regret it. I know.
People
It's
in
one of those
Loudoun
things
County
that you
know I
never
don't
thought would
espouse
come
that.
out. But
when you say the office, sir, I don't understand what you mean by around the office.
people who you work with on a daily basis.
I don't tend to know who they support, sir.
Well, it's apparent in the emails that you exchanged with Ms. Page, that not only with regard to her opinions, but you could obviously, the McCabe's were very political in nature. You must have some general opinions of the politics of the people you work around. You were not shy about sharing your political opinions.
Right. My sense is the FBI, including me, is a very conservative, typically, organization. They believe in law and order. They believe in a strong national defense.
I'm going to say, when it comes
traditionally, sir, that
to draining the
tends to skew
swamp or
Republican, in my
otherwise,
experience. I'm sorry, sir?
in areas in which I've worked in the past, prior to getting involved in politics, I could almost always tell you or have an opinion where people come down to on these issues. You are not shy about talking about politics. I want to know, in the social circle that you hang around with, including at work, maybe you get at home, do you ever run into people who would have voted for President Trump, people who
Yes.
you know?
Yes.
Would you guess in the FBI, like I said, we rattled off the percentage of people voting for President Trump in the surrounding counties. Looks like overall maybe less than 1 in 6, just amazing. Could you comment again on your comment, largely ignorant hillbillies? And there are a lot of people who think like you in this swamp. Okay, it's not unusual, probably a lot of lobbyists probably feel that way, congressional staffers. Could you comment in general on the political viewpoint of the people who work in the Washington office with you?
The general perspective, as I just said, sir, the most FBI agents, in my experience, tend to be strongly conservative.
Not outside of Washington.
Strongly law in Washington, D.C. Strongly conservative, strongly law and order, strongly national defense. Up until the current date, very strongly Republican. I don't know. I couldn't tell you what people did or didn't vote for this election because we don't tend to talk about that.
Guess I'm out of time.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Gomez, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Strzok, you've been on that hot seat for a number of hours. I just wanted to give you an opportunity. First, thank you for being here. Thank you for trying to answer the questions as to the best of your ability. But I want to give you at least 45 seconds to respond to any of the comments that have been made that you feel like you haven't been given the opportunity to respond to.
Sir, I appreciate that. And one thing, two things. One, with regard to the IG and what they found, to be clear, the IG report found no act of bias by me or anybody in the FBI, period. And he said in his testimony, my understanding is the same. Two, the IG found and stated in the report that I was amongst the most aggressive people in pursuing the Hillary Clinton investigation, going after Secretary Clinton. So those facts are undisputable. They're written down, and there's no two ways to try and spin out of those. And I don't want to take your time, and so I'll try and do this in 15 seconds. The insurance policy text that has come up before, that text represented a debate on information that we had received from an extraordinarily sensitive source and method, and that typically when something is that sensitive, if you take action on it, you put it at risk. And so there's a tension there. Maybe we should, just roll slow, take a typical 3-4 year counterintelligence investigation, because the more aggressive you are, the more you put it at risk. And some people said that. Some people said, hey, look, every poll is saying candidate Trump is likely not to win. Every Republican was saying that. Some people said, as a result of that, let's not risk this source. Let's go slow. What I advocated for, and what I'm saying is, look, we're the FBI. We need to do our job. We need to go investigate. While it isn't likely, according to all the pollsters and everybody, that candidate Trump's going to be elected, we need to make sure we are protecting America. We need to responsibly and aggressively investigate these accusations? Because you know what? If candidate Trump is elected, there might be people we need to be investigating that might be nominated for important national security positions. Everybody in America would want to know that. Candidate Trump would want to know that. So much like you probably won't die before you're 40.
No, thank you.
That's the meaning, sir.
No, thank you so much. I got sworn in July 11th, 2017. So I am one of the most freshman members of Congress. It was about a year ago yesterday. And I was excited to be on the Oversight Committee because I believe that Congress has a responsibility to be a check on the executive branch. But that's when it's being honest in its purpose, right? I don't believe our committees, led by the majority, has been honest in its purpose. Because if it has been, it would be treating requests by the minority with as much importance as their own. So I have a question. It's a rhetorical question. Why is it that the House Oversight Committee and the House Judiciary Committee have refused to issue a single subpoena to compel documents or witnesses from the Trump administration on any topic other than this one? It's because they don't believe and they don't care to discover the truth. They are using this process to throw more red meat to their base in order to turn it out for the midterms and to protect a president that has no moral authority to lead this country. So it is kind of embarrassing. I've been watching this farce and this circus for the last 5 hours, and I wonder to myself, what are people thinking? That there's grown men and women shouting over each other, insulting one another. Yeah, they try to dress it up with saying the gentleman from North Carolina, the gentle lady from California. But it's all a farce, and the American people know it. We've asked for subpoenas for a variety of issues. Commerce Department and the Census Bureau withholding documents on citizenship question. Department of Justice withholding documents on request to add a citizenship question. Department of Justice withholding documents on politicized hiring allegations for immigration judges. Department of Homeland Security and Department of Justice withholding documents on gag orders against whistleblowers. White House withholding information on chartered flights. The list goes on. There's about 12 of them. But they have never issued a subpoena except on this. And the American people should ask why. And the reason is because they're not interested in finding the truth or making sure that we hold this administration accountable. It's all for tossing red meat to their base. And you know what? We should never talk ill about anybody, in any particular part of our country. But this president has lowered that standard. He questions immigrants. He questions the allegiance of judges, the FBI, and that, in my opinion, is insulting. And I think that we need to grow up and show that the American people that we're here to act as a responsible branch of government. And I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Rutherford, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Strzok, when I hear you talk about your passion for America, I believe you. I can see that passion. When you talk about your love for the FBI, I see it. I believe it. When you talked about your faith in the American electorate, I believe that. Now, what concerns me is you said that you didn't trust the election. To quote you, you didn't trust the election after Russia put their finger on the scale. Remember saying that earlier?
I don't believe that's exactly what I said, sir. I think I said something slightly different, but I recall that exchange.
Well, but that was that was the meaning, right?
I don't think that was the meaning, sir. The meaning was I was very concerned that Russia was attempting to do that. I prayed.
Russia had put their finger on the scale.
I don't recall what I said specifically.
You can find it later, but I wrote it down.
Okay, I will be happy to tell you what I felt.
And what I want to ask you is, do you think that justifies then you, Mr. McCabe, and Lisa Page to correct that wrong that you perceived was done by the FBI?
That never happened, and that would not happen.
Let me ask you, the IG's report that I have right here, you said that political bias did not impact your professional actions. You said that earlier in this meeting as well. Now, let me give you a little background. In a text message sent on August 15th, and this has been discussed earlier, you wrote to Lisa Page, "I want to believe the path you threw out in Andy's office, that there is no way he gets elected, but I'm afraid we can't take that risk. It's like an insurance policy in the unlikely event you die before you're 40.
Yes, sir.
Certainly remember that. You've heard it a lot. The reason, was there anyone else in that meeting?
I'm sure there was. I don't remember who.
But, so you don't remember who all was it?
There were an inordinate number of meetings. We're the government. We have meetings. I don't remember for this particular meeting who was there.
Okay.
I could look at my notes.
But at least
maybe
two
tell
of
you.
those people that were in that meeting with you are no longer working for the FBI, are they?
I don't know that Mr. McCabe was there.
You don't know that Mr. McCabe was in the office?
He was in the office. My recollection of that meeting is that we had a briefing to the director. Sometimes after briefings like that, the director will stay behind with his very senior staff, like the general counsel and the deputy. And if we have other matters to discuss that don't merit the importance of the director's time, we'll go down to the deputy's office and wait for him to return. So he may have been there, he may not have been there, I don't recall.
But Mr. McCabe is no longer working at the FBI, is that correct?
That is correct.
How about Lisa Page?
She is not.
Anybody else that was in that meeting that you recall that no longer works at the FBI?
Possibly Mr. Baker, but I don't know if he was in the meeting or not.
Okay, let me ask.
Yeah, that's it. Possibly, I don't think Mr. Rubicki went down either.
Okay, let me ask, did you present the original FISA application?
No. So, sir, when I assume you were talking about the FISA application on Carter Page that
Correct.
I've been limited ability
Correct.
to answer questions.
Correct.
I did not.
Were you in the courtroom?
No.
Okay, and do you, and there were 3 renewals, correct?
Sir, I'm not certain. I can discuss that without divulging classified information, and I don't know that I've been given clearance by the FBI to discuss that.
Okay. Well, Mr. Rosenstein was here and admitted that he signed the 3rd renewal.
I certainly defer to his statement, sir.
And he signed that 3rd renewal, but amazingly to me, Mr. Strzok, apparently because of the information that was in that renewal, he would not admit that he actually read the document. Do you know of any falsehood, any half-truth, any misinformation that was in that 3rd renewal that would preclude him from being able to say he read it and he signed it and approved it?
I have no information about the Deputy Attorney General and what he did or didn't do or why he did or did not do anything.
Okay, you said that political bias didn't affect your work, but the FBI and DOJ were both admonished for misconduct in the prosecution of Senator Ted Stevens, right?
Sir, I don't.
Time of the gentleman.
I was not involved in that investigation. I don't.
Okay,
know.
well, former Director
The
Comey
time
said
of the
that-
gentleman has expired. The witness can answer the question.
Okay. Do you know that they're undergoing training right now for political bias at the FBI? Is that correct?
I understand that was a recommendation in the IG report.
The time of the gentleman has expired. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Palmer, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Strzok, despite your assertions that the IG report did not in any way indicate bias, I would disagree with that. But also, on page 424 of the Inspector General's report, he said that we therefore refer this information to the FBI for its handling and consideration of whether the messages sent by the 5 employees, of whom you're one, listed above violates the FBI's offense code of conduct. Are you under review by the FBI Office of Professional Responsibility?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. In January 2014, the Inspector General for the intelligence community, Mr. Charles McCullough, sent out a letter and indicated that he had received 2 sworn declarations from one intelligence community element. These declarations cover several dozen emails containing classified information determined by the intelligence community element to be at the confidential, secret, and top secret special access program levels, which were you aware of this letter?
What was the date of the letter? sir?
January 14th, 2016.
I don't recall it now, but I may have known it at the time. Correspondence like that, sir, we had a team of anywhere from 20 to 60 people, so.
Well, this is, I understand that you can't know everything, and I get it. And I also want you to understand that I'm not going to be necessarily in an attack mode, because I want to get some answers.
Absolutely.
And this is a very, very serious problem that's raised by this letter, whether it's confidential, secret, top secret, but certainly special access program. You're former military, correct?
Yes, sir.
You can understand then the danger that this could pose for our men and women in harm's way.
Yes, sir.
Okay. This was January, and again, on March 4th, you send the text saying that Hillary should win $100 million to nothing. Then on May 4th is when you said, now the pressure really starts to finish the mid-year evaluation. At what point in there was the memo changed from gross negligence to extremely careless?
Sir,
it was in May.
I'm not going to be able to give you a.
I'm not asking for a date, but
calendar. I can't give you a breakdown of what occurred before what. I'm sorry.
And I understand you've been here a long time, and so have we, but it was in May.
Okay.
And what it appears here, and it's in the context of the need to finish the mid-year investigation, is that Donald Trump had just won the primary. It was obvious that he was going to be the Republican nominee. And I believe you when you say you're a patriot. I believe that you care deeply about the country, and I can see how you and some of your colleagues have concluded that it's in the best interest to change it from gross negligence to extremely careless, because you just couldn't comprehend a President Trump or in your mind the danger that might pose to the country.
That's not what happened, sir.
Well, something happened to change this from gross negligence to extremely careless, because extremely careless is not prosecutable.
I can tell you why it happened if you'd like me to answer, but I don't want to take your time if you don't.
Well, I know what the Inspector General said he thought happened. He said it was changed because it wasn't prosecutable, because it's not in the code. The Espionage Act doesn't have anything in the criteria for extremely careless. So I think, again, trying to give you some credit for your patriotism and your desire to do what's best for the country. I mean, our history is replete with people who've made decisions that they thought were the right decisions at the time that got outside the lines. And the text messages and the fact that clearly there is a bias. And I get it. We all have biases. It's what we do with them. It's how we act on them, how we are able to compartmentalize these things that determine the course of things, really the course of history. In the last few seconds here, I want to tell you that I appreciate the fact that you sought forgiveness from your family. I appreciate the fact that you realize that you have severely damaged the reputation of the FBI. And we're not here about the FBI. We're about hearing about you and what you did. I literally sat here, and I mean this sincerely, and prayed for you and your family. Because that I can't imagine what your family's feeling going through this. And I'm not going to question your integrity, but I will say this to you, and I hope this is constructive. I hope you take it as constructive. As I've watched your body language, as I've watched your facial expressions, it's almost as though you've enjoyed this. This is a competition for you, in many respects, even now.
So I can tell you,
and I don't think I'm not going to say your problem's a lack of integrity. I think it's a problem with hubris, and I think you need to take that into account in regard to how you handle this going forward, because it makes it more difficult for us to give you the benefit of the doubt.
Time of the gentleman has expired.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
The
Mr. Chairman.
gentleman may briefly respond.
Thank you.
Oh, no, sir. I appreciate your prayers. Sir, I can tell you when you look at what happened in the investigation, everything was done by the book. And you can assure yourself and your constituents and everybody you're talking to, when you look at both investigations, notwithstanding what decisions were made at a high level to say something, not say something, when you look at the investigation, what those men and women did, everything was done right and by the book. And I share your concern about the nature of the classified information. We found a bunch. TS, Special Access Program, confidential and secret. All that was found, all that was detailed in Director Comey's statement, so I appreciate it. But
In regard to that, I want you to understand, everybody here who
The
knows.
gentleman's
knows
time
I'm
has
serious.
expired.
Chairman, parliamentary inquiry.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Chairman,
Chair-
parliamentary inquiry.
There,
Relating to the rules of this hearing, parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Chairman.
gentleman will state her parliamentary inquiry.
The witness had attempted to answer the gentleman's question.
And he was allowed to.
Mr. Chairman, just a moment, please. On a question that's been asked over and over again about the gross mismanagement, gross negligence issue. And the witness was not allowed at that time to give the clarification. I think the record deserves the gentleman's clarification about the gross
The gentlewoman has not stated a parliamentary
negligence,
inquiry.
which was not written by the gentleman, as I
The
understand.
gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Handel, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Agent Strzok, for being here. I have found your testimony today, frankly, to be quite remarkable in its disingenuousness. And you have shown a disturbing degree of denialism about your actions and the impact of those actions. I think we would all agree that everyone does have personal viewpoints. That is very true. But Agent Strzok, there is a very big difference between someone expressing his or her political views generally and someone leading an FBI investigation, making highly negative and explosive comments about the actual target of that investigation. Would you agree? That's a yes or no.
Rephrase the question. I don't understand the.
You have
the
a
yes or
really
no of that.
awesome talent for filibustering. You might
Ma'am,
want to think about running for the Senate. I'll just say again, you were the lead investigator, one of the lead investigators, and you made highly negative and explosive comments about the actual target of an investigation. That is distinctly different from an individual expressing his or her political views. You were in a position that you needed to be at a higher, much higher level of standard, and you failed to reach that. Your assertion that your statements do not constitute bias is, well, absurd. The facts are this. The FBI Inspector General testified before this very body that you did indeed exhibit bias. And further, in his report, he detailed numerous examples of investigated steps that were not, quote, by the books, as you just testified. What I also find stunning is that someone in your role with the responsibilities that you've had engaged in such grossly unprofessional, unacceptable, and unethical behavior. And now, truly ironic, did I hear you say earlier that you're in a senior position in the HR division for the FBI?
Yes, ma'am. Currently the AD.
That's very ironic. So let me ask you this. You were in a supervisory role at the FBI. Suppose you found out that one of your direct reports was sending the kind of text messages that you were sending about the target of an investigation that they were working on. What action would you take?
Ma'am, if they were sending personal opinion about a political matter, that's their business. I think given my experience to date, I would caution them against doing that on a government device. That is entirely separate and distinct from an individual that was not a political candidate, that did not have a kind of First Amendment protection attached to it.
Right. Suppose that you found out that one of your direct reports was having an extramarital affair with a colleague or with someone outside of the Bureau. What action would you take?
Ma'am, it depends. If it was against the FBI's regulation in terms of if it was somebody in their chain of command above or below them, which is inappropriate or not allowed by our regulations, I would tell them and report that. If it was otherwise permitted in our regulations, I would probably talk to them and say, hey, look, I'm aware of this, and you need to be aware that, and just take into consideration what you're doing in the appearance of it.
So obviously you understand the gravity of the transgressions, in engaging in the kind of behavior that you've been engaging in, especially with the extramarital affair. It opens up an agent to exploitation and even blackmail, given the fact that you have and currently hold a high-level security clearance. Did you ever discuss your relationship with Ms. Page with HR or anyone around your security clearance?
They were well aware of it when
did they become aware of it?
Well, when it was kind of made very public by the media after
So-
it was leaked
so it was-
late
it was in
last
the
year.
press.
But ma'am, I can
You
tell you,
didn't
if I can, your
proactively tell
premise though, that it makes it susceptible to blackmail, I never could have been blackmailed or coerced by the nature of that relationship. That is not, the
That's-
nature of my
when
patriotism
you're
and the nature
undergoing
of
a
what I believe
security
in this
clearance,
country,
you are asked a
could not
question about
ever,
that. There's
nobody
a
could have
reason that
made
security clearances ask those kinds of questions. Did you ever advise Mr. Mueller of your relationship with Ms. Page?
I did not.
Why?
It didn't strike me as relevant.
You have a lot to learn about human resources. I mean, wow. It is absolutely relevant. There should have been conversations. I find it interesting that there was no discussion that the two of you shouldn't both be together on that same investigation. Mr. Strzok, no reasonable person could not be concerned about your actions in this investigation. No reasonable person could not be concerned about this situation involving yourself. So thank you. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. DeSaulnier, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you for your testimony and your service. It's been a long day, and I admire your resume. I came from a similar background. I went to a Catholic high school and a Catholic college. I remember going to Holy Cross and having people say, the graduates from Harvard and Yale make the laws, but the graduates from Holy Cross and Fordham enforce the laws. And we always took great pride in that because I think you as well, and I, having had friends who served in the Bureau, took great pride in that that education reinforced your ethical beliefs in a difficult world where we all make mistakes, and that's part of our humanity. So I admire your work. I must say I'm discouraged today to have listened to much of this hearing. On many levels, I'm discouraged because I consider many of the people on the other side of the aisle as friends, good friends. I must say this reminds me of what it must have been like to sit through the McCarthy hearings. I'm waiting for that moment at long last. Do you have no shame? But maybe that's to come. Having said that, I am troubled by the fact that someone in your background did what you did. But you and I both believe in redemption, so I think you have acted in that way today. I wanted to ask you a couple, just a comment and a question specifically for one case. So there's been a persistent conspiracy theory about Hillary Clinton email investigation and one of your former colleagues, John Jackalone, the executive assistant director for the FBI's National Security Branch. He left the FBI because he was upset that there was a bias in the Clinton case, so the conspiracy theorists say, and going, quote, sideways, or, quote, nowhere by design. So he responded in testimony in front of our committee on June 21st and said that these allegations were completely false, quote, unquote, nonsense. Quote, he said, totally inaccurate, this is all nonsense, almost the whole thing is nonsense. I'd have to read it again to definitively say that, but from what I recall, I didn't leave because I was disgruntled, I left because I was broke. He continues, I loved every minute I spent in the FBI. I had one bad day in 25 years, and that was on 9/11. And I think it was a bad day for a lot of people and for this country. So there's no way I left because I was sideways or because I was disgruntled. I was purely the right time for me, 25 years in, right opportunity. I never spoke to anybody that wrote the internet article. I don't know who they used it, the source to this thing. He further said, explaining the Clinton case from the outset, he said, quote, I fully recognized right at the gate that it was a political bombshell, that we, meaning the FBI, were an apolitical organization, right? So I had the referral, we were going to open up the case, and we were going to wait to put together a team, and we were going to conduct a thorough down-the-middle investigation, which is what we did, end quotes. And then starting again in quotes, he said about Director Comey, he's a straight-ahead guy, right, I mean, and you know, if the evidence existed, he would have pushed it for prosecution. And then about you, he said, quote, there was no indication that he exhibited any bias while he was conducting the investigation while he was working for me. He went 110 miles an hour, and we were always looking for new ways to uncover information and evidence. So I had no indication that he would politically lean the way I guess some of these text messages show that he leaned. At no point in time during my management, of this case did he exhibit anything that would provide any slight indication of some of those things that were, you know, posted and put out to the media? End quotes. You have any comments on your former colleague's comments?
Sir,
or what he's had to go through?
I deeply appreciate them. Mr. Jackalone is an extraordinary agent with a heart of gold, and I appreciate them.
So just in closing, I'm just curious, and not to be redundant, but I really want to sort of reiterate, you were nonpartisan in your comments and criticisms, which I think is fair. My dad used to be a state Superior Court judge in Massachusetts, and I remember one of my siblings, once active in politics, put a bumper sticker in his car, and he went ballistic. There was no question that he was a very committed Republican, but he was concerned about the perception. So sitting here today after all these hours, is there any one thing that you could encapsulate what the Bureau could learn from this experience to make sure no one would sit where you're sitting again?
Sir, there is. My belief is that these texts would never be public. And whether reasonable or not, they were made public. And I deeply regret certainly the appearance that they created and all the way that manifested itself out, personally, with regard to the Bureau. So at the end of the day, we're judged on our actions. Certainly, you know, what I do with regard to my personal matters is my own business. But I would also say I take some comfort that when I look at my actions in the workplace, that they are proper, that they are correct, that they were done for the right reasons and done in the right way. And so whenever I get ups and downs in this experience, I look at that record of work, and it gives me considerable comfort that it was done right and well. So,
thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Rothfuss, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Strzok, you were the lead investigator in the Clinton email investigation. Were there ever any searches for emails with the ClintonEmail.com route on the government data warehouse that would have held data collected through 702 or other FISA authorities?
Sir, I would have to think about that. I
think hard
rephrase the question. Were there any searches of the Clinton email?
The IG report talks about servers that were searched and devices that were searched. Were there ever searches done on the data warehouse system that would contain data collected pursuant to FISA or 702?
So when you say data warehouse system, you're referring to any FBI data system that would house FISA or 702
Correct.
data? Yes, sir, I believe there were.
There were. Did you know if anything was found on those?
Not offhand, I don't.
It's not referenced in the IG report whether that was searched. On page 96 of the IG's report, it said that investigators learned late in their review that the FBI considered seeking access to certain highly classified materials that may have included information relevant to the mid-year investigation, but ultimately did not do so. Furthermore, unnamed FBI Attorney 1 went so far as to say that review of those materials was necessary to complete mid-year, and even started to draft a memo about it. And per the IG, you thought reviewing those emails would have been a logical investigative step. Who stopped it?
I don't know. It was levels above me. My understanding was it was outside the Bureau that was stopped.
Did you object to that?
I disagreed. I wanted to search it. We're getting very close to classified information, so I want to be very careful.
Did you send an email or a memo to that effect that you said, we need to search this?
Sir, I don't recall the nature of what that discussion was. I remember talking about doing it and wanting to do it.
As a counterintel officer, did you know if any other non-DOJ government officials have reviewed the classified materials in question in this case?
I don't know.
Did any non-DOJ personnel communicate with anyone at the FBI or DOJ or to mid-year personnel about this classified material?
Sir, I can't answer that question without providing or without saying.
Do you know if anybody on the mid-year team, FBI or DOJ, ever briefed anyone at the White House about such classified material as a potential related to mid-year?
I don't know. I'm not aware of it, but I don't know.
Who had the most influence on mid-year investigators' belief that this classified material was ultimately not necessary in and would not have a material impact?
Sir, those are two different questions. There's an investigative question, which is the leader of the team, which included the senior investigators, had a desire to do something, and then there was a decision at a much higher level and at a different organizational spot that was well above and over.
Now, this was all happening in May of 2016. Was there a rush to wrap this up?
This was not all happening in May of 16.
Well, it's according to the IG report, this
a-
was all coming out in May of 16.
Sir, there may have been aspects of that discussion in May of 16, but my recollection is that this was broader than that.
On page 96 of the IG report, it said investigators learned late in their review that the FBI considered seeking access to certain highly classified materials.
I think that says that's when the IG learned about it, sir, if I'm not mistaken on that reading. Sir, I don't remember specifically when this came up in the context of midyear. I could not tell you when I first became aware.
And you were the
of
lead
classified
investigator
matter
at
issue.
midyear, right?
I was.
Yeah, okay. Did during midyear exam,
Sir, I was not.
during midyear exam, did investigators find any emails between Secretary Clinton and President Obama, including any emails that would have used aliases?
Including any emails?
Emails that would have used aliases.
Yes.
Did any of those emails contain classified information
With President Obama?
between Mrs. Clinton and President Obama?
I don't believe so, but I would have to verify that with the case file, sir.
Do you know if any of those emails were ever intercepted by a foreign actor?
I don't know.
On page
When you
one,
say any emails, sir, are you talking about emails between Secretary Clinton and President Obama?
Yes.
Or any emails contain classified?
no, between Secretary Clinton and President Obama.
I don't know.
On page 149 of the IG report, it noted that he found evidence that you advocated for more aggressive tactics in the Clinton investigation, like grand jury subpoenas and search warrants. Ultimately, the midyear team decided to go with the kid glove approach using consent agreements. I can think of some recent high-profile examples where federal agents did not use the kid treatment. Relating to midyear, who specifically had the authority to decide not to use compulsory process to obtain evidence in this investigation?
Sir, I'm certain the IG did not use the phrase kid glove. The decision ultimately about whether or not to issue process rests with the prosecutors. So
Did anyone outside of the midyear team suggest to the team not to use an aggressive approach?
There was a constant debate, which is normal and healthy, between the agents and the attorneys about how aggressive to be. My recollection is that
Anybody outside the midyear team? You're talking about people on the
No,
midyear
sir,
team.
not-
The
Not
time
that I know.
Time
not
of the
that-
gentleman has expired. The witness may answer the question.
No, not to my recollection. There's nobody outside the midyear team that was exerting any pressure one way or the other.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Gohmert, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Strzok, Hillary Clinton has said publicly that FBI Director James Comey cost her the election. Do you share Hillary Clinton's opinion?
Sir, I don't know. I've read a lot of pollsters and a lot of speculation, but I don't know.
It's an important question because you think about Hillary Clinton making a statement like that about the FBI and the FBI director, as well as the statements that President Trump has made recently about the FBI, and those are the two leaders of each party in the last presidential election, so I think it does matter. Out of curiosity, are there any recordings of the interviews of the Clinton email investigation?
No, sir, I don't believe we recorded any interviews.
So none of the interviews were recorded?
To the best of my recollection, sir, I would need to review the case file, but I don't believe anywhere.
Is that normal for
Yes.
an investigation of that size?
Yes.
Mr. Strzok, did you consult with James Comey before he made the decision to go public days before the presidential election with the fact that the FBI was going to reopen the investigation into Hillary Clinton's emails once it was determined that Anthony Weiner had access to the emails and potentially had access to classified information? Did you consult with James Comey before he made that decision?
I was present at meetings where that decision was discussed.
Do you think that was the right decision?
Sir, that's also a difficult question. I think for all of us, it was kind of a 51-49 proposition. I came out of that decision comfortable with doing so.
Did Ms. Page consult with James Comey before he made the decision to go public?
You'd have to ask her, sir. I don't know that she did, but
Well, we hope to get to ask her some questions. Do you think that James Comey leaked out well, let me back up. In a text message from you to Ms. Page, you mentioned insurance policy. That's been referenced many times today. What exactly did you mean by having an insurance policy in case I would assume President Trump won the election, or was looking like he was going to win the election.
Sir, I appreciate that question because it is taken very much, I understand it's ambiguous and that people have taken it out of context. The insurance policy was merely an analogy to you do something when something isn't likely to happen. You're probably not going to die before you're 40, but you have an insurance policy anyway. What we had before us was an allegation that something significant, that members of the Trump campaign may have been working in cooperation with the Russians, and some people were saying, hey, look, this sensitive source of information that's so sensitive, so vulnerable, we shouldn't put it in danger, because sometimes if you go out and do aggressive investigation, if it's a drug snitch or intelligence source, you can cause significant harm. And a lot of people looked and said, hey, well, look, all the pollsters, everybody in the world is saying it's not likely that President Trump's going to be elected, so don't worry about it. We can just let this lie. I had a different view, and I said, you know what? It doesn't matter whether or not he's going to be elected. We need to do our job. We're the FBI. We need to aggressively go out there, pursue the allegations, because
Let me ask you this.
But I want to
Mr.
finish
Strzok,
up because
you've
I
answered
get to
the
that.
question. Do you think that James Comey leaked out about the reopening of the Hillary email investigation because he needed a, quote, insurance policy to cover his back for predetermining that Hillary Clinton was innocent in the email investigation before it ever even began?
I don't think Director Comey leaked anything with regard to that I'm aware of with regard to the Clinton investigation. I certainly do not think he, I, or anybody else viewed any investigation or any step in the sense of what you're saying that we needed to do something to prevent any particular action at all.
With respect to the clear bias of Donald Trump in your text messages and your clear prejudice against the Trump voters, and by the way, I'm one of those smelly hillbillies from Appalachia that you referenced in your text, you were in a supervisory role at the FBI. What would you do if you found a text from a subordinate of yours that exhibited the same type of bias that you had towards a group of people that were key witnesses or key whatever to the investigation? How would you handle that scenario?
Sir, if I found a text for a subordinate that was expressing a political opinion, one, I don't think I'd see it, and two, I think it's entirely appropriate. If your question is the text was about a target of an investigation, talking about the target, that's an entirely different matter, and I'd bring that subordinate in and counsel him. But those are apples and oranges. They are not at all the same.
Well, I will conclude by this statement, Mr. Chairman. I believe that this is a bad day for the FBI. I believe that we have an overwhelming majority of quality FBI agents and intelligence agents all across the United States and all across the world. But it's unfortunate that when reading the Inspector General's report and sitting here listening to your testimony, watching the reactions from some of your colleagues behind you with rolling their eyes and frowning faces, and it's just very discouraging as a member of Congress that we've tried this hard to get information. The American people want to know. This Russia investigation has been going on for a long time. Many believe that it is a witch hunt. It needs to wrap up, but from what we've heard today, there are a lot of problems with your credibility as the lead agent in the entire Russia investigation. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Does the gentlewoman from Texas, before we close, and we will now be closing, does the gentleman from Texas desire a couple of minutes to make any closing remarks?
Mr. Chairman, thank you for your indulgence. This has been a long day. First, let me thank the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the agents that I've worked with in my years of service on Judiciary, Homeland Security, the aftermath of 9/11, which I had the lack of distinguished position to be in the United States Congress during 9/11 and certainly in the aftermath of the investigation. Let me thank the FBI and Mr. Strzok for their service. Let me quickly say this and then conclude my remarks. I want it to be clear that General Flynn, in his offense, asked the Russian ambassador to refrain from escalating the situation in response to sanctions that the United States had imposed against Russia. Following, a whistleblower then said that he referred this to Mr. Flynn, that the sanctions would be, quote, ripped up to allow money to start flowing to one of Flynn's business projects. did you have anything to do with any comments by General Flynn?
This is not for asking questions, Ms. Jackson.
I will leave that on the record, Mr. Chairman.
Right.
I thought that it would be good to clarify it because I've asked others, but let me finish my remarks. In the concluding comments, Mr. Strzok, again, I believe this hearing in its long period of time showed no bias in the decisions regarding the final report on Hillary Clinton's emails. She was vindicated. Nothing changes the Russian interference in our elections of 2016. Unfortunately, no questions were asked by the Republicans about the Russian interference. And the GOP, in many instances, would not let you, Mr. Strzok, answer the questions. Finally, the hearing did not give the American people, I think, the important answers that they needed, and that is, how will we secure our elections in 2018? That, unfortunately, plays into Putin's hands. It also did not respond or did not answer, what do you do when White House officials have not gotten their own security clearance? And finally, let me be very clear. When our country is attacked, I want to make sure that the FBI and not the KGB shows up. We need to do a better job of answering the concerns of children that have been snatched away from their parents, the violation of voting rights, the need to end gun violence, and many other issues. But today you stood the test of time, at least. You've admitted fault and certainly admitted that you would have wanted to do things in a better way, as I've gleaned from your testimony. But it cannot take away your service in the United States military, your service to the FBI, and your willingness to offer, if you will, your deference and your concern about the continuation of the FBI and its service to this nation. Mr. Chairman, I hope that the Judiciary Committee and Oversight Chairman, I believe, is not present, but in any event, that we will take up the issues that the American people desire and that we will solve problems of which are important to the democracy, security, and the values of this nation. I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlewoman. Many members on the other side of the aisle have attempted to denigrate this investigation and, in particular, this hearing today, one going so far as to calling it stupid. This investigation and hearing aren't just about reviewing the 2016 election, however important that is. This is a much bigger matter. Our investigation and this hearing goes to a larger global and existential issue of equality under the law. So for my Democratic colleagues to call this review stupid denigrates the importance of our founding principles and the core of a system of justice. I'd venture to guess that most Americans don't view equality under the law and fair and unbiased investigations as stupid. Mr. Strzok, this has been a lengthy hearing, so thank you for your time today. It has been extraordinarily frustrating, though, in trying to get answers to many important questions. I understand that you have refused to answer many questions on advice of the FBI. You have also said that you cannot answer questions on advice of counsel because they could disrupt the ongoing Mueller investigation. So we are presented with a situation where you have not answered questions from Congress under the cover of the FBI and Special Counsel Mueller. Neither the FBI nor the Special Counsel is mentioned in the Constitution. Congress is, and we have a constitutional right to have answers to the many questions that have been posed to you. While you have consistently referred to the FBI as the ultimate arbiter who is preventing you from answering questions today, the FBI director reports to the Deputy Attorney General. The FBI is a component of the Department of Justice. So at the end of the day, Deputy Attorney General Rosenstein, who has oversight over the Federal Bureau of Investigation and of the Mueller investigation, is where the buck stops. We now consider the department on the line, in addition to the FBI, for failing to permit you to answer questions that don't even go to the substance of any investigation, but have focused on your involvement in the process of those investigations. This is unacceptable. Congress has been blocked today from conducting its constitutional oversight duty, and more importantly, the American people have not received answers on why our chief law enforcement agencies and agents and lawyers operating within them permitted improper bias to permeate through 3 of the most important investigations in our nation's history. The Constitution's construct of congressional oversight over the executive branch has been severely undermined today. We will resist attempts to prevent us from getting to the facts. This is not over, and you, as well as future witnesses, are on notice that fulsome answers are expected promptly. With that, this hearing is adjourned.